Chapter 1040. At this moment, the two martial monarch powerhouses faced each other. They were ready to fight at any moment. At this moment, both of them wanted the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Neither of them was willing to give in. Duan Ling Tian watched coldly from the side. The scene before him was exactly what he had been waiting for. A dog biting another dog, a mouthful of fur. However, Duan Lingtian's expression changed quickly. This was because he noticed the two martial monarch powerhouses who were facing each other suddenly broke their fingers. 2 drops of blood shot up into the sky and disappeared into the clouds in just a blink of an eye. I, Bai Yu Hai, Anika Sect Supreme Elder, hereby swear by the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll compete with Feng Tong for the ownership of the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment after I obtain it. If I violate this oath, I'm willing to be struck to death by the lightning punishment. I, Feng Tong, North Nether Sect Supreme Elder, hereby swear, Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong, the two martial monarch powerhouses, reached a consensus in just a blink of an eye. They would first obtain the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment and then compete fairly with each other. Before that, they would work together to obtain the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment. Boom! 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 18 deafening claps of thunder broke the silence above the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace. It was the 99 heavenly tribulation that the two martial monarchs swore on, the 99 heavenly tribulation. The thunderous claps caused the people in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace to panic. Many of them were so scared that they fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Is that thunder? Seems like it. Could it be that Commander Duan is fighting with the 4 unknown powerhouses? That's possible. Everyone in the Imperial Palace was looking forward to Duan Lingtian's victory and his triumphant return. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was not only recognized as the strongest powerhouse in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, but he was also the Crimson Sky Kingdom's guardian. Only Duan Lingtian had the ability to lead them out of the Sea of Fire. From this, it could be seen how lofty the Duan Lingtian was in their hearts. It had already risen to the level of faith, and it was even higher than the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor might not be as influential as Duan Lingtian in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, the people in the Imperial Palace did not know that their commander Duan was currently facing the biggest crisis in his life. He could lose his life at any moment. As a 6th-level Void Transformation martial artist, he was targeted by 2 martial monarch powerhouses at the same time. Among all the 6th-level Void Transformation stage martial artists in the world, he was probably the only one who received such treatment. Above the Imperial Palace. After Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong reached a consensus, they stared at Duan Lingtian like tigers eyeing their prey. In the depths of their eyes, there was a hint of greed. Duan Lingtian, hand over the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment. We'll leave your corpse intact. Feng Tong said calmly. As a martial monarch powerhouse, Bai Yu Hai could easily kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the spatial ring from Duan Lingtian. However, he did not dare to do so. After all, he was not sure if Duan Lingtian kept the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment in the spatial ring that he carried with him. If Duan Lingtian did not carry the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment with him and hid it in a place that only he knew about, Bai Yu Hai would definitely kill him. If he was killed, there would be no more clues about where the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment was hidden. Bai Yu Hai did not want that to happen. Duan Lingtian, as long as you hand over the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll forgive you for lying to me. Bai Yu Hai said slowly as he stared at Duan Lingtian like a tiger eyeing its prey. Just like Feng Tong, he was worried that Duan Lingtian did not carry the Emperor's Stage Profundity Fragment with him. Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong did not dare to take the risk. They could kill Duan Lingtian and obtain his spatial ring. However, if there was no Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the spatial ring, everything they did would be in vain. A sneer appeared on the corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth when he heard the two martial monarchs' words. Naturally, he could guess what the two of them were thinking. They were worried that he did not carry the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment with him. They were worried that they would not be able to find the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment after they killed him. Today, I, Duan Ling Tian, am able to die in the hands of two martial monarch stage powerhouses. It can be said that my life was not in vain. Both of you, make your move. As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he suddenly closed his eyes and opened his arms. From the beginning until the end, there was a smile on his face as though he was waiting for his death. Both Feng Tong and Bai Yuhai's expressions changed when they heard Duan Lingtian's words and saw Duan Lingtian's actions. The more Duan Lingtian acted like this, the more uneasy they felt. In their opinion, if the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was in Duan Lingtian's hands, the Duan Lingtian would not be so calm. Feng Tong and Bai Yuhai looked at each other. In the end, neither of them made a move. At this moment. Humph. Since you want to die, there's no need for my master to do it himself. I'll kill you on behalf of my master. A cold snort suddenly rang in the air. A figure flew out from behind Bai Yuhai. It was as though the figure had transformed into a bolt of lightning as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Initially, this figure's speed was nothing in Bai Yuhai's eyes. However, Bai Yuhai's attention was not on the owner of the figure at this moment. He only regained his senses when the owner of the figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and made his move. Zuoyu, stop! Horror dawned on Bai Yuhai when he saw Zuoyu's palm that was about to land on Duan Lingtian's head with his surging origin energy and concept. It was just inches away from him. If Duan Lingtian was killed by Zuoyu, everything would be over. They would not be able to obtain the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment in the end. Bai Yuhai could not help but panic. Stop! At the same time, Feng Tong regained his senses. Horror dawned on his face. He might not be able to use the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment now, but if he could use it to contact a 9th-level martial monarch stage powerhouse on Cloud Continent, he might be able to witness the birth of a martial emperor powerhouse with his own eyes. At that time, he and the North Nether sect behind him would have a good relationship with an Emperor Wu powerhouse. They would be able to do whatever they wanted on Cloud Continent. Would any first-rate force or top force dare to offend an Emperor Wu powerhouse? Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong disappeared from their spots. They wanted to stop Zuoyu. Unfortunately, they were still too late. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air, causing Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong to come to a halt. They appeared in the air not far from where Duan Lingtian was standing. Feng Tong heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. As for Bai Yuhai, his face was extremely pale. Zuoyu, who was charging at Duan Lingtian aggressively with the intention of smashing Duan Lingtian's head with his palm, suddenly had his head explode like a watermelon. Blood splattered everywhere and scattered across the sky. It was like a blooming flower of blood-red fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. Whoosh! At the same time, Zuoyu's headless body fell from the sky and crashed hard on the ground, turning into a pile of minced meat. Zuoyu's body was less than 10 meters away from Izumo Sect Supreme Elder Tong Shan's body. Both of them had died in the same way. Both of them had been smashed into minced meat. Duan Ling Tian. A low and oppressive voice came out of Bai Yuhai's mouth. His expression was ugly, and his eyes were red. The pauses between each word seemed to express the extreme anger in his heart. Boom! In an instant, the milky white origin energy on Bai Yuhai's body skyrocketed and transformed into a wave of aqua-blue energy. It was surrounded by purple lightning and gusts of green wind. In the air, the heaven and earth energy stirred and finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. A total of 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air and descended in a zigzag manner. It was visually stunning. His strength is on par with Tong Shan. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted when he saw the scene before him. However, his face remained calm. He, who was fearless, sized up the 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons in the sky with great interest. Not only was he not frightened, but he also did not seem to take the scene before his eyes seriously. Even if I, Duan Lingtian, have to die in the hands of a martial monarch. Zuoyu, he's not worthy. Duan Lingtian said calmly. He was not afraid of Bai Yu Hai, who was glaring at him. There was a hint of coldness in his voice as he spoke. Zuoyu had been defeated by him in the past. He could only run away when he faced him. Due to this reason, he had never taken Zuoyu seriously. Today, Zuoyu wanted to take advantage of him and take his life. He was seeking his own death. Bai Yu Hai's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The energy in his body began to fluctuate irregularly as though he was going to attack at any time. However, he did not attack in the end. Naturally, he was furious that his direct disciple was killed. After all, that was the direct disciple he had nurtured for more than 20 years. He had long regarded him as his own son. However, his son had been killed by someone else. If it was someone else, that person would have died in his hands. However, the person who killed his direct disciple was Duan Lingtian, a person who had obtained the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Moreover, it was highly possible that he had hidden it. For this reason, he could only endure for the time being for the sake of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. Zuoyu, rest in peace. Wait for a moment on the road to hell. When Master finds out where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, he'll immediately kill Duan Lingtian and send him to accompany you. Bai Yu Hai was as calm as still water as he swore in his heart. If only. Previously, he was only interested in the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. He did not care whether he killed Duan Lingtian or not. However, he was completely enraged by the death of his direct disciple, Zuoyu. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. Elder Brother Duan. Chapter 1041. After Duan Lingtian killed Tong Shan with the talisman, Feng Tianwu's expression changed subtly when the three people from Anika sect appeared. In the beginning, she did not know that her elder brother Duan was being targeted by Anika sect. She thought Zuoyu was dissatisfied with her elder brother Duan, so he asked the elders of the sect to teach her elder brother Duan a lesson. It was not until Duan Lingtian swore on the 99 heavenly tribulation that she realized the people from Anika sect did not come here just to seek revenge on her elder brother Duan. They had a bigger goal in mind. The 3 profundity fragments in Emperor Wu's secret treasure from Emperor Wu's body in Qingfeng. She was familiar with the 3 profundity fragments. When she saw her big brother Duan really swear an oath and the 99 heavenly tribulation responded, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, as she thought her big brother Duan would be able to avoid this calamity. Who knew someone else would appear at the critical moment? North Nether Sect, Feng Tong. She had heard this name when the old man from Anika sect greeted the old man from North Nether Sect. It was not unfamiliar to her. When she was in Blade Sect, she had heard people discussing the 3 major second-rate forces in the northern desert. The supreme elders of the 3 major forces were also mentioned, the 3 martial monarch powerhouses. Izumo Sect, Tong Shan. North Nether Sect, Feng Tong. Anika Sect, Bai Yu Hai. Tong Shan was killed by her elder brother Duan's talisman. From the way the old man from Anika sect spoke to Feng Tong casually, Feng Tianwu could vaguely guess his identity. The supreme elder of Anika sect, the martial monarch powerhouse, Bai Yu Hai. At that moment, even she was shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. The martial monarch powerhouses from the three major second-rate forces were gathered in this little kingdom in the mountains? Unbelievable. As time went by, she finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. Bai Yuhai had come for the profundity fragment that her elder brother Duan had obtained from Emperor Wu of Qing Feng. Feng Tong was here to avenge Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. Following that, the situation changed so many times that she couldn't help but feel anxious. When she saw that her elder brother Duan was being stared at by two martial emperors, she could not help but feel a bone-chilling chill in her heart. Soon, Feng Tianwu realized that Duan Lingtian had turned his head to look at her after hearing her call. At this moment, she could clearly see the seriousness in the depths of her elder brother Duan's eyes. Looks like elder brother Duan isn't as casual as he seems on the surface. The pressure from the two martial emperors is too great. Feng Tianwu thought. At the same time, Feng Tianwu's thoughts were running wild. If I want to kill these two martial emperors, it'll be very difficult. If I want to kill them, I'll have to raise my monarch stage fire profundity to the 3rd level at least. Feng Tianwu shifted her gaze from Duan Lingtian to the two old figures in the distance. A hint of dread appeared on her beautiful face. In my current situation, if I forcefully communicate and unleash the 3rd level monarch stage fire profundity to give birth to the 3rd level monarch stage sword profundity and unleash the strength of 8,000 ancient horn dragons. Even if I can kill one of them, the energy from the fire spirit body in my body will explode in an instant. Feng Tianwu was more familiar with her own situation than anyone else. Tianwu, no matter what happens, you can't forcefully communicate with the high-level fire profundity to attack them. At the same time, a voice that Feng Tianwu could not be more familiar with entered her ears. It made her heart tremble and filled with warmth. A faint smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her elder brother Duan was still considerate of her even in the face of danger. I'll think of a way to deal with this. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and added to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission. He knew Tianwu very well. Therefore, he warned Tianwu in advance. He was afraid she would do something stupid. He had once probed Feng Tianwu's body with his mind energy, so his understanding of Feng Tianwu's body wasn't much worse than Feng Tianwu's. If Tianwu forcefully communicates and unleashes the high-level fire concept, the energy from the fire spirit body in her body will explode even if she can kill either Feng Tong or Bai Yuhai. They won't be able to hold on until she attacks the second person. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian, where's the Emperor stage profundity fragment? At this moment, Feng Tong asked in a deep voice as he stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. I've said it before. I don't have the Emperor stage profundity fragment, but I'll give you my life. Duan Lingtian replied shamelessly. Naturally, he did not really want to die. He was certain Feng Tong would not dare to make a move on him. What he had to do now was to rack his brain to find a way to deal with the current crisis. Humph. Before Feng Tong could open his mouth, Bai Yuhai who was standing nearby snorted coldly. His voice was very loud, and it was filled with origin energy. It swept through the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom like a thunderclap. Ah! It hurts. At the same time, everyone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace cried out in agony as their eardrums burst. There were even some who were knocked unconscious or killed by the shockwaves. When a martial monarch was enraged, he could kill someone from 1,000 meters away with just a snort. Naturally, he could only kill people who did not have a high cultivation base. Duan Lingtian, don't think we can't do anything to you. We don't dare to kill you, but it's a piece of cake for us to kill the people around you. Due to Zhuiyu's death, Bai Yuhai seemed to have transformed into a different person. His crimson eyes were filled with killing intent as though he was about to devour someone. His words seemed to have come from an ice cave. It was bone-chilling. If you tell me where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, you'll die. I won't touch your friends and family. However, if you don't tell me where the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment is, I'll kill a person who's related to you every hour. If you insist on not telling me, I'll watch the people around you die one by one. Bai Yu Hai threatened Duan Ling Tian with his words. Feng Tong's eyes lit up when he heard Bai Yu Hai's words. He agreed with Bai Yu Hai's words from the bottom of his heart. He wanted the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment. He wanted Duan Lingtian's life as well. Bai Yu Hai's words were the exact words in his heart. Despicable. After hearing Bai Yu Hai's words, Feng Tianwu's devastatingly beautiful face was covered in frost as she rebuked him angrily. A dignified martial emperor actually dares to threaten a void transformation stage martial artist like this. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself if news of this spreads? As for Duan Ling Tian, the moment Bai Yu Hai's words left his mouth, the expression on his face that he had tried his best to remain calm had completely changed. If he did not tell them where the profundity fragment was, every hour, he would kill a person who was related to him every hour? In other words, he would have to kill 24 people who were related to him every day? Despicable? Bai Yu Hai looked at Feng Tianwu when he was reprimanded by Feng Tianwu. He sneered, as long as I kill all of you, why should I worry about people spreading the news about my actions today? Moreover, so what if they spread the news? Do you think I, Bai Yu Hai, will lose a single strand of hair because of this? Bai Yu Hai's eyes that were looking at Feng Tianwu suddenly gleamed when he reached the end of his sentence. Oh no! At the same time, Feng Tianwu saw the gleam in Bai Yu Hai's eyes. Her expression changed drastically when she vaguely guessed what was going on. Unfortunately, as soon as she realized what was going on, she realized an extremely powerful force that she could not resist was pulling her away from her original spot. Tian Wu. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also realized what was going on. His expression changed drastically. However, when he realized what was going on, he realized that Feng Tianwu was already next to Bai Yu Hai. She was being forcefully pulled away by Bai Yu Hai. At this moment, the flames on Feng Tianwu's body flickered as she tried to resist. However, every time the flames on her body rose to a certain height, they would be suppressed by an invisible force. They would be crushed and disappear without a trace. What are you trying to do? Duan Lingtian's face darkened when he saw this. Killing intent shot out from his eyes as he glared at Bai Yu Hai. What am I trying to do? Bai Yu Hai smiled nonchalantly. However, there was no change in the way he looked at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were still gleaming coldly as he said, I've said that if you don't tell me the location of the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, I'll kill one person who's related to you every hour. I've already chosen the first person. It's her. When Bai Yu Hai reached the end of his sentence, he pointed at Feng Tianwu who was next to him with a smirk on his face. Now, you have an hour. If you don't tell me after an hour, she'll definitely die. Bai Yu Hai's tone was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. An hour. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. All right. I promise you. Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Yu Hai and said in a deep voice after he glanced at Feng Tianwu. A wise man submits to circumstances. Feng Tong laughed before Bai Yu Hai could say anything. Tell me, where's the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment? Even if I tell you, you won't know where it is. I can bring you there. Even at this moment, Duan Ling Tian was reluctant to hand the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment over to Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong. However, he had no other choice but to stall for time. Perhaps, he would be able to come up with a good idea while he was bringing them away. The most important thing now was to get Tian Wu out of Bai Yu Hai's evil clutches. If Tian Wu was hurt because of this, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Lead the way. Bai Yuhai said calmly as he looked at Duan Lingtian after he sent Feng Tianwu flying with a wave of his hand. No. After Feng Tianwu was sent flying by Bai Yuhai, her beautiful face was completely pale. She reacted immediately, and her beautiful face changed. Her autumn eyes were suffused with scarlet red as she screamed in her heart. Elder brother Duan was going to bring them to retrieve the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment for her? She knew very well what the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment meant. No. I can't let them have their way. Kill them. Kill them. Chapter 1042. Boom. In an instant, Feng Tianwu's autumn eyes were dyed red. The flames on her body rose and emitted a scorching aura that swept out in all directions. The scorching aura swept out, causing the airflow in the air to become turbulent. It set off a series of slight air explosions and scorching wind. Whoosh! At the same time, the turbulent heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head finally gathered to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. There was a total of 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. What a powerful comprehension ability! Feng Tianwu's actions immediately attracted Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong's attention. Both of them could not help but reveal a shocked expression. As martial monarch powerhouses, they could see that Feng Tianwu had only cast the fire concept. She did not even use a trace of origin energy. She had only used the fire concept to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to gather 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. 9th level advance fire concept. If it was any other time, when they saw a genius in the martial Dao that possessed such monstrous comprehension ability at such a young age like Feng Tianwu, they would surely fight to the death to take Feng Tianwu as their personal disciple. However, at this moment, their thoughts weren't on Feng Tianwu at all. To them, the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment was more important. Tianwu. Unlike Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong's calmness, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw Feng Tianwu had mobilized and cast the 9th level advance fire concept. Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Soon after, a mocking smile appeared on their faces. Duan Lingtian, you can rest assured. As long as you lead us to the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment, we won't make things difficult for this little girl even if she attacks us, Feng Tong Yuhai said indifferently. Feng Tong said indifferently. His tone was filled with condescension. He looked down on Feng Tianwu from the bottom of his heart. He did not think that Feng Tianwu had the strength to threaten him. In his opinion, even if Feng Tianwu had a good comprehension ability and had comprehended the 9th level advanced concept at such a young age. But so what? Could it be that he could threaten a martial monarch expert like him? Although Bai Yuhai did not say anything, it was clear from the contempt in his eyes that he shared the same thoughts as Feng Tong. He was full of disdain for Feng Tianwu's strength and looked down on Feng Tianwu from the bottom of his heart. Obviously, as far as they were concerned, the reason Duan Lingtian's expression had changed drastically earlier and even cried out in shock was because he wanted to stop Feng Tianwu from making a move against them. He didn't want Feng Tianwu to end up being killed by them instead. However, was that really the case? As soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, he saw the flames on Feng Tianwu's body rise again. They expanded and emitted an even more scorching aura, as if they could burn everything. Whoosh! At the same time, 1,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air above Feng Tianwu's head and pierced into Duan Lingtian's eyes, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change again. Tianwu, stop! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian panicked. He hurriedly flew out in an attempt to stop Feng Tianwu. However, at this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed as if she didn't hear what he said at all. The flames on her body continued to rise, and she was like a reborn flaming phoenix that was gradually awakening. Whoosh! At this moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by the heaven and earth energy above Feng Tianwu's head had also increased to 3,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons. All of this did not stop because of this. Boom! The flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose again. The fire phoenix spread its wings and soared, causing the heaven and earth phenomenon above Feng Tianwu's head to change again. A total of 4,000 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes wriggled down. It was the third-level monarch stage fire profundity. Tian Wu, stop right now. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, whose expression changed drastically, finally flew closer to Feng Tianwu, intending to stop Feng Tianwu. However, before he could get close to Feng Tianwu, he was sent flying by the scorching airwave that swept out from Feng Tianwu's body. It caused his internal organs to tremble. Although he was not injured, it explained the current situation. Unless Feng Tianwu allowed him to get close, it was impossible for him to get close to the current Feng Tianwu. Tian Wu, the fire spirit body's energy in your body is on the verge of exploding. You'll die if you don't retrieve the fire profundity in time. Duan Ling Tian advised again. His tone was filled with anxiety. Fire spirit body. Duan Ling Tian's exclamation did not only enter Feng Tianwu's ears, but it also entered Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tianwu's ears. Both of them instinctively turned to look at Feng Tianwu. With just a glance, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Heavens! What did they just see? In the distance, the red-clad lady whom they did not take seriously earlier was standing there. Her entire body was shrouded in flames as though she had transformed into a fire phoenix that would spread its wings and soar into the sky at any time. There were 4,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons gathered above the fire phoenix. The silhouettes of the 4,000 ancient horned dragons continuously attacked their eyes, causing them to be shocked. Impossible. At this moment, both of them had the same thought in their minds. They were unwilling to believe it. The red-clad lady whom they did not take seriously earlier actually possessed such terrifying strength? Elder brother Duan, since the day I met you, you've been helping me. I've never helped you at all. Unknowingly, a 5-foot-long red soft sword appeared in Feng Tianwu's hand. The soft sword was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was the quasi-royal grade spirit sword that Duan Ling Tian obtained from Qing Feng Palace. Since he had a quasi-royal grade spirit sword, Duan Ling Tian had given this sword to Feng Tianwu. Today was the first time Feng Tianwu used this sword to fight an enemy. Silly girl, you've never helped me before, but Uncle Feng has helped me a lot. You don't have to worry about this. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly and continued to advise, listen to me and withdraw the fire profundity now. Humph. As it turns out, she used the fire spirit body's energy to forcefully activate the fire profundity. That's the extent of her fire profundity. Bai Yu Hai, who had calmed down, studied Feng Tianwu seriously. Very soon, he discovered a clue from the restless flames on the surface of Feng Tianwu's body. He could see it. If Feng Tianwu continued to forcefully elevate her fire profundity, she would only end up exploding and dying. Even if she did not continue to elevate her fire profundity, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would explode and explode if she forcefully used the third-level monarch stage fire profundity to fight an enemy. The strength of 4,000 ancient horned dragons. She can only attack once, and she wants to fight us? She's overestimating herself. Since Bai Yu Hai could see through Feng Tianwu, Feng Tong, who was also a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, naturally could see through Feng Tianwu's situation as well. He said disdainfully, Elder brother Duan, do you know? Ever since I found out you're the man in my destiny, I've been paying attention to you. I've been paying attention to your every move and your emotions. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Feng Tianwu's hand trembled. The flames on her body that seemed to have transformed into a fire phoenix began to surge as though it was brewing something. I don't know when it started, but I realized I've fallen deeply in love with you. My emotions fluctuate according to your emotions. I know you have 2 fiancés who you love the most. However, I don't ask for a title. I only hope to stay by your side forever. Even if I can't be by your side, I still hope to be able to see you from afar. Only in that way can my heart be fulfilled. In the beginning, I knew you rejected me, but I didn't care. It's fine as long as I can see you, even if there's nothing between us. Do you know? When you stopped rejecting me and would occasionally show me a loving smile, I was very happy. Elder brother Duan, perhaps we're not fated to be together in this lifetime, but I hope I'll be able to meet you before your 2 fiancés in my next life. If there's a next life, I'll definitely hold your hand tightly and never let go. Feng Tianwu muttered to herself. Her voice was not loud, but it entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly. Unknowingly, a smile that could turn the world upside down appeared on her beautiful face that was covered in tears. She finally said the words that she had hidden in her heart for a long time. Although it was a little late, there were no regrets. Tian Wu, Duan Lingtian stood in the air, and his body began to tremble violently. He did not expect Feng Tianwu to have such deep feelings for him. At this moment, he could not help but ask himself. Did he really reject Feng Tianwu? Perhaps, in the beginning, he had intentionally distanced himself from Feng Tianwu because he was concerned about his 2 fiancés. However, in the end, he realized that Feng Tianwu's shadow had unknowingly appeared in his heart. Although it was not love, it could be considered as a seed of love. At this moment, the seed seemed to have taken root and sprouted, and it grew rapidly. I, Feng Tianwu, can die without regrets today for the person I love. Suddenly, Feng Tianwu's melodious voice rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change drastically again. Tian Wu. When Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu again, Feng Tianwu made her move. Feng Tianwu flew out. Her gentle eyes turned as sharp as a goshawk's as she looked at Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong. The flames on her body surged with killing intent. Whoosh! At this moment, Feng Tianwu seemed to have transformed into a fire phoenix that was covered in flames. She flapped her wings and flew toward Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong. Feng Tianwu's speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian could not compare to her. Even though Duan Lingtian was trying his best to catch up to her, the distance between them was still widening. No! When Duan Lingtian saw the flames on Feng Tianwu's body surged and gave birth to an extremely sharp aura that seemed to be able to annihilate everything, his eyes were bloodshot as he shouted anxiously. At this moment, he could clearly sense that the fire spirit body's energy in Tian Wu's body was showing signs of going berserk. Chapter 1043. Whoosh! Feng Tianwu charged towards Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong with the 5-foot-long flexible sword in her hand as though she had transformed into a flaming phoenix. The flames on her body stirred and formed a brand new energy. To be more precise, it was another monarch stage profundity. The flames on Feng Tianwu's body suddenly surged and transformed into a sword-shaped flame. She no longer looked like a flaming phoenix, but a gigantic sword that was burning with blazing flames. Whoosh! The gigantic sword soared across the sky with an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Wherever it passed, the airflow would be compressed to the extreme and a series of thunderous explosions would be heard. As the explosions sounded, waves of airwaves swept out and transformed into gusts of violent wind that spread in all directions. It swept across the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace. For a time, many doors and windows in the imperial palace were blown open as though they were forcefully pushed open by someone. Many people with low cultivation bases who did not stay in the palace were blown into the air by the strong wind. They were addicted to flying in the air. Flying was the privilege of martial artists who had stepped into the void-prying stage and above. Ordinary martial artists could not do it. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial palace, there were only a handful of people who had stepped into the void-prying stage. High up in the sky, Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong, who were originally disdainful of Feng Tianwu, inadvertently saw it. After the flames on Feng Tianwu's body transformed into a sword-shaped flame, the heaven and earth phenomenon above her head underwent a drastic change. 8,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons were charging towards them with Feng Tianwu. The speed was so fast that it caused their expressions to change. Whoosh! Whoosh! They did not even have time to think as they hurriedly urged their strength to fly away in an attempt to dodge Feng Tianwu's attack that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. As the two of them dodged, 6,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared above their heads respectively. They urged their strength to dodge Feng Tianwu's attack. Their faces were filled with anxiety as they dodged. Once Feng Tianwu attacked them, a single strike that contained the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons would be enough to kill any one of them. In fact, even if they used their spirit weapons, the strongest strength they could exert was not even comparable to the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons. In addition, Feng Tianwu was the one who struck first to gain the initiative. Once they dared to resist, they were destined to suffer. Therefore, they did not choose to face Feng Tianwu head-on. They only thought about how to avoid Feng Tianwu's menacing sword. The 5-foot-long red soft sword was as thin as a cicada's wing, but it was now perfectly straight. It let out an ear-piercing sword hum as it charged towards Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong. Whoosh! As soon as Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong, the two first-level martial monarch stage powerhouses, dodged, the 5-foot-long sword in Feng Tianwu's hand arrived. Just as Bai Yu Hai gathered all of his strength and prepared to flee, Feng Tianwu shook the 5-foot-long sword in his hand. It didn't contain any sword skill. Whoosh! Even so, it still pierced through Bai Yu Hai's throat easily. Ever since Bai Yu Hai saw the heaven and earth phenomenon formed by Feng Tianwu gathering the heaven and earth energy, he no longer had any intention to fight with Feng Tianwu. All he could do was flee. In such a hurry, even if Bai Yu Hai wanted to block Feng Tianwu's sword, it was destined that it would be too late. Poof! A bloody hole appeared on Bai Yu Hai's throat. Blood gushed out like a blooming red rose. His eyes dimmed in an instant. After a few moments, he was completely motionless. Dead. After Bai Yu Hai died, his body flew out due to inertia. After flying for several hundred meters, he finally fell from the sky and crashed heavily on the roof of a luxurious palace at the rear of the imperial palace. A loud thud resounded as his body turned into a pile of minced meat. The strongest powerhouse in Anika sect, a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse, died just like that. He died in Feng Tianwu's hands. Perhaps, even Bai Yu Hai himself did not expect that he would die in the hands of a young woman in her 20s after living for so long. Moreover, he was killed in just one blow. Naturally, Feng Tianwu was able to kill Bai Yu Hai in just one blow because Bai Yu Hai did not have any intention to fight at all when she unleashed the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons and took the initiative to attack. If Bai Yu Hai had gone all out, even if he would still die, he would not have died in such a straightforward and cowardly manner. Although Bai Yu Hai was dead, the few people in the sky, including the Anika sect's elder, did not pay any attention to him. Everyone's eyes uniformly landed on the red figure standing in the air, causing the red figure to become the absolute focal point of the scene at this moment. At this moment, the sword-shaped flame on the red figure was trembling as though it would collapse at any time. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw this. The red figure was none other than Feng Tianwu, who had used the third-level Monarch Stage Fire Profundity to create the third-level Monarch Stage Sword Profundity and unleashed the strength of 8,000 ancient horned dragons to kill Bai Yu Hai in just one blow. However, Feng Tianwu's current situation was extremely bad. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could sense with his spiritual energy that the fire spirit body's energy in Feng Tianwu's body had completely collapsed and was running amok in her body. Feng Tianwu tried to suppress it, but she did not have the strength to do so. Since she was fully immersed in her body and forcefully suppressed the fire spirit body's energy that was running all over her body, her life was not in danger for the time being. However, she could not suppress it for long. Judging from the current situation, she could only hold on for 30 breaths at most. After 30 breaths, she would not be able to suppress the fire spirit body's energy anymore. Due to this reason, she did not dare to be distracted at all. Once she was distracted, the fire spirit body's energy in her body would completely lose control and explode in her body, blowing her into pieces. All of this was because Feng Tianwu had killed Bai Yu Hai earlier. As soon as she made her move, the fire spirit body's energy in her body completely exploded and was difficult to suppress. Naturally, she was destined to only kill Bai Yu Hai. Currently, she did not have the strength to fight the remaining martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong, and the two elders from Anika sect and North Nether sect. Based on the current situation, she only had two choices. First, she could die after 30 breaths. Second, she could die now. She chose the former. Naturally, this did not mean she was afraid of death, but she wanted to take a few more glances at the only man she had ever loved in her life before she died. She wanted to remember this man forever. Elder brother Duan. I'm sorry, I've tried my best. Feng Tianwu's face was pale as she tried her best to suppress the restless energy in her body. She lifted her head and looked at Duan Lingtian with great difficulty. A hint of apology could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Initially, she had planned to kill Bai Yu Hai. Even if she had to risk her life, she would kill the 4 people from Anika sect and North Nether sect to help her elder brother Duan. However, she did not expect this at all. After she killed Bai Yu Hai, the fire spirit body's energy in her body went out of control, causing her to be unable to use her sword a second time to help her elder brother Duan. Silly girl. You're really silly. Duan Lingtian's eyes were red as his nose twitched. His body began to tremble, and his legs felt as though they were filled with lead. At this moment, his emotions were surging, and he could not calm down for a long time. How should he repay Tianwu for treating him so well? He could clearly see the situation in Tianwu's body with his spiritual energy. Don't even mention the fact that I've merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories. My ability is far inferior to the reincarnation Emperor Wu when he was at his peak. Even if the reincarnation Emperor Wu was still alive, he wouldn't be able to help Tianwu even if he was at his peak. Duan Lingtian knew this very well through the reincarnation Emperor Wu's 2 lifetimes worth of memories. At this moment, Feng Tianwu was the only one who could temporarily suppress the restless energy in her body. The energy that originated from the fire spirit body would become even more violent if an external force interfered with it. At that time, it would only speed up Feng Tianwu's death. Right now, Tianwu can only hold on for a little more than 20 breaths. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely grave. He wanted to help Feng Tianwu, but he could not do anything about it. 3rd level monarch stage sword concept. I've underestimated you. However, the taste of the fire spirit body's backlash isn't pleasant, right? Feng Tong's voice resonated in the air when Duan Lingtian was still trying to figure out a way to help Feng Tianwu. His voice was cold. It was apparent that Feng Tong had also noticed Feng Tianwu's current condition. He knew Feng Tianwu was powerless to help. Feng Tong spoke as he flew toward Feng Tianwu. When Feng Tong stepped out, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed. 1 profundity and 2 concepts followed him like shadows. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he locked his gaze on Feng Tianwu. Feng Tong. At this moment, a purple figure flew out and blocked Feng Tianwu's path. He stared at Feng Tong coldly. If you dare to attack her, don't even think about obtaining the Emperor Stage Profundity Fragment for the rest of your life. Naturally, the person who blocked Feng Tong was Duan Lingtian. Scram. However, Feng Tong did not care about the threat in Duan Lingtian's words at all. He raised his hand, and a powerful force swept out. It sent Duan Lingtian flying, but it did not cause any harm to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, it did not mean he was merciful. He just thought Duan Lingtian was still useful to him. Otherwise, he would have killed Duan Lingtian immediately to avenge Su Qing, the former strongest person among the younger generation in North Nether sect. She must die today. Don't even think about threatening me. She's not the only one who's close to you. Feng Tong threatened as he looked at Duan Lingtian coldly after he came to a halt. You. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. When Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tong walking towards Feng Tianwu step by step in the air, he was extremely furious. Chapter 1044. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was so emotional that he was on the verge of breaking down. When he saw Feng Tong retracting his gaze from him and looking at Feng Tianwu again, his expression turned extremely grave. He could not help but feel despair rising in his heart. When he saw Feng Tong walking toward Feng Tianwu in a leisurely manner, he immediately raised his hand. Duan Lingtian hurriedly lifted his hand and took out the Devil Seal tablet from his spatial ring. In a hurry, Duan Lingtian merged his origin energy with the Devil Seal tablet in an attempt to control it and devilify him. Subsequently, he infused his concept and spiritual energy into it as well. However, no matter how Duan Lingtian merged his origin energy, concept, and spiritual energy into the Devil Seal tablet, the Devil Seal tablet did not react at all, let alone devilify him. At this moment, Feng Tong had already arrived in front of Feng Tianwu. When he raised his hand, his origin energy stirred. His concept followed him like a shadow, causing the airflow in the surrounding air to compress and set off a series of faint air explosions. Boom! Feng Tong raised his hand. His palm that contained the strength of 6,000 ancient horned dragons landed on Feng Tianwu in a leisurely manner. As for Feng Tianwu, she remained calm in the face of Feng Tong's palm. It was as though her expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. From the beginning until the end, she had been suppressing the fire spirit body's energy in her body with all her might. She stared at the purple figure in the distance with a blissful smile on her face. In this lifetime, she would not have lived in vain if she could die for the person she loved. No. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu's gaze. His heart trembled for no reason. It was as though a knife was being twisted in his heart. It was extremely painful. No. Tianwu can't die. Tianwu can't die. At this moment, Duan Lingtian roared hysterically. His emotions fluctuated so much that the purple robe on his body fluttered even though there was no wind. It was as though a purple flame was dancing. Huh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. At this moment, the Devil Seal tablet in his hand finally showed signs of movement. Black energy that was suffused with a terrifying aura surged out endlessly and merged with the ancient words on it. In the blink of an eye, the black energy entered Duan Lingtian's body through his hand that gripped the demon's sealing tombstone. It spread throughout his entire body, including his soul in the depths of his mind. This scene was exactly the same as when Duan Lingtian faced the 6 elders of Skywolf Fort. At that time, the demon sealing tombstone's black energy had entered his body and caused him to demonize. After demonizing, his strength had increased tremendously. None of the 6 Skywolf Fort elders were a match for him. This time, I can't be completely controlled by it. Duan Lingtian, who had learned his lesson from the Devil Seal tablet, took a deep breath and clenched his teeth to hold on. He tried his best to make his consciousness firmly control his body and prevent the energy that surged out from the Devil Seal tablet from overstepping its boundaries. Soon after, Duan Lingtian realized how naive he was. With the invasion of the black energy, he could no longer control his body. As soon as the energy approached, the consciousness in his mind instinctively moved to the side like a mouse that saw a cat. It voluntarily gave up control of his body. At this moment, he could only try his best to maintain his consciousness. This way, he could slightly affect his demonized self. Crack! The energy in the demon-sealing tombstone instantly spread throughout Duan Lingtian's body. Almost at the same time, the hairband that held up Duan Lingtian's long black hair broke. His long black hair fluttered in the wind like black spirit snakes dancing in the air. After a while, Duan Lingtian's black hair turned purple. It looked extremely demonic. Not only that, but Duan Lingtian's eyes were now covered with a layer of red that exuded an evil aura. Purple hair and red eyes. At the same time, wisps of black mist surrounded Duan Lingtian's body. The mist seemed to contain a terrifying energy that caused the surrounding air to vibrate and explode. Boom! 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 The sudden sound of air exploding gave rise to waves of strong winds that were filled with a bone-piercing chill, causing Feng Tong, who was about to land his palm on Feng Tianwu, to involuntarily shiver and subconsciously withdraw his hand. Feng Tianwu had temporarily escaped death because of this. Then, Feng Tong turned around to look at the source of the bone-chilling wind. He was very curious. Who was it that could cause such a strong wind to strike fear in his heart? With just a glance, Feng Tong was dumbstruck. This is Duan Lingtian. Feng Tong was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the young man with purple hair and red eyes. Apart from his appearance and purple robes, the young man's eyes had turned red, and his black hair had turned purple. His long purple hair fluttered without any wind, like purple poisonous snakes dancing in the air. It was incomparably evil and gave people a formless sense of oppression. It was as though he had transformed into a peerless devil god. That was not all. Feng Tong also noticed that the black mist surrounding the purple-clad young man was the source of the bone-chilling wind. This isn't origin energy or concept. What kind of energy is this? As a martial monarch powerhouse, Feng Tong had a good eye. With just a glance, he could tell that the black mist surrounding Duan Lingtian was not simple. He could not see through it. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian, so she witnessed the entire process of the Duan Lingtian's transformation with her own eyes. She saw Duan Lingtian's black hair turn purple, and she saw Duan Lingtian's eyes turn red. She could tell. The reason Duan Lingtian had such a transformation was because of the mysterious chipped stone tablet in his hand. She had seen how mysterious and powerful the stone tablet was before. However, she felt that the current Duan Lingtian was extremely unfamiliar. It was as though he had changed into another person. He no longer looked like the Duan Lingtian from the past. She could not help but worry. Duan Lingtian, do you think you can scare people just because your hair and eyes have changed color? Ridiculous. At this moment, the Anika sect's elder sneered and charged toward Duan Lingtian. When Feng Tianwu killed their Anika sect supreme elder, he did not even dare to say a word. However, when he saw that Feng Tianwu seemed to be restricted from making a move, he immediately jumped up. Whoosh! The Anika sect's elder raised his hand, and a narrow saber that shone brightly appeared. The origin energy in it skyrocketed, and the concept followed like a shadow. He charged toward Duan Lingtian mercilessly. Above his head, more than 4,000 ancient horned dragon silhouettes charged out in an imposing manner. This Anika sex elder was a 9th-level void transformation martial artist who had comprehended 2 types of 9th-level void transformation concepts. He was also commonly known as a powerhouse at the peak of the void. The powerhouse at the peak of the void attacked Duan Lingtian with all his might. It was as though he wanted to slash Duan Lingtian into half with just one slash. Whoosh! Wherever the narrow saber that was filled with origin energy and concept passed, the airflow in the air would be split apart, and a series of saber humming sound would be heard. It was clear and ear-piercing, causing fear to rise in one's heart. The Anika sex elder attacking Duan Lingtian was exactly what Feng Tong wanted. He had a feeling that Duan Lingtian, who had turned into a purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian, gave him an extremely strong sense of oppression compared to before. It was as though Duan Lingtian could threaten him. At this moment, he could finally witness Duan Lingtian's strength with his own eyes after the transformation. Feng Tong stared intently at the scene. Feng Tianwu stared intently at the scene. The North Nether sex elder who came with Feng Tong also stared intently at the scene. Boom! In the face of the Anika sex elder's saber attack, Duan Lingtian, whose purple hair fluttered and eyes were bloodshot, suddenly raised his hand and casually threw out a punch. In an instant, a gush of vast black energy swept out as though it had transformed into a black raging dragon. The raging dragon charged out with earth-shattering might as it swept toward the North Nether sex elder who was charging at him with his saber. It was as though the dragon had opened its bloody mouth and was about to swallow him whole. In just a blink of an eye, the North Nether sex elder and his saber were shrouded by the black energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's fist. His entire body was crushed into dust, and his spirit saber was broken and sent flying. Whoosh! After killing the North Nether sex elder, the vast black energy that was like a raging dragon charged out of its lair with a force that seemed as though it could tear the sky apart. Boom! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The black energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's fist landed on one of the palaces in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace, and it was razed to the ground with ease. What a powerful energy! Upon seeing this scene, Feng Tong's eyes narrowed, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. He realized that his intuition was right. Kill! Suddenly, the purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian spat out a word before he charged at Feng Tong. Humph! Faced with the current Duan Lingtian, although Feng Tong was wary, he was not afraid at all. The origin energy in his body surged, and his concept followed him like a shadow. He flew out to meet the Duan Lingtian head-on. The energy that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier did not mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. However, in Feng Tong's opinion, he could still unleash that level of energy. Whoosh! However, faced with the current Duan Lingtian, Feng Tong did not dare to be careless. With a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long green sword appeared. It seemed as though it had transformed into a venomous snake as it charged at Duan Lingtian. When the venomous snake charged at Duan Lingtian, more than 7,000 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared in the sky. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Die! Feng Tong's figure charged out with the sword in his hand. His speed was as fast as lightning. He stared coldly at Duan Lingtian, who was targeted by the sword in his hand. When he realized that his sword was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian had no intention of dodging, he could not help but smile. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, the smile on his face soon froze. Impossible. Feng Tong, whose figure was forced to stop along with the sword in his hand, narrowed his eyes when he saw the scene in front of him. Disbelief was written all over his face. Heavens! What did he just see? Without any movement from the purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian, who had turned into a purple-haired, red-eyed man, grabbed the sword in his hand that contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. Chapter 1045. Feng Tong was the strongest person in North Nether sect. He was at the first-level martial monarch stage. Even in the northern desert of the foreign lands, there was no one who could withstand a sword strike of his with his full strength with their bare hands. Yet now, in this remote little kingdom of Cloud Continent that didn't even have a few void-prying stage martial artists, there was actually someone who was able to receive the sword strike he stabbed out with his full strength with their bare hands. In fact, his sword contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. However, it was still blocked by someone. "Why, you're really Duan Lingtian?" Feng Tong asked fearfully as he looked at the purple-clad young man with long purple hair fluttering in the wind and a pair of emotionless crimson-red eyes. He could not believe it at all. Duan Lingtian, a void transformation stage martial artist whom he did not take seriously from the beginning until the end, was actually able to receive the sword of a first-level martial monarch stage powerhouse with his bare hands. The reply Feng Tong received was Duan Lingtian's palm strike. To be more precise, it was Duan Lingtian's palm strike after he had been devilified. Boom! Duan Lingtian struck with his palm. The vast black energy seemed to have transformed into a black flood that drowned Feng Tong before he could even react. After the flood subsided, Feng Tong, who stood before Duan Lingtian, had strangely turned into a skeleton. His flesh and organs had completely disappeared. Feng Tong's skeleton was still holding his sword when he was still alive. One could vaguely see that there were 3 fragments inside the skeleton. 1 was a profundity fragment and 2 were concept fragments. Smack! Suddenly, a soft sound reverberated in the air. Feng Tong's skeleton shook before it turned into dust that scattered with the wind. It completely disappeared from this world. Another martial monarch powerhouse had fallen. Only the profundity fragment and the concept fragment remained. 1 first-level monarch stage profundity fragment and 2 ninth-level advanced concept fragments. The 3 fragments landed in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace. They were completely ignored by Duan Lingtian, who had been devilified. It was as though he did not care about the 3 fragments at all. Wah! The sound of someone spitting out blood alarmed Duan Lingtian. In the distance, the remaining North Nether sect elder launched a sneak attack on Feng Tianwu. After the successful sneak attack, the first thing he did was flee. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes, as if he had never appeared. Boom! At the same time, Feng Tianwu, who was injured to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood, suddenly erupted with the fire spirit body's energy that she had temporarily suppressed. For a moment, Feng Tianwu was shrouded in flames. Her jade-like skin now had some additional red spots on it. More and more red spots appeared, and when they combined together, Feng Tianwu's skin seemed to have turned into a fiery red color. The demonized Duan Lingtian had been eyeing Feng Tianwu covetously, intending to attack Feng Tianwu. All of a sudden, he shook his head. His crimson eyes gleamed as he muttered, "Tian. Tianwu. Tianwu. Tianwu, big brother Duan." Feng Tianwu felt her entire body was filled with heat. Even her soul felt as though it was being burned by the flames, causing her consciousness to blur. At this moment, she only felt her eyelids were fighting, and she really wanted to sleep. However, she knew very well that once she fell asleep, it would be impossible for her to wake up again. Duan. Duan. Elder brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's consciousness gradually blurred. She felt as though she had been buried in a sea of fire. It would not be long before her consciousness was completely annihilated. Boom. 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 The flames on Feng Tianwu's body rose again and again. Every time it rose, it would cause the air to tremble and emit rolling heat waves. Tian. Tianwu. Duan Lingtian shook his head again before he flew out. In just a short moment, he was already in front of Feng Tianwu. As for the flames that rose from Feng Tianwu's body, it was as though he did not notice it at all. As he approached Feng Tianwu, he entered the area enveloped by the flames as though he was walking on flat ground. No matter how much the flames burned, they could not get close to the wisps of black mist that surrounded his body. Duan. Elder brother Duan. I'm so sleepy. So sleepy. Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian, who was just inches away from her, and stretched out her hand with some difficulty. Her voice gradually weakened, and she could barely keep her eyelids open. Tian Wu. The purple-haired, red-eyed Duan Lingtian was on the verge of losing his mind. However, a trace of his remaining consciousness allowed him to stretch out his hand and hold Feng Tianwu's hand. At this moment, a scorching and terrifying energy surged from Feng Tianwu's hand into Duan Lingtian's body after he had been devilified. It made him shudder, and he could not help but shudder. At the same time, the scarlet in Duan Lingtian's eyes gradually disappeared after he had been demonized. Not only that, but even his purple hair was also gradually losing its color and turning back to black. Before Duan Lingtian's consciousness completely disappeared, he clearly realized that the black energy in his body was black. When the scorching energy in Feng Tianwu's body surged into his, the black energy in his body also flowed into her body. It was equivalent to a mutual gift. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian completely lost consciousness. He had no idea what happened after that. He only had time to guide a gentle energy around himself and Feng Tianwu before he lost consciousness. It supported them as they slowly descended to prevent them from falling and injuring themselves. With their current height, if they were to fall while unconscious, they would definitely die. Duan Lingtian did not know how long he had been unconscious for. When he woke up again, he found himself lying in a luxurious room. The big, soft bed made him feel reluctant to leave. "Boss, you're finally awake." Duan Lingtian had just sat up on the bed when he heard a familiar voice. He could not help but look over. With just a glance, he saw a familiar figure. It was a big fatty. Li Xian. Li Xian was his childhood playmate. Later on, they even formed a deep brotherhood. "Fatty, what is this place?" Duan Lingtian asked curiously. "Boss, this is the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Imperial Palace," Li Xian said. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. That's right. If it wasn't the palace, how could it be so luxurious? Li Xian gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. He was not stingy with his praise. "Boss, aren't you too amazing? You actually killed the old man who led the group." When Li Xian said this, a smile bloomed on his face. Back then, he had been captured by one of the three people by the old man's side. He had always held a grudge against them. Now that the old man was dead, he felt joy and excitement from the bottom of his heart. "My mental energy feels like it's stagnating. Is it going to synchronize with my cultivation base? Is this a side effect of the Devil Seal tombstone?" Duan Lingtian quickly discovered this problem after inspecting his body. When he was first devilized by the Devil Seal tombstone, his mental energy, which was 2 levels higher than his cultivation base, was suppressed to a level higher than his cultivation base. Now, he was being devilized by the Devil Seal tombstone a second time. He could clearly feel that his mental energy, which was 1 level higher than his cultivation base, was stagnating. In the future, as his cultivation base increased, his mental energy might not rise to a level higher than his cultivation base. Instead, it would synchronize with his cultivation base. Currently, his cultivation base was at the 6th level void transformation stage, and his mental energy was at the 7th level void transformation stage. When his cultivation base broke through to the 7th level void transformation stage, his mental energy might not increase. Fortunately, my soul skill, 1000 illusions, is long gone. Otherwise, the impact would be huge. Duan Lingtian was slightly relieved. If he could still use his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, now, once his mental energy synchronized with his cultivation base, his soul skill would undoubtedly become useless. Where's Tian Wu? Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He looked at Li Xian and asked worriedly. He still remembered. Before he lost consciousness, Tian Wu's situation was extremely bad. Her fire spirit body's energy was about to completely erupt. At that time, even a deity could not save Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought of this. Could something have happened to Tian Wu? Duan Lingtian was slightly anxious. Boss, don't worry. Sister-in-law is fine. Grandma Meng is taking care of her. Li Xian smiled. This time, Duan Lingtian did not blame Li Xian for addressing Feng Tianwu as sister-in-law. After what happened last time, he had tacitly accepted Feng Tianwu in his heart. He no longer rejected her. Bring me to see her. Duan Lingtian said to Li Xian. There was a hint of anxiousness between his brows. This time, the reason Feng Tianwu faced a life and death crisis was all because of him, and it made him feel both touched and guilty. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian followed Li Xian to the place where Feng Tianwu was recuperating. On the way, Duan Lingtian found out from Li Xian that he had been lying in bed for an entire month. What? I've been lying in bed for a month? Yes. Li Xian nodded. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and thought to himself, the after-effects of the Devil Seal tablet are no joke. Fortunately, I fainted in the Imperial Palace this time. If I were to go somewhere else like last time, I would have died. After all, not everyone was as kind as Yi Xian. Finally, Duan Lingtian saw Feng Tianwu again. Feng Tianwu was still unconscious and showed no signs of waking up. Grandma Meng, is my sister-in-law still unconscious? Li Xian asked as he looked at Meng Ping. No. Meng Ping shook her head. Duan Lingtian stood next to the unconscious Feng Tianwu. He extended his spiritual energy soundlessly and quickly investigated Feng Tianwu's condition. The energy from the fire spirit body in Tian Wu's body has been completely neutralized. Also, Tian Wu's cultivation base has improved so much. What the hell is going on? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. However, this was a good thing. Chapter 1046. If Tian Wu's soul is not healed, it'll be difficult for her to wake up even if she wants to. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely grave. He had merged with the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories of his 2 lifetimes, so he had a good understanding of the soul. The soul was the foundation of a person. Once it was injured, the impact would be great. Take Feng Tianwu's current situation as an example. Feng Tianwu's soul was injured. Although it was not enough to destroy her soul, it would affect her mind, causing her to be unable to remain awake. She could only lie on the bed like she was now and become a living dead. She could not wake up like a normal person. Of course, her body was healthy and full of vitality. Duan Lingtian's gaze inadvertently landed on Feng Tianwu's right hand. That hand was tightly holding a 5-foot-long red flexible sword as though she was unwilling to let go even if she died. The red flexible sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing laid there, setting off Feng Tianwu's red clothes. It looked very harmonious. Although she hasn't woken up, she's holding that sword tightly from the beginning until the end. It's as though that sword is very important to her and she's unwilling to let go subconsciously. Meng Ping noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze and shook her head as she sighed. I really don't understand why she cares so much about that sword. It's as though it's a part of her body. Meng Ping's words made Duan Lingtian's heart tremble. He was the one who gave that sword to Tian Wu. Tian Wu. No matter what, I'll definitely heal your soul and wake you up. Duanling Tian's gaze was filled with firmness and resolution. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, it was not impossible to heal a soul injury like Feng Tianwu's. As long as one could find some rare treasures of heaven and earth on Cloud Continent, it could be healed. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, if Tian Wu consumes a large amount of royal-grade resurrection pills over a long period of time, there's still a chance for her soul to be healed. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. At some point in time, Duan Lingtian was sitting in front of the bed, staring blankly at the woman lying on the bed. His eyes and face were full of pity. When Meng Ping and Li Xian saw this, they glanced at each other before tactfully retreating and closing the door behind them. Tianwu, as Duan Lingtian stared at the woman's peerless face that could cause the downfall of a nation, the image of the figure that looked like a fire elf who had forcefully activated the fire profundity in the past appeared in his mind again. Tian Wu was willing to sacrifice her life for him. In her heart, he was more important than her life. Duan Lingtian's heart was not made of stone. From the moment Feng Tianwu did not hesitate to sacrifice her life for him, his heart was touched. He even thought that if he and Feng Tianwu could survive, he would definitely not reject Feng Tianwu from 1,000 miles away. In the past, he had always wanted to let fate take its course between him and Tian Wu. Now, it was time. Unfortunately, Tian Wu was unconscious due to the injury to her soul. The ending was not too perfect. Tian Wu, you don't have to wait for the next life. I'll treat you well in this life as long as you wake up. Duan Lingtian held Feng Tianwu's delicate hand tightly and said softly. His tone was gentle. This was a tone that he would only use in front of his two fiancées in the past. Now, he had given a portion of his gentleness to Feng Tianwu. Currently, Feng Tianwu had a very important position in his heart. Duan Lingtian held Feng Tianwu's hand quietly. His eyes never left her beautiful face. It was the first time he was quietly sizing up Feng Tianwu like this. At this moment, for the first time, he felt Feng Tianwu was much more beautiful than before. In the past, he seemed to have overlooked many of her strengths. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was moved. He bent down and lowered his head. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, Duan Lingtian kissed Feng Tianwu's forehead. His eyes were filled with tender love. After he got up, Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down. At this moment, he finally had the mood to think about other things. A month ago, I was devilified by the Devil Seal tablet. After I was devilified, I felt like I was dreaming. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he recalled the experience from a month ago. He still remembered. At that time, it was as though he had entered a wonderful dreamland. In the dreamland, the Anika sex elder who was at the peak of the void attacked him first. In the face of the Anika sex elder who had the strength of more than 4,000 ancient horned dragons, he only needed one punch to kill him easily. It was as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Subsequently, the North Nether sex supreme elder Feng Tong attacked him. His sword slashed toward him as though it was assisted by the gods. On the other hand, he merely raised his hand casually and easily caught Feng Tong's sword that contained the strength of more than 7,000 ancient horned dragons. After I was devilified, I'm actually so powerful? That was a martial monarch powerhouse. A martial monarch powerhouse's flesh and blood was destroyed and his bones were shattered by me with just one punch? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he recalled the dreamland. With just one blow, he caught Feng Tong's sword that he had used all his strength with his bare hand. He killed Feng Tong with just one punch. Although Feng Tong was only at the first-level martial monarch stage, he was still a powerful martial monarch powerhouse. He was not someone that could be compared to a martial artist at the peak of the void stage, let alone an ordinary void transformation stage martial artist. Even so, he was still killed by him with just one blow. To be more precise, he was killed by him with just one blow after he was devilified. Devil Seal Tablet. What's this thing? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt the mystery and power of the Devil Seal Tablet again. It was a mystery and power that he could not understand, and it shocked him. Moreover, I feel like the black energy I cast after I was devilified is exactly the same as the black energy Zhao Ming cast before. However, after I was devilified, my strength was stronger than Zhao Ming's. My attack was faster than Zhao Ming's. Even if I killed Feng Tong, I didn't have time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy to form the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian thought about Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming, the traitor of the Seven-Star Sword Sect. He had crippled his dantian and limbs and left him in a sealed inscription formation to fend for himself. However, Zhao Ming had appeared again not long ago. Not only were his limbs intact, but he also possessed a powerful strength. Moreover, the strength he possessed was not origin energy or concept. It was as though it was some other kind of strength. That kind of strength probably doesn't belong to Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian searched through the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu from his 2 lifetimes, but he could not find any record of that kind of strength. In the end, he came to this conclusion. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Other than this, he could not think of any other reason. Moreover, Zhao Ming was called a human puppet by that powerhouse who claimed he came from outside Cloud Continent. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian thought about the powerhouse who gave Zhao Ming a new life. He felt a headache when he thought about that powerhouse. That powerhouse's origin was mysterious, and it was related to many things that he could not figure out at all. In the end, he stopped thinking about it. When I have the ability to leave Cloud Continent in the future, all these mysteries will naturally be revealed. Before that, it's useless to think about it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If he continued to think about it, he would undoubtedly think about his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng, and the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, who left the word sword in the Cluster Mountain Gorge in Xiong Quan's hometown. Whether it was his cheapskate father, Duan Rufeng, or the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, both of them had a certain connection with the mysterious world outside Cloud Continent. I remember that after I killed Feng Tong, that North Nether sect's elder sneakily attacked Tian Wu. When Duan Lingtian recalled this, his eyes instantly turned crimson red. Waves of terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. The killing intent wreaked havoc, causing the entire room to fall into a purgatory. Boom! At the same time, Duan Lingtian suddenly stood up. The strength in his feet skyrocketed as he stomped on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the floor of the room. The cracks spread out like a gigantic spider web. Boom! 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 For a moment, the room that Duan Lingtian was in was on the verge of collapsing due to the force that swept out from his feet. Even the bed that Feng Tianwu was lying on began to sway from side to side. Crack! Soon after, the foot of the bed broke and the bed collapsed. The unconscious Feng Tianwu was flung off the bed. Tianwu. Seeing Feng Tianwu being flung off the bed, Duan Lingtian's crimson eyes finally regained their clarity. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and caught Feng Tianwu. He held her horizontally in front of his chest as though he had just obtained a treasure. Feng Tianwu's delicate body was soft in his hands, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to stir. The desire that he had not felt for a long time was on the verge of erupting. "Boss, what's wrong?" "Little Tian." At this moment, 2 figures broke through the door and looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. However, when they saw that the entire room was in shambles and the wooden bed that had collapsed, a hint of horror appeared on their faces. It was as though a great battle had just taken place here. "Boss, this is..." Li Xian swallowed hard as he stared at Duan Lingtian in a daze. "It's nothing. I've just been lying here for a month, so I wanted to move my limbs a little. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already calmed down. He shook his head and replied. Moved his limbs a little? The corner of Li Xian's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Meng Ping had a strange expression on her face. What's going on? Why did I feel so agitated when I recalled the scene of Tian Wu being ambushed earlier? A chill ran down Duan Lingtian's spine when he recalled the earlier scene. At that moment, he felt as though his emotions were no longer under his control. It was as though someone else had taken control of his body. His agitated emotions were constantly magnified. It seems like my emotions have become even more uncontrollable after being devilified by the Devil Seal tombstone for the second time. Soon after, Duan Lingtian guessed the reason. He still remembered. Back then, when he was devilified by the Devil Seal tombstone for the first time, his emotions had become slightly out of control. He was easily irritable. Chapter 1047. Now, he was certain of one thing. Every time the Devil Seal tablet devilified Duan Lingtian, the aftereffects would worsen. If I use the Devil Seal tablet a few more times, won't I be controlled by my emotions? Duan Lingtian could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought of this. That's right. Boss, His Majesty asked me to pass these to you. At this moment, Li Xian took out a few spatial rings and a pile of fragments from his spatial ring and passed them to Duan Lingtian. Among the pile of fragments, there were two that stood out the most. They were the profundity fragments that came from Bai Yu Hai, the martial monarch powerhouse from Anika sect, and Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether sect. As for the profundity fragment from Tong Shan, the martial monarch powerhouse from Izumo sect, Duan Lingtian had taken it along with his spatial ring after he killed him. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. He was slightly surprised. I didn't expect His Majesty to know how to retrieve these fragments from their bodies. Martial artists above the void transformation stage would have concept fragments in their bodies. Although this was common knowledge, Duan Lingtian was still surprised that someone in the Crimson Sky Kingdom knew about it. He. It said that His Majesty ordered their bodies to be cremated. His Majesty thinks these things are not simple, so he asked me to pass them to you after you woke up. Li Xian chuckled. Duan Lingtian finally understood. It seemed like even the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor did not know what a concept fragment and a profundity fragment were. It made sense when he thought about it. If the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor knew the value of these concept fragments and profundity fragments, he would definitely ask for one or two fragments from Duan Lingtian. I'll take these two fragments and the spatial ring. As for the rest, I'll leave them to you and the Divine Might Marquis estate. Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and took the two profundity fragments and the spatial rings from Bai Yu Hai and Feng Tong's bodies. He did not take the concept fragments. Leave them to me and the Divine Might Marquis estate. Li Xian was stunned. He did not know what Duan Lingtian meant. Little Tian. Could it be that these things aren't simple? At this moment, Meng Ping, who stood beside Li Xian, asked with a surprised expression. Grandma Meng, since you're the sect leader of the Flying Rainbow sect, and the Flying Rainbow sect is a sect of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Could it be that you haven't heard of concept fragments? Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Ping with a puzzled expression and asked. Concept fragment. Duan Lingtian's words were like a thunderclap that resounded out, and it shocked Meng Ping to the point she was dumbstruck. She only recovered from her shock after a long time, and she gasped for breath as she asked. Little Tian, you said these are concept fragments? Meng Ping asked in astonishment as she looked at the pile of fragments in Li Xian's hand that flickered with various colored energies. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. These are concept fragments. Moreover, they're concept fragments of extremely high grade. As long as you comprehend the corresponding concept, you can use them to quickly elevate your concept to the void transformation concept. They really are concept fragments. Although Meng Ping had never seen a concept fragment before, she had read about it in some of the ancient books in her sect. She knew it was something that was born in the body of a void transformation powerhouse. No. In next to no time, Meng Ping shuddered as she seemed to have recalled something, and she revealed an astonished expression as she looked at Duanling Tian. Little Tian. According to my knowledge, concept fragments can only be nurtured within the body of a void transformation stage powerhouse. You mean? Those mysterious powerhouses are all void transformation stage powerhouses? Meng Ping's eyes narrowed as she spoke, and her breathing quickened again. That's right. Duanling Tian nodded. For a time, not only was Meng Ping stunned, but even Li Xian was dumbstruck. These things are born in the body of a void transformation powerhouse? Meng Ping's words echoed in Li Xian's ears as he looked at the pile of fragments in his hand. His heartbeat quickened, and he could not calm down for a long time. Void transformation powerhouse. What kind of powerful existence was that? Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and the Darkstone Empire had never heard of a void transformation powerhouse. It was said that even in the Dark Han dynasty, void transformation stage powerhouses were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Li Xian knew his boss was powerful. Even so, he did not expect his boss to be able to kill a void transformation powerhouse. He originally thought his boss was only respected among the younger generation in the Dark Han dynasty. However, it seemed like his boss could even kill a void transformation powerhouse. Looks like. Even in the entire Dark Han dynasty, I'm afraid there are not many people who can defeat my boss. Li Xian guessed. If Li Xian knew, the owners of the pile of concept fragments in his hands could easily annihilate the entire Dark Han dynasty by themselves, so perhaps he wouldn't think like this. Boss, Grandma Meng, what's the use of these concept fragments? Li Xian could not help but ask curiously as he looked at the pile of fragments in his hand. He subconsciously felt that these things that came from the body of a void transformation powerhouse were not simple. Soon after, Li Xian found out what a concept fragment was and what its use was from Meng Ping. It can help a martial artist to raise their concept quickly? Similar to a spirit fruit to raise one's cultivation base? Li Xian's eyes lit up. His breathing that had calmed down became rapid again. The fat on his body and face trembled along with his emotions. Only now did he realize the value of the pile of fragments in his hand. Boss, are you really going to leave these concept fragments to me and the Divine Might Marquis estate? You don't want them for yourself? Li Xian took a deep breath and tried to suppress the excitement in his heart as he looked at Duanling Tian and asked. There's no need. Duanling Tian shook his head and looked at Meng Ping with an apologetic smile. Grandma Meng, I'm afraid I have to leave now. Please help me bid farewell to Grandfather Nye, Uncle Nye, and Brother Nye. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Meng Ping and Li Xian's response, Duanling Tian disappeared before their eyes with Feng Tianwu. It was as though he had never appeared. Duanling Tian's speed was so fast that Meng Ping and Li Xian could not react in time. When they finally regained their senses, they smiled wryly. Boss left again. I really don't know when I'll see him again. Li Xian said with a long face. Looks like little Tian doesn't plan to say goodbye to them this time. Meng Ping sighed. She could guess the meaning behind Duanling Tian's words. It was obvious that Duanling Tian planned to leave the Crimson Sky Kingdom immediately. As for why Duanling Tian was in such a hurry to leave, she had no idea. However, she could vaguely guess that it had something to do with Feng Tianwu. Naturally, Duanling Tian's sudden departure had something to do with Feng Tianwu. Although Tianwu's soul is only injured and her body is fine, it's not suitable for her to be exposed to the air for too long. It's best if she has the 1,000-year frost to protect her body. Of course, it'll be best if she has the 10,000-year frost. After Duan Lingtian left the Crimson Sky Kingdom with Feng Tianwu in his arms, he headed in the direction of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I'll look for Xiong Quan first. He planned to look for Xiong Quan, whom he and Feng Tianwu had left behind a few days ago. During their journey, Duan Lingtian continued to observe the situation in Feng Tianwu's body with his spiritual energy. The fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body has been completely suppressed. Moreover, the fire spirit body's energy has merged with her origin energy, causing her cultivation base to have a huge breakthrough. The fire spirit body's energy doesn't seem to have been completely exhausted. It's still working with Tianwu's origin energy according to the cultivation method's route. Tianwu's cultivation base is still rising rapidly. Soon after, Duan Lingtian gained a certain understanding of Feng Tianwu's condition. Feng Tianwu was only at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage earlier. However, after the suppressed fire spirit body's energy merged with her origin energy, it helped her raise her cultivation base rapidly. The increase was even more exaggerated than consuming a spirit fruit. In just a month's time, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had successfully broken through to the 9th level void interpretation with the help of the suppressed fire spirit body's energy. Based on this trend, it's only a matter of time before Tianwu breaks through to the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian could easily see this. However, how did the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body get suppressed? Soon after, Duan Lingtian frowned. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, there were only 2 ways for a possessor of the fire spirit body like Tianwu to suppress the fire spirit body's energy in her body. Only by completely suppressing the fire spirit body's energy would she be able to guarantee that she would not be devoured by the fire spirit body's energy when she was 30 years old. There were 2 ways. First, find a possessor of the water spirit body or the ice spirit body. Moreover, the possessor must be a male. After the yin and yang harmonization, the possessor could suppress the fire spirit body's energy in their body. Second, after one's cultivation base had broken through to the void transformation stage, one could rely on the void transformation stage's origin energy to suppress the fire spirit body's energy in their body. However, the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body isn't suppressed through these 2 methods. Duan Lingtian frowned as he recalled what happened a month ago. I remember before I completely lost consciousness, the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body seemed to have entered my body and repelled the energy from the Devil Seal tablet. Before I lost consciousness, I regained control of my body. Before I regained control of my body, a wave of black energy seemed to have surged out of my body after I was devilified and rushed into Tianwu's body. Could it be that this energy suppressed the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body? Soon after, Duan Lingtian recalled this matter. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. It seems like the fire spirit body's energy in Tianwu's body was indeed suppressed by the energy that surged out of my body after I was devilified. I can't believe the person who helped Tianwu break free from the shackles of the fire spirit body's 30-year lifespan was really me. Chapter 1048. Duan Lingtian still remembered. That year, when he first came to the Dark Stone Empire, he went to Phoenix Nest City and happened to encounter Feng Tianwu holding the groom search competition at the entrance of the city governor's estate. The groom search competition that time was organized by Feng Wudao for Feng Tianwu. There was only one purpose. It seemed to be because of some prophecy. It was to find the man in Feng Tianwu's destiny. It was said that man could help her break the curse of the innate spirit body that would definitely die at the age of 30. At that time, Duan Lingtian only thought it was nonsense. although all the clues pointed to him. But now, he had no choice but to believe the prophecy because the prophecy had come true. It was indeed him who helped Feng Tianwu break the shackles of the innate spirit body's destiny. Feng Tianwu was not even 30 years old. The energy of the fire spirit body in her body was suppressed and transformed into a part of the energy in her body that urged her origin energy to rapidly raise her cultivation base. It was precisely because of that prophecy that allowed Tian Wu to meet me. As for what happened after that, everything seemed to be logical. Duan Tian could not help but sigh as he recalled the past. Perhaps, the fate between him and Feng Tianwu had quietly begun when he first met Feng Tianwu. At that time, the gears of fate had already tightly locked them together. The last time when he went from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Tian had slightly suppressed his speed because he had to take care of Feng Tianwu. This time, his speed had increased by more than one level when he carried Feng Tianwu. Therefore, he quickly returned to the small city that was closest to the Xiong family's village. After arriving at the small city and returning to the inn, Duan Tian noticed Xiong Quan was still cultivating. It was as if he did not know he had left with Feng Tianwu. This time, Duan Tian woke Xiong Quan up. "Young master." When Xiong Quan heard Duan Tian's call, he immediately woke up from his cultivation. He opened the door and respectfully bowed to Duan Tian. "Xiong Quan, let's go to the Dark Han dynasty." Duan Tian said to Xiong Quan. Xiong Quan didn't ask any more questions and left with Duan Tian. Of course, he was taken away by Duan Tian. After his meridians and marrow cleansing, even though he had barely recovered his void prying stage cultivation base and was able to fly, his speed was still too slow. At the very least, he was too slow in front of Duan Tian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Tian carried Feng Tianwu horizontally and brought Xiong Quan all the way towards the Dark Han dynasty's capital. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. "Young master, young lady Tian Wu is." On the way, Xiong Quan could not help but ask curiously when he saw Feng Tianwu did not move even after being carried by Duan Tian horizontally for a long time. Something happened to Tian Wu. She might be unconscious for a while. Duan Tian said. He knew very well that it was almost impossible for Feng Tianwu to wake up before her soul was healed. Fortunately, Feng Tianwu's cultivation base had reached the stage where she could not eat. She could survive without eating anything. However, the most important thing right now was to find the 1,000-year frost or the 10,000-year frost. Only in this way could Feng Tianwu's body be better preserved. She would not be affected by some external factors and something bad would happen. Xiong Quan nodded. Although he still had doubts in his heart, he did not continue to ask. He was a smart person. He knew what to ask and what not to ask. A few days later, Duan Tian arrived at the Dark Han dynasty's capital with Xiong Quan. The first thing he did was to go to the Dark Han dynasty's palace. He stood in the air and spoke slowly. "Duan Tian is here for a visit." Duan Tian's voice was like thunder. It reverberated in the entire Dark Han dynasty's palace. "Duan Tian is here?" The entire palace was in an uproar. Presently, so long as it was someone from the Dark Han dynasty, there wasn't a single person that didn't know Duan Tian. The person who won first place in the martial competition organized by the Dark Han dynasty had participated in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties organized by the forces of the foreign lands. In their opinion, Duan Tian was the glory of the Dark Han dynasty. During the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had defeated the young powerhouses from the other 9 great dynasties and brought glory to the Dark Han dynasty. Duan Tian? Naturally, there were some people in the palace who had a grave expression on their faces. These people included the Dark Han dynasty's emperor and the few Dark Han dynasty's old princes. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that their cultivation base was able to break through to the void transformation stage. It could be said that they were indebted to Duan Lingtian. However, they had no choice but to betray Duan Lingtian when 3 groups of powerhouses came to visit earlier. They told the 3 groups of powerhouses about Duan Lingtian's origin. They felt guilty about this. Duan Lingtian is still alive? Soon after, the Dark Han dynasty's emperor and the few old princes gathered together. Their faces were filled with astonishment and disbelief. Any one of the 3 groups of powerhouses who came to look for them was so powerful that even if they joined forces, they were no match for them. The 3 groups of powerhouses who came to the Dark Han dynasty to look for Duan Lingtian did not come with good intentions. However, they allowed Duan Lingtian to survive? Don't tell me he's here to denounce us. I think so. Indeed, we're in the wrong. However, how did he survive the 3 groups of powerhouses? Perhaps, the 3 groups of powerhouses did not do anything to him. Impossible. Many of the 3 groups of powerhouses had killing intent in their eyes when they mentioned Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, it's impossible for them to let Duan Lingtian go. The few of them discussed among themselves. In the end, they had to admit that Duan Lingtian survived the 3 groups of powerhouses and came to the Dark Han dynasty's capital, the Imperial Palace. I'll go alone. All of you, protect His Majesty. One of the old princes, who was Zishang's master, said to the other Dark Han dynasty's old princes after taking a deep breath. Imperial uncle. Horror dawned on the Dark Han dynasty's emperor. Don't worry, Your Majesty. It's fine even if Duan Lingtian is here to denounce us. He might not be as strong as I am. The old prince smiled. He did not wait for the Dark Han dynasty's emperor's reply before he flew toward the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air with Feng Tianwu in his arms. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as though they could see through everything. Not long after, he saw a familiar figure soar into the sky and arrive in front of him in a moment. Zishang's master? Duan Lingtian recognized the old man in front of him immediately. The old man could be considered as an old acquaintance of his. However, although the old man had a relationship with Zishang, he had never helped Zishang deal with him. At the very least, he did not think so. Therefore, he had no ill intentions toward the old man. Duan Lingtian, when did you return from the Blade sect? The old man asked in a friendly manner as he forced a smile on his face. I just returned a while ago. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Old prince, I'm here to ask for a favor from the imperial family. I'm sure it won't be difficult for the imperial family. You're a hero of the Dark Han dynasty. As long as it's within the imperial family's power, we'll help you. Tell me. The old man said. At the same time, he secretly sighed in relief when he realized Duan Lingtian was not here to denounce him. Although he seemed to be very confident in front of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor earlier, he could not help but feel slightly perturbed in his heart. He really did not dare be certain that he could defeat the current Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a monster. From the dynasty martial competition to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's improvement with his own eyes. The last time he saw Duan Lingtian was when Duan Lingtian decided to join the Blade sect. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's strength would definitely increase after joining the Blade sect. It was not impossible for Duan Lingtian to surpass him. A monster could not be judged by common sense. Moreover, there were 3 groups of powerhouses who went to look for Duan Lingtian, but Duan Lingtian was still alive. He had a feeling that something was not right. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless when he faced Duan Lingtian. He treated him with caution. I'm here for one thing. I wonder if the imperial family has the 10,000-year frost? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at the old man. 10,000-year frost. The old man's eyes narrowed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The 10,000-year frost was ice that had been accumulated for 10,000 years. It would not melt even if it was burned by an ordinary flame, a low-grade pill fire, or a weapon fire. A small piece of 10,000 years old glacial ice could quickly calm a person's restless mind, allowing them to enter a better state of cultivation, allowing them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. One could imagine how precious the 10,000-year frost was. He himself had a cushion made from a piece of 10,000-year-old ice. Usually, he would take it out and use it when he couldn't calm down to cultivate. Duan Lingtian, after you joined the Blade sect. I wonder how strong you are now. The old man did not answer Duan Lingtian immediately. Instead, he asked this question. Naturally, he did not ask this question on a whim. He wanted to know how strong Duan Lingtian was now. He wanted to know if the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family was willing to give him the 10,000-year frost. This was because even the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family did not have much 10,000-year frost in stock. Why? Does the old prince want to see if I'm qualified to obtain the 10,000-year frost? Duan Lingtian asked with narrowed eyes. He could easily tell what the old man was thinking. The old man was a little embarrassed when Duan Lingtian pointed it out. However, he did not deny it. If I'm not mistaken, the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family seems to have benefited a lot from the Skywolf Fort and the Blade sect because of me, right? Duan Lingtian said calmly, I think the 10,000-year frost is not as valuable as the benefits you guys obtained because of me, right? The old man was even more embarrassed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he did not say anything. Since the old prince wants to see how strong I am now, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 1049. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and shouted coldly. At the same time, the anger in his mind continued to spread and grow. The after-effects of the Devil Seal tablet affected Duan Lingtian imperceptibly. Boom! The moment Duan Lingtian took a step forward, a wave of vast energy swept out and targeted the old man in front of him. It was so fast that it was even faster than lightning. *T. The moment Duan Lingtian took a step forward, the old man realized that something was amiss. His heart could not help but rise to his throat. At this moment, when he saw a wave of energy that even he could not see with his naked eyes gushing out of Duan Lingtian's body, his eyes instantly narrowed. Fear was written all over his face. Run! Without any hesitation, the old man immediately moved. He wanted to quickly escape from the attack range of Duan Lingtian's energy. However, could he escape? Duan Lingtian attacked in anger. Even without the quasi-royal grade spirit sword, the energy that was transformed from his origin energy and various concepts was equivalent to the strength of 2,700 ancient horned dragons. Dealing with a first-level void transformation martial artist who had just comprehended the first-level void transformation concept was no different from using a butcher's cleaver to kill a chicken. That was the truth. Boom! The energy that gushed out of Duan Lingtian's body seemed to have transformed into a wave of vast multicolored flames. At the moment when the old man was about to move, he was completely drowned in it. Boom! 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 Wherever the multicolored flames passed, the sound of air exploding continuously sounded like thunder. It swept through the entire Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace. Rumble! 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 In the end, the energy that seemed to have transformed into multicolored flames covered the majestic palace in the middle of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial palace and instantly razed it to the ground. Not only that, but there was also a bottomless pit where the palace had been. The pit was so big that it was enough to bury thousands of people. Young master is so powerful. Xiaofan, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, witnessed the old man in front of Duan Lingtian being obliterated by the multicolored energy surging out of Duan Lingtian. Apart from a spatial ring and a concept fragment, there was nothing else on the old man's body. Not even a speck was left. Young master, are you all right? At the same time, Xiaofan looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Just now, he had sensed it. When his young master took a step towards the old man, a terrifying power surged out of his body. His young master's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. At that moment, he felt that his young master had changed, becoming extremely unfamiliar. It was as if he had turned into a bloodthirsty Azura that had crawled out of hell. Duan Lingtian, whose body was emitting waves of terrifying killing intent, gradually regained consciousness after hearing Xiaofan's call. At this moment, he only felt a little dizzy. When he regained his senses, he recalled what had just happened. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Earlier, I only wanted to show him my current strength so that the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family would obediently hand over the 10,000-year frost. However, I didn't expect that I would be controlled by my emotions and kill him. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. All he could feel was numbness on his scalp. For the first time, the after-effects of the Devil Seal Tablet terrified him from the bottom of his heart. When he was devilified by the Devil Seal Tablet for the first time, he felt that his emotions had become more agitated. In the end, he confirmed that it was the after-effects of the Devil Seal Tablet. However, at that time, he could still easily suppress his agitated emotions, so he did not take it to heart. However, after being devilified by the Devil Seal Tablet for the second time, he could no longer control his emotions. He realized that as long as he was slightly angered, his emotions would go out of his control. His anger would be magnified, and he would even do some extreme things. When he regained his senses, he recalled what had just happened. After the Devil Seal Tablet devilified me, it gave me the power to kill an ordinary martial monarch powerhouse. However, the price to pay for all of this is extremely high. Duan Lingtian's face was gloomy. The Devil Seal Tablet was like a double-edged sword. Killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of his own. Moreover, he had an intuition. If he allowed the Devil Seal Tablet to devilify him again, he would lose control of his emotions. In the end, he might lose himself and turn into a killing machine. If it's not necessary, I must never use the Devil Seal Tablet again. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and made up his mind. To him, the Devil Seal Tablet was no longer a life-saving straw. It might even suppress his consciousness and turn him into a killing machine controlled by his emotions. So what if he's dead? After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian casually put away the spatial ring and concept fragment of the old man, the Dark Han dynasty's old prince, into his spatial ring. He hated ungrateful people the most in his life. Earlier, the Dark Han dynasty's old prince had spoken as though they would not hand over the 10,000-year frost unless he was strong enough to suppress the entire Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. I've obtained many spirit weapons, pills, and even concept fragments for the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Now, I only want the 10,000-year frost that's not as valuable as the items they obtained from Skywolf Fort and Blade Sect. How dare he refuse me? Duan Lingtian's face was filled with anger again. The murderous aura on his body was rising again. Young master. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when Xiaofan shouted again. His face turned even gloomier. Damn it! The after-effects of the Devil Seal Tablet have worsened to this extent. It seems like I have to suppress my emotions if it's not necessary. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was deeply aware of the after-effects that the Devil Seal Tablet brought to him. It was completely out of his control. Duan Lingtian. How dare you kill my imperial uncle? Soon after, a furious voice shot up into the sky. A figure covered in a golden dragon robe appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a dignified expression on his face. It was the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. At this moment, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. His eyes gleamed coldly as though he was about to devour someone. However, there was a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes. He had clearly witnessed the scene of Duan Lingtian killing the old man with just a single blow. He knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian since he was not as powerful as the old man. "Your Majesty!" At this moment, another two old men shot up into the sky and arrived next to the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor. They looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance with dread on their faces. Their faces were pale. How long has it been, and there are so many void transformation martial artists in the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family? Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy instantly probed the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor and the other two old men's cultivation base. He chuckled before his voice gradually turned low. "However, have all of you forgotten? Who's the main reason all of you managed to break through to the void transformation stage today?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he mocked. He was afraid he would be controlled by his emotions again, so he tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart to prevent it from spilling out. Otherwise, he was really worried he would be controlled by his anger again and kill the three void transformation martial artists from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family in front of him. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's face turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The other two Dark Han Dynasty's old princes were embarrassed as well. Naturally, the person who contributed the most was the purple-clad young man standing in front of them, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Finally, the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor opened his mouth and said coldly, "I admit that we managed to break through to the void transformation stage mainly because of you. However, this doesn't mean you can kill the people from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family as you wish." "Kill as I wish." Duan Lingtian smiled. "Your Majesty, it seems like you don't know the reason behind this, right? Don't you think it's a little arbitrary to accuse me of killing the people from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family if you don't know the reason?" "Huh?" The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even the two old men standing next to him were looking at Duan Lingtian with a puzzled expression on their faces. They only saw Duan Lingtian killing the old prince from afar. They did not know what happened between the old prince and Duan Lingtian. "Today, I came here to ask for the 10,000-year frost from the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family." However, that old man changed the topic on purpose. "Moreover, based on his words, it seems like you'll only give me the 10,000-year frost if I'm strong enough to suppress the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family." Duan Lingtian spoke word by word as he patiently recounted what had happened earlier. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor's expression changed immediately. As for the other two old men, they felt their faces burning. In their opinion, even if they offered up all the 10,000-year frost that the imperial family had stored, it would only be a fraction of what Duan Lingtian had done for the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family. Although the 10,000-year frost was precious, they did not use much of it. Most of the time, they kept it at the bottom of the treasure vault. However, the benefits that Duan Lingtian had obtained for them allowed them to break through to the void transformation stage. It had fulfilled their long-cherished wish. "Now, esteemed Dark Han Dynasty's emperor, do you still think I'm wantonly slaughtering the members of your Dark Han Dynasty?" Duan Lingtian asked mockingly as he narrowed his eyes. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor remained silent for a long time because he knew he was in the wrong. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually darkened. "Duan Lingtian. The imperial family is in the wrong. It's not your fault." The two old princes standing next to the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor panicked and they saw the change in Duan Lingtian's expression and recalled the strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier. "Yes, it's not your fault. As for the 10,000-year ice you want, you can take it from our treasury now." The two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family panicked. Chapter 1050. The two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family led the way while Duan Lingtian carried Feng Tianwu, who was still unconscious. Xiaofan followed closely behind. "Who's this lady?" At this moment, the two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family finally noticed the red-clad lady in Duan Lingtian's arms. Their faces were filled with shock and confusion. She must be Duan Lingtian's confidant. Both of them only glanced at Feng Tianwu, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, before they looked away. They were afraid that they would vent their anger on Duan Lingtian. The two old men who had lived for more than half of their lives were like mice that saw a cat when they faced Duan Lingtian. Although they felt aggrieved, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. In this world where the strong were respected, whoever had the hardest fist would be the boss. They knew they were no match for this young man who was not even 30 years old, so they could only admit defeat. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Xiaofan followed the two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family into the Dark Han dynasty's treasure vault. There were many treasures stored inside. One must admit that the Dark Han dynasty's treasure vault was huge. The items inside were extremely rare. It was far more valuable than the treasure vault in the Darkstone Empire that Duan Lingtian had entered before. It made sense when one thought about it. One was a dynasty while the other was an empire under the rule of a dynasty. Naturally, there was no comparison between the two. "The 10,000-year frost is here." One of the old prince's voice came from the back of a side palace in the treasure vault. It attracted Duan Lingtian's attention and he could not help but fly over. Soon after, he brought Xiaofan into the side palace. As soon as he entered the side hall, Duan Lingtian felt an icy cold and bone-piercing aura assault his face, causing him, who was completely unprepared, to be unable to refrain from shuddering, and he hurriedly used his origin energy to protect his body before blocking out the cold air. Next, he saw a high platform made entirely of translucent ice standing beside the old prince, who was also holding up an elemental energy shield. The cold aura was coming from the platform. The high platform was divided into two levels. One layer on the outside and one layer on the inside. If one looked carefully, they would find that although the platform was sparkling and translucent, the color of the outer layer was not as deep as the inner layer. The difference between the two was huge. The outside is the 1,000-year ice, and the inside is the 10,000-year ice. The old prince said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Even if no one reminded him, he could easily tell the difference between the 1,000-year frost and the 10,000-year frost with the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara. The cold air was coming from the 1,000-year frost. To be precise, not all of it came from the Millennium Frost. Some of it came from the 10,000-year frost, and then from the Millennium Frost. Of course, without the 1,000-year frost as a restraint, the 10,000-year frost would be even more terrifying. It could freeze a person with a low cultivation within 100 meters into an ice sculpture. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian hugged Tian Wu with one hand and raised his other hand to form a palm blade. He slashed out continuously. Whoosh! 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 6 lightning-like blade beams shot out in a row and landed on the crystal-clear platform in the distance, which was made up of the 1,000-year frost ice and 10,000-year frost ice. Soon after, the outer layer of the 1,000-year frost broke off and fell to the ground with loud noises. At the same time, the 10,000-year frost finally revealed its true form. Not only that, but as the 10,000-year frost ice broke away from the 1,000-year frost ice, an even more terrifying chill swept out and spread in all directions. Duan Lingtian did not move at all. The Dark Han dynasty's old prince had a solemn expression on his face. He tried his best to form an origin energy light shield to block the cold aura. Crack. As for Xiaofan, the elemental energy barrier on his body was instantly shattered by the cold air, and the overwhelming cold air invaded his body, causing him to feel his entire body stiffen from the cold. Xiaofan. In Duanlingtian's eyes, Xiaofan had turned into an ice sculpture. Moreover, his life force was still fading away. If nobody came to save Xiaofan, he would definitely die in a dozen breaths at most. Whoosh! As Duanlingtian raised his hand, gusts of green wind appeared and twined around Xiaofan's body. It formed a barrier that blocked the cold aura that continued to attack Xiaofan. Whoosh! Subsequently, strands of raging flames were born within the green gale. As soon as the flame appeared, it twined around Xiaofan, who was frozen into an ice sculpture like gangrene. Subsequently, it melted the ice around Xiaofan's body and entered his body. The flame was the fire concept that Duanlingtian controlled. Naturally, it did not affect Xiaofan at all. In just 3 breaths, Duanlingtian activated the fire concept and easily expelled the cold aura from Xiaofan's body, allowing him to return to normal. Thank you, young master. Xiaofan hurriedly thanked Duanlingtian after he inhaled sharply with lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, there was a bitter smile on his face. At this moment, he further felt the gap between him and his young master. He only felt like he was a burden following his young master. After expelling the cold aura from Xiaofan's body, Duanlingtian's origin energy surged out of his body without reservation. It transformed into a light shield that enveloped Xiaofan. Xiaofan was instantly protected. He no longer had to worry about being attacked by the 10,000-year frost's cold aura. M6th level Void Transformation Stage. The Darkhan dynasty's old prince who had just entered the side palace and the old prince who was originally in the side palace stared blankly at the heaven and earth phenomenon that appeared above Duanlingtian's head. Those silhouettes of ancient horned dragons caused them to be unable to help but be dumbstruck. At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying Duanlingtian's strength was. At the same time, they were glad that they did not offend Duanlingtian. Otherwise, they would not be able to survive even if they had 10 lives. 6th level Void Transformation Stage. Xiaofan narrowed his eyes as he looked above Duanlingtian's head when he heard the 2 Darkhan dynasty's old prince's exclamation. Although he knew his young master was strong, he did not expect his young master to be this strong. The 6th level Void Transformation Stage was not far from the Martial Monarch stage. A 6th level Void Transformation Stage martial artist who's not even 30 years old. I'm afraid he's as rare as a phoenix's feather and a cheelan's horn in the entire Cloud continent, right? Xiaofan thought to himself as his heart jolted. Buzz. 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 Soon after, the 3 of them, including Xiaofan, heard the sound of saber whistling. They could not help but look in the direction of the sound. They noticed that as Duanlingtian's palm saber continued to sweep out, the thick 10,000-year frost quickly turned into an ice coffin. Whoosh! As Duanlingtian raised his hand, the lid of the ice coffin flew up and hovered in the air. Subsequently, Duanlingtian suddenly shook his other hand that was holding Feng Tianwu. At this moment, Feng Tianwu's body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force as she slowly fell into the ice coffin. The lid that was hovering in the air finally fell and closed after her entire body fell into the ice coffin. Through the crystal-clear ice coffin, one could see a beautiful red-clad lady lying quietly inside. One could see the cold air surrounding the red-clad lady's body, but it could not penetrate her body. If one looked closely, one could see it. The red-clad lady's body was covered in red mist and white mist. It seemed to have formed a barrier that completely blocked the cold air from the 10,000-year frost. It was the protective energy that was automatically released from the red-clad lady's body. With Tian Wu's cultivation base at the 9th level void interpretation and the origin energy that has been fused with the fire spirit body's energy, not only will she not be attacked by the cold air while lying in the ice coffin made from 10,000-year-old frost, she'll be able to cultivate better. A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. It was a satisfied smile. At this moment, the two old princes from the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family finally realized that Duan Lingtian needed the 10,000-year frost to make the ice coffin for the red-clad lady. However, they were puzzled. It was obvious that the red-clad lady's vitality was extremely strong. Why would Duan Lingtian hide it? Naturally, they did not dare to ask even though they were puzzled. I also need some materials to inscribe inscriptions and set up inscription formations. The Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's treasure vault has them. Is it alright if I use them? Duan Lingtian asked calmly as he looked at the two old princes. No problem, no problem. The two old princes hurriedly waved their hands. Just take whatever you need. That's right. It doesn't matter even if you empty the treasure vault. The two old princes did not have any objections to Duan Lingtian, whose cultivation base had broken through to the 6th level void transformation stage. They did not dare to have any objections. Therefore, the rest of the matter was simple. Duan Lingtian began to select the materials before he began to inscribe and set up the inscription formation. Apart from inscribing the selected materials, Duan Lingtian also had to inscribe inscriptions on the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was lying in to set up inscription formations. The first inscription formation was used to suppress the cold air on the ice coffin so that it would completely disappear. The second inscription formation was a defensive inscription formation. It allowed the ice coffin to have a strong defense. Naturally, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy, the defensive inscription formation he inscribed could only block the attack of an ordinary martial artist below the 7th level void transformation stage at most. If a martial artist above the 7th level void transformation stage attacked, the ice coffin would still be destroyed. The third inscription formation was a killing formation. It was the only killing formation that Duan Lingtian could set up with his current spiritual energy. To be more precise, it was the only killing formation in the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memory that he could set up now. It was impossible for a single inscription to kill a martial artist who had entered the void. Chapter 1051. Naturally, the lethality of the killing formation formed by the inscriptions inscribed by Duan Lingtian's current spiritual energy was limited. It could only kill martial artists below the 7th level void transformation stage. The killing formation that Duan Lingtian set up could not kill martial artists at the 7th level void transformation stage or above. It was not powerful enough. The power of an inscription formation was closely related to the spiritual energy of the inscription master who inscribed and set it up. Both were indispensable. My current spiritual energy is still too weak. I can only inscribe higher-level inscriptions and set up higher-level inscription formations when my spiritual energy is powerful. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. However, he knew there was nothing he could do about it. I can only raise the level of the inscription formation after my spiritual energy has improved in the future. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he glanced at the ice coffin that was hovering in the air under his control. Xiaofan, let's go. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished muttering to himself, he called out to Xiaofan and raised his hand to guide the ice coffin toward the side of the side palace's wall. The ice coffin seemed to have transformed into a crystal-clear lightning bolt. Boom! Wherever the ice coffin passed, the airflow would surge as it pierced a huge hole in one of the side palace's walls. Duan Lingtian and Xiaofan flew out as well. Whoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian flew out, he guided the ice coffin and Xiaofan as well. The three of them transformed into 3 bolts of lightning and disappeared before the eyes of the 2 Dark Han Dynasty's old princes in just a blink of an eye. The 2 old men's mouths twitched when they saw the huge hole in the wall. "Is this really a specially reinforced wall?" one of the old men asked in a daze. It said that even a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist would need at least half an hour to break through the wall. The other old man said in a daze. "No wonder. He's a 6th-level void transformation powerhouse. I wonder how much stronger he is compared to a 9th-level void interpretation martial artist." In the end, the 2 old men realized the truth before their eyes. They could only smile wryly. Whoosh! 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 After the 3 bolts of lightning left the treasure vault in the Dark Han Dynasty's imperial palace, they did not leave the imperial city. Instead, they went to the Zhang clan's estate. Big Brother Zhang. After arriving at the Zhang clan's estate, Duan Lingtian's thunderous voice reverberated in the air. There was a commotion in the Zhang clan's estate. Soon after, a figure flew over like a bolt of lightning and appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was a young man who seemed to be in his middle age. "Brother Ling, what happened to Tian Wu?" The person was none other than Zhang Shouyong. As soon as he appeared, he instantly noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. It was the ice coffin? Who would carry an ice coffin around with them? Soon, Zhang Shouyong saw a person lying in the ice coffin, and it was someone he was extremely familiar with. His expression changed for a moment. Something happened to Tian Wu. She will be unconscious for a while. Although Duan Lingtian said it casually, Zhang Shouyong could sense it was not a simple matter. However, since Duan Lingtian did not say anything, he did not probe further. Through the ice coffin, he could see the origin energy that was constantly emanating from Feng Tianwu's body. It formed a protective layer to resist the cold. The origin energy that was constantly pulsing was enough to show the vitality in Feng Tianwu's body. "Brother Ling Tian, you finally came to the capital. Since you're here at our Zhang clan's estate, why don't you stay for a while?" Zhang Shouyong invited passionately. "Tian Wu can also rest well." "Big Brother Zhang, there's no need for that. I came here to ask you if you and sister-in-law plan to return to the Blade sect. If you want to go back, I can send you back and then go do my own thing." When Duan Lingtian explained the purpose of his visit, there was a hint of eagerness in his tone. He was eager to bring Feng Tianwu to look for the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. As long as he obtained the royal grade resurrection pill left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he might be able to help Feng Tianwu heal her soul. Naturally, it was only a possibility. According to the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, a large number of royal grade resurrection pills were needed to heal an injured soul. However, there were not many royal grade resurrection pills left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. He did not know if it would be enough. However, no matter what, Duan Lingtian wanted to give it a try. Moreover, the reincarnation Emperor Wu's great treasure was originally his next stop. "Brother Ling Tian, Qiong'er and I won't be returning to the Blade sect for the time being. I plan to stay and accompany her to every corner of the Dark Han dynasty before we go to the other 9 great dynasties." A doting smile appeared on Zhang Shouyong's face when he mentioned Wang Qiong. Duan Lingtian nodded. "If that's the case, we'll take our leave first." Then, without waiting for Zhang Shouyong's reply, Duan Lingtian brought the ice coffin with Feng Tianwu lying on it and Xiong Quan. It was as though they had transformed into 3 bolts of lightning as they headed toward the northern desert. Along the way, everything was calm and peaceful. Naturally, it was mainly because Duan Lingtian was flying too fast with the ice coffin and Xiong Quan. They left a trail of dust in their wake, causing the bandits to avoid them. They realized that Duan Lingtian was not a pushover, so they did not dare to provoke him. Just like that, Duan Lingtian entered the northern desert again. Soon after, he arrived at the first city he went to when he first came to the foreign lands, the ancient desert city. At the same time, it was also the territory of the Skywolf Fort. Initially, he came to the ancient desert city to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by the Skywolf Fort. Whoosh! A soft sound came from the spacious restaurant. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a crystal-clear ice coffin flew into the restaurant and floated in front of a table by the window. At the same time, 2 people appeared at the table. One of them was a purple-clad young man who sat down while the other was a middle-aged man who stood behind him. That's an ice coffin? Look at the texture of the ice coffin. It seems to be made of 10,000 years old ice. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man's identity is not simple to be able to find a huge piece of 10,000 years old ice that can be used to make an ice coffin. The customers in the restaurant discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with dread when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan, sit down and eat. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiong Quan. Young master, I'm not hungry. Xiong Quan stood behind Duan Lingtian obediently. He had no intention of sitting down. What? You're not going to listen to me anymore? Duan Lingtian said calmly. Although Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, it was like a sudden clap of thunder in Xiong Quan's ears. He was so shocked that he shuddered and hastily sat on the other side of the table without any hesitation. Immediately after, Xiong Quan called the waiter and ordered a table full of dishes. After the table was filled, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan began to sweep through the food. Before long, the 2 of them were almost done eating. Just as the 2 of them were about to pay the bill and leave, an ice coffin made of 10,000 years old ice? Accompanied by a surprised voice, a figure approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Duan Lingtian. He looked up and down at the ice coffin floating beside Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he was directly ignored by the person. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and looked at the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived was a middle-aged man. He had a noble look on his face and obviously came from an extraordinary background. However, what attracted Duan Lingtian's attention the most was his attire. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this attire. There was a wolf head emblem on his chest and the wolf's eyes were bronze in color. A disciple of Skywolf Fort. The most surprising thing was the 2 old men following behind the middle-aged man. The 2 old men wore badges with the head of a gray wolf on their chests. The pupils of the gray wolf were all silver. The 2 old men were obviously the elders of Skywolf Fort. A disciple of Skywolf Fort was protected by 2 elders of Skywolf Fort. Duan Lingtian immediately realized that this disciple of Skywolf Fort was not simple. At the very least, his background was not simple. Xiong Quan, let's go. However, even if he realized that this person's background was not simple, Duan Lingtian had no intention of staying. After calling out to Xiong Quan, he took the lead and walked out of the restaurant. The ice coffin followed him wherever he went. What a beautiful woman. At this moment, the disciple of Skywolf Fort saw the red-clad lady lying in the ice coffin. His eyes were filled with lust and greed when he saw the red-clad lady's peerless appearance. He could not wait to take her for himself and keep her as his exclusive property. Soon after, the disciple of Skywolf Fort noticed that Duan Lingtian was dragging the ice coffin out of the restaurant. Stop right there. Instantly, the Skywolf Fort's disciple flew out to block Duan Lingtian's path at the first possible moment, and he said with a cold voice, "Kid, if you're sensible, then quickly put my cousin down. Otherwise, this young master will make you leave this place horizontally." The words of the Skywolf Fort's disciple had practically confirmed the fact that Duan Lingtian wanted to abduct his cousin's sister. Cousin? Duan Lingtian smirked when he heard the disciple of Skywolf Fort's words. He knew what the disciple of Skywolf Fort was trying to do. However, he ignored the disciple and said coldly, "Scram. You have a death wish, boy." The Skywolf Fort's disciple had never been yelled at like this before, and his face couldn't help but go grim. After he shouted furiously, the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and his concept pounced towards Duan Ling Tian like a shadow. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Ling Tian smirked in disdain when he saw the disciple of Skywolf Fort's thunderous attack. He raised his hand and casually threw a punch. Whoosh! The punch that seemed as if it possessed the help of the god seemed to have transformed into a sledgehammer before the Skywolf Fort disciple could even touch the corners of Duan Ling Tian's clothes, and it fiercely descended onto his lower abdomen. Bang! A loud noise reverberated in the air. The disciple of Skywolf Fort was sent flying. The origin energy in his dantian leaked out without any reservation. It was as though a balloon had been punctured. Boom! The disciple of Skywolf Fort fell heavily on the ground. He only regained his senses after he felt dizzy for a while. When he realized that his dantian had been destroyed by Duan Lingtian's punch, his face flushed red. His eyes were filled with rage as he glared at Duan Lingtian. "How dare you destroy my dantian? You're so cruel. You're so cruel." Cruel? The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a cold smile, and he didn't take it seriously. Chapter 1052. Whoosh! The ice coffin flew out of the restaurant under Duan Lingtian's guidance. Just when Duan Ling Tian brought Xiong Quan along to follow up, two figures blocked their path. They were precisely the two old men who followed behind the Skywolf Fort's disciple. They were the two Skywolf Fort's elders. "Kill him! Kill him!" At this moment, the Skywolf Fort's disciple shouted hysterically at the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Early on, when Duan Ling Tian crippled the Skywolf Fort's disciples Dan Tian, the expressions of the two Skywolf Fort's elders had already turned grim as they realized that they were going to suffer misfortune this time. They thought they had failed to protect the Skywolf Fort's disciple. The Skywolf Fort's disciple was not an ordinary person. Both of their faces turned grave when they heard the Skywolf Fort's disciples shout. Killing intent flashed in their eyes. Without wasting any time, the origin energy in their bodies skyrocketed. Their concepts followed like shadows as they charged at Duan Ling Tian. Boom! Boom! The two Skywolf Fort elders were 4th-level Void Transformation Stage martial artists that had comprehended 4th-level Void Transformation concept. Even if they didn't utilize spirit weapons, they were still capable of drawing out a shocking phenomenon of the heavens and the earth when they attacked. When the two palms that were filled with origin energy covered the sky and the earth like palm leaf fans as they descended towards Duan Ling Tian. In the sky above their heads, there were thousands of silhouettes of ancient horned dragons that charged towards Duan Ling Tian together with them in an imposing manner. Boom! 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 When both of their palms descended on Duan Ling Tian like they were covering the sky and earth, it was no surprise that a series of air explosions were set off in the air, causing gusts of violent wind to wreak havoc in the entire restaurant. This young man is dead for offending the people from Skywolf Fort in the ancient desert city. That Skywolf Fort's disciple whose dantian was destroyed is protected by two Skywolf Fort's elders. It's obvious his identity is not simple. I'm afraid he's doomed. With his age, it's impossible for him to fight back against the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Everyone in the restaurant, without exception, had their robes fluttering in the wind. Many people with lower cultivations even squinted their eyes. Currently, the gazes that most people shot at Duan Ling Tian seemed to contain a sense of pity. However, in the next moment, the pity in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock and disbelief. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs reverberated in the air like thunder in the restaurant's ears. They were shocked when they saw what happened. In the face of the two Skywolf Fort's elders' palms that contained the strength of thousands of ancient horned dragons, the purple-clad young man did not dodge at all. He struck out with both of his palms as though they had transformed into two lightning bolts. Before the two Skywolf Fort's elders' palms landed on his body, his palms had already landed on the two Skywolf Fort's elders' lower abdomens. That was where the Dantian was located. In the next moment, the two Skywolf Fort's elders were sent flying like arrows and landed on the ground with a loud crash. They were rolling on the ground in pain with cold sweat dripping down their backs. My origin energy. My origin energy. You're so ruthless. You're so ruthless. Subsequently, everyone was able to hear the miserable shrill cries of the two Skywolf Fort elders that were on the verge of hysteria. He destroyed the Dantians of the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Everyone in the restaurant was dumbfounded. When they regained their senses, they felt their scalps go numb. Then, they looked at Duan Lingtian in a completely different light. This young man who looked at most 25 years old had the strength to destroy two Skywolf Fort's elders. This shocked them from the bottom of their hearts. After making his move, Duan Lingtian did not look at the two Skywolf Fort's elders. Instead, he walked out of the restaurant with a cold expression on his face. Wherever he passed, the onlookers in the restaurant would step aside and make way for him. Xiong Quan followed closely behind him. After leaving the restaurant, Duan Lingtian controlled the ice coffin as he brought Xiong Quan along and flew out of the ancient desert city. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the horizon as though they had never been there. Not long after Duan Lingtian left. Whoosh! A figure appeared out of thin air outside the restaurant. Then, as though he had transformed into a lightning bolt, he entered the restaurant. What's going on? The person who entered was an old man with a dignified expression. When he saw the three Skywolf Fort's elders lying on the ground, his expression changed drastically. It's the Deputy Fort Master of Skywolf Fort. At this moment, everyone in the restaurant saw the Skywolf's head badge on the old man's chest. The eyes on the Skywolf's head were golden, indicating the old man's identity. In Skywolf Fort, other than the elusive Fort Master, only the 5 Deputy Fort Masters were qualified to wear the Skywolf's head badge. Deputy Fort Master. At this moment, the two Skywolf Fort's elders who were lying on the ground helped each other up. They lowered their heads in shame in front of the old man. Humph! The old man snorted coldly. After glaring at the two Skywolf Fort's elders, he took a few steps forward and helped the disciple of Skywolf Fort up. Jeaner, are you all right? Uncle! Avenge me! Avenge me! When the disciple of Skywolf Fort saw the old man, it was as though he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He said with grief and indignation. It's Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu. At this moment, someone in the restaurant recognized the old man. Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu? The leader of the 5 Deputy Fort Masters in Skywolf Fort who's only below the elusive Fort Master? That's him. I've long guessed that the disciple of Skywolf Fort who's protected by the two Skywolf Fort's elders is not a simple person. I didn't expect him to be Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew. That young man is too bold. He even dared to destroy the Dantian of Deputy Fort Master Luo Fu's nephew. The people in the restaurant soon found out the identity of the old man and the disciple of Skywolf Fort whose Dantian was destroyed. They were all shocked. Jeaner, your Dantian was destroyed? Luo Fu's expression changed drastically when he heard the whispers in the restaurant. He hurriedly infused his origin energy into the person in front of him to test him. Soon, he confirmed it. Who did this? Luo Fu's eyes gleamed coldly. The energy in his body rolled out, causing the restaurant to be swept up by the wind again. Some of the people with lower cultivation base were directly blown to the ground. I don't know. The disciple of Skywolf Fort shook his head and said with a gloomy expression, "But I don't think he's too far away." Whoosh! As soon as the disciple of Skywolf Fort finished his words, Luo Fu disappeared before the eyes of the people in the restaurant. In the north of the ancient desert city, Duan Lingtian was rushing with the ice coffin and Xiong Quan. Initially, he could leave the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was sleeping in and bring the royal-grade resurrection pill back to save her after he found the reincarnation Emperor Wu's great treasure. However, Duan Lingtian was worried about leaving the ice coffin behind. In his opinion, he would only feel at ease if the ice coffin was in a place where he could see it. Tian Wu had become like this because of him. He did not want her to suffer any more harm. Huh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stopped moving. "Young master, what's wrong?" Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. In the next second, Xiong Quan got his answer before Duan Lingtian could reply. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in front of him, and a figure appeared out of thin air before him. It was an old man. How powerful! Xiong Quan's eyes narrowed. The old man must be quite powerful to be able to appear out of thin air before him. However, it made sense when he thought about it. This was the foreign realm. He would not be able to capture the movements of a martial artist above the void interpretation stage. Duan Lingtian? It's you. The old man was Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, who had just rushed over from the ancient desert city. After leaving the restaurant, he asked the people outside and found out that the person who crippled his nephew was heading north. Therefore, he chased after him. However, he did not expect the person who crippled his nephew would be Duan Lingtian. The vice fort master of Skywolf Fort? Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows when he saw the old man in front of him. This vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was the only vice fort master who did not chase after him. He had seen him at entrance number 2 of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. The leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Duan Lingtian, why did you cripple my nephew's Dantian? Luo Fu took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. If it was someone else who crippled his nephew's Dantian, he would have killed that person at lightning speed. However, the person standing in front of him was Duan Lingtian, an existence that he could not help but fear. Your nephew? Duan Lingtian was stunned at first before he reacted. You're talking about that Skywolf Fort's disciple? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. Just like he said, what ability did a mere Skywolf Fort disciple possess to be able to make 2 elders of Skywolf Fort protect him? At that time, he knew the person's background was not simple. As it turned out, he was right. That disciple from Skywolf Fort was the nephew of the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. Since he's your nephew, I think you should know him well. Do you think he started the conflict between me and him, or me? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Luo Fu was stunned when he heard this. Naturally, he knew his nephew well. Ever since he came to Skywolf Fort 20 years ago, he had not been a person who knew his place. No matter what, your strength far surpasses his. He's no threat to you and the people around you. Don't you think you've gone overboard by crippling his Dantian? Luo Fu asked in a deep voice. Overboard? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within, and he asked word by word in a deep voice. If someone speaks rudely and blasphemes your woman, what will you do? Luo Fu's expression changed slightly. He finally noticed the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. The figure in the ice coffin attracted his attention. It was a woman in red with peerless beauty. Feng Tianwu. Blade Sect's disciple. Although he was not the one who hosted the martial competition of the 10 dynasties at Skywolf Fort, he had heard of Feng Tianwu and had seen Feng Tianwu at entrance number 2 of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. At the same time, he knew the relationship between Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian was not ordinary. Senior Feng Tong from North Nether Sect didn't look for you? Chapter 1053. Naturally, this was only true for Duan Lingtian. From Luo Fu's point of view, he had asked this question after careful consideration. All of this was based on the fact that he had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had the mysterious Miss Xuanai backing him up. Unless he could kill Duan Lingtian without leaving any traces behind, he would not dare to touch Duan Lingtian at all. Unless he had a death wish. Today, he had undoubtedly encountered an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian without leaving any traces behind. Perhaps, many people in the restaurant today knew about the conflict between his nephew and Duan Lingtian, but none of them knew that the person who had the conflict with his nephew was Duan Lingtian. Even he only found out that the person who had crippled his nephew's cultivation base was Duan Lingtian after he caught up to him. For this reason, if there were no accidents, nobody would know even if he killed Duan Lingtian now. It was precisely because he was worried that there would be accidents that he had asked such a question out of the blue. This was because some time ago, Feng Tong, the martial monarch powerhouse from North Nether Sect, had come to Skywolf Fort and asked the 5 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort, including himself, about Duan Lingtian's background. During this process, he could feel the cold killing intent in Feng Tong's eyes. It was a killing intent that could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones into dust. Don't tell me. Don't tell me that not only did Duan Lingtian kill the Azumo sect's disciple in the Emperor Wu's secret treasure, but he also killed the North Nether sect's disciple? And now, the people from North Nether Sect are here to seek revenge from him? This was his first thought at the time, and the more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Initially, he thought that since the North Nether Sect's martial monarch powerhouse had personally made a move, as long as Duan Lingtian was really in the Darkhan dynasty and the powerhouse from the North Nether Sect found Duan Lingtian, it was almost certain that Duan Lingtian would die. And now, Duan Lingtian was alive and well. Therefore, he wanted to confirm something. Duan Lingtian wondered if he had met Feng Tong, the martial monarch of the North Nether Sect. If they had met before, there was no doubt that Duan Lingtian had a strong cultivator protecting him in the dark. Otherwise, how could he have survived the attack of a martial emperor from the North Nether Sect? If he didn't, it could only be attributed to Duan Lingtian's luck. He, on the other hand, would kill Duan Lingtian without leaving a trace to avenge his nephew. He had to be cautious about this matter. Because if he was not careful, he would very likely fall into a bottomless abyss. I hope it's the latter. When Luo Fu thought of this, he stared at Duan Lingtian intently, waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply. Senior Feng Tong from the North Nether Sect didn't look for you? Upon hearing Luo Fu's question, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and his face darkened slightly. The 2 people from the North Nether Sect found out the exact location of my hometown from the Skywolf Fort? 2 people from the North Nether Sect. 2 people. Luo Fu was completely certain of Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian must have met the martial monarch from the North Nether Sect because when the martial monarch from the North Nether Sect arrived at the Skywolf Fort, there was another person with him. If Duan Lingtian did not meet the 2 people from the North Nether Sect, how could he say there were 2 people on the other side? However, when Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, the coldness in his voice made Luo Fu's heart skip a beat. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. They found out about your origin from the Blade Sect and came to the Skywolf Fort to confirm it. Luo Fu used the Blade Sect as a shield as he spoke. He was really worried Duan Lingtian would ask the hidden powerhouse who was not afraid of the North Nether Sect's martial monarch to make a move in a fit of anger. If that happened, he would definitely die. Humph. Duanling snorted coldly and looked at Luo Fu deeply before he continued to fly north. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ice coffin in which Feng Tianwu was lying and Xiong Quan were also brought along by him. Luo Fu, who was drenched in cold sweat, heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the 3 streaks of light disappear into the north. He still had lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, the expert hiding in the dark didn't attack again. After muttering to himself, Luo Fu moved and disappeared on the spot as he returned to the ancient desert city. Whoosh! 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 Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was flying north at full speed, only slowed down after half an hour. Although he was not afraid of the earlier encounter, he was still slightly fearful. He was not afraid because he knew what he was going to do. Luo Fu was the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of the Skywolf Fort. His strength was far from what he could compare to now. However, if he risked using the Devil Seal tablet, it would be easy for him to kill his opponent. In order to protect Tian Wu, he did not mind using the Devil Seal tablet again. Even if the outcome was that his emotions would be out of his control, and it was very likely that he would turn into a devil. Tian Wu is willing to sacrifice her life for me. I, Duanling Tian, am willing to become a devil for her. This was Duanling Tian's thought. She's willing to die for me, and I'm willing to become a devil for her. I have no regrets. Naturally, he would not use the Devil Seal tablet if he did not have to. Due to this reason, he could not help but feel a little fearful when he thought about what had happened earlier when he escaped without using the Devil Seal tablet. North Nether Sect's Feng Tong. Unknowingly, he saved me once. Duanling Tian thought to himself. It was not hard to imagine. If Feng Tong knew what had happened to Duanling Tian and that he had unknowingly saved Duanling Tian, he would be so angry that he would throw up 3 liters of blood. Young master, where are we going now? On the way, Xiong Quan could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked Duanling Tian. We can't go to the place we're going to for now. The most important thing now is to find a map of Cloud Continent. Duanling Tian replied. Among the maps of the Cloud Continent, the one that covered the largest area he had ever seen was the Northern Desert and its surrounding areas. In the entire Cloud Continent, this small place was only a corner that wasn't worth mentioning. Duanling Tian could not confirm where the reincarnation Emperor Wu had hidden the great treasure from a map like this. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to find a more complete map. Only then would he be able to confirm the exact location of the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Only then would he be able to retrieve it. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, Xiong Quan nodded as though he understood. If we can't find what we're looking for in the Northern Desert, then we can only continue to head north. Duanling Tian continued. Currently, he did not know where he was on Cloud Continent. However, he could sense that the general location of the center of Cloud Continent should be north of the Northern Desert. He just did not know if it was in the northeast or northwest. Duanling Tian brought Xiong Quan along and guided the ice coffin all the way north. Along the way, whenever they came across a city, Duanling Tian would patiently stop and enter the city to see if he could find a general map of Cloud Continent. On the other hand, Luo Fu, the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, had returned to the restaurant in the ancient desert city. He didn't say anything before bringing along his nephew and the 2 elders of Skywolf Fort to directly leave the restaurant and return to the Skywolf Fort's base. Uncle, how was it? Did you kill him? Luo Jin, a disciple of Skywolf Fort, asked Luo Fu with a hopeful expression. Luo Fu sighed when he heard this. Luo Jin's expression changed when he saw this. He said anxiously, Uncle, don't tell me you didn't manage to catch up to him? It seems like he must have changed his direction at the last minute. How despicable. Luo Jin scolded Duanling Tian for being despicable when he reached the end of his sentence. I caught up to him. Luo Fu said. You caught up to him? This time, apart from Luo Jin, even the other two elders of Skywolf Fort looked at Luo Fu in confusion. They wanted to know why Luo Fu sighed earlier. Did Luo Fu manage to kill the purple-clad young man or not? Yes, I caught up to him. Luo Fu nodded and shook his head under the expectant gaze of Luo Jin and the other two elders of Skywolf Fort. However, I didn't kill him. Luo Jin's expression changed when he heard Luo Fu's words. Dissatisfaction could be seen in his eyes. The other two elders of Skywolf Fort frowned. They could sense that something was amiss. As far as they knew, the vice fort master of Skywolf Fort was not a merciful person. Furthermore, this time, even his nephew's Dantian had been destroyed. He caught up to the culprit but did not kill him. This puzzled them no matter how they thought about it. Why? Luo Jin looked at Luo Fu with dissatisfaction and said angrily, "Uncle, why didn't you kill him?" Why? If it was someone else who dared to speak to him like this, as the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu would have killed him long ago. However, this person happened to be the son of his only family member in this world. He was the son of his biological sister. Jiner, it's not that I didn't kill him. It's that I can't kill him and I don't dare to. Luo Fu sighed and explained his concerns. He also revealed the identity of Duan Lingtian. What? He's Duan Lingtian? The two elders of Skywolf Fort were shocked. Duan Lingtian was a familiar name to them. All those years ago, the person that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by their Skywolf Fort was Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian did not stay in Skywolf Fort. Originally, the name Duan Lingtian had been gradually forgotten by them. However, a piece of news that came not long ago stunned them. The 20 most outstanding youths of Skywolf Fort were all killed by Duan Lingtian. At first, they thought it was just a rumor. However, along with the passage of time, they didn't see the strongest 20 people in the younger generation of Skywolf Fort, and those 20 people seemed as if they'd vanished into thin air. Chapter 1054. Uncle, he's Duan Lingtian. Why don't you kill him? He made a name for himself through the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort. However, he chose to join the Blade sect. He deserves to die. Luo Jin did not expect the person who crippled his cultivation base would be Duan Lingtian. He could not help but clench his teeth as he spoke. He was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. Of course, I want to kill him. However, all of you only know one of the reasons. As for the reason, it's a long story. In short, you can just pretend that today's incident never happened. Luo Fu was frustrated as well. However, he had to be wary of the powerhouse hiding beside Duan Lingtian. It was because of that powerhouse that he did not make a move on Duan Lingtian. According to his judgment, since that powerhouse could fight the North Nether sect's martial monarch powerhouse, he must be a martial monarch powerhouse as well. Even if he and the entire Skywolf Fort were added together, they would not be enough to fill the gap between that powerhouse's teeth. After he finished speaking, Luo Fu flew away without waiting for Luo Jin and the other two Skywolf Fort elders to reply. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared before their eyes. It was as though he was never there. Sigh. At this moment, the two Skywolf Fort elders looked at each other before they sighed and left as well. If the Vice Fort Master could not avenge them, it was even more impossible for them to avenge themselves. At this moment, Luo Jin was the only one left. As if this never happened? Luo Fu's words echoed in Luo Jin's mind. His face turned gloomy and ugly. Impossible. Even if I have to return to that man's family and use up his promise to me, I'll never let that Duan Lingtian go. I, Luo Jin, will kill you, Duan Lingtian, even if I have to sacrifice everything. Luo Jin muttered to himself as his eyes gleamed coldly. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Heading north, Duan Lingtian soon arrived at the northern region of the northern desert. This was also an area where the North Nether sect was the sole dominating force. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived at the last city in the northern part of the northern desert and continued to search for the map of the Cloud Continent. Shopkeeper, the area covered by your map is too small. Is there a map that covers a larger area? In a bookstore in the city, Duan Lingtian asked the shopkeeper. Sir, this is the largest map I've ever sold in my shop. The bookstore manager smiled bitterly. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was greatly disappointed. He immediately turned around and walked out, preparing to meet up with Xiong Quan, who was waiting for him outside the city, and continue heading north. Customer. Duan Lingtian had just stepped out of the bookstore when he heard a voice calling out to him from behind. Duan Lingtian halted his footsteps and looked at the source of the voice. It was the shopkeeper who called out to him. He could not help but ask curiously, "Is there anything else, shopkeeper?" Customer, I heard some people say that the second elder of the Zheng clan has obtained a map of the Ruoshui River. Perhaps you can look for him. The bookstore manager said. Ruoshui River? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Of course, he was familiar with the Ruoshui River. It was a river that divided the Cloud Continent into the outer land and the inner land. The inner land was also known as the central region of the Cloud Continent. There were many powerhouses there. Void transformation stage martial artists were everywhere, and void interpretation stage martial artists were as common as dogs. In that place, second-rate forces were nothing, let alone third-rate forces. Third-rate forces were like cannon fodder there. They were not worth mentioning at all. In my memory, the reincarnation Emperor Wu left the great treasure in the inner land. It's located on the side of the Ruoshui River. If I know the exact map of the Ruoshui River and my current location, it won't be difficult to find the great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was moved. Shopkeeper, is the Zheng clan a clan in this city? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. The shopkeeper nodded. However, the second elder of the Zheng clan is one of the best inscription masters in our city. He has a strange temper. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get the map from him. Inscription master? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. After leaving the bookstore, Duan Lingtian followed the shopkeeper's instructions and successfully arrived at the entrance of the Zheng clan's mansion. The Zheng clan was one of the most powerful clans in the city. It was said that there was a 9th-level void transformation martial artist in the clan. Their strength was only second to the third-rate forces in the northern desert. I'm looking for Elder Zheng Yu. At the entrance of the Zheng clan, Duan Lingtian was stopped by the Zheng clan's disciples. He was not annoyed. Instead, he smiled faintly and explained his purpose. Zheng Yu was the second elder of the Zheng clan. Looking for our second elder? Who are you? Our second elder doesn't usually see guests. One of the Zheng clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian warily. You mean an outsider? I'm different. I'm a friend of your second elder. Duan Lingtian, who was prepared since the beginning, grinned. Good friend? The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a few of the Zheng clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom. How can a young man like you be a friend of the second elder? Get lost. How dare you trick our Zheng clan? You don't know what's good for you. If you don't leave, I'll make sure you don't leave. The Zheng clan's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian warily. What? You don't believe I'm a friend of your second elder? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand and took out a dozen mid-grade primal stones and began to inscribe inscriptions on them. His movements were elegant. He's inscribing inscriptions? The Zheng clan's disciples were shocked. However, before they could recover from their shock, they saw the young man in purple waving his sleeves. The mid-grade primal stones shot towards them. Oh no! Their expressions changed drastically. When they saw the primal stones land at their feet, they felt a flash in front of their eyes. It was as though they had been sent into another space where they could not see anything. After an unknown amount of time. When their eyes flashed again, they found themselves back at the entrance of the Zheng clan's residence. What's going on? The few of them looked at each other, unable to react to what had just happened. Oh no! The young man in purple is gone. He didn't break in, did he? No. We have to report this to the clan leader. 3 of the Zheng clan's disciples were on high alert. There's no need to go. The last Zheng clan's disciple shook his head and stopped the 3 of them. That person should really be a friend of the second elder. Huh? The 3 of them looked at him in confusion. How do you know? You should know that I've been studying the inscription technique. My attainment in the inscription technique is average, but I'm confident in my judgment. The latter's expression was solemn. Earlier, that young man inscribed inscriptions on the primal stones in a short period of time and set up an illusory formation under our feet. He broke into our Zheng clan while we were confused by the illusory formation. However, an illusory formation formed by a dozen primal stones would collapse on its own. That's why we were able to escape from the illusory formation. The latter's words made sense. What? He inscribed inscriptions on the primal stones in front of us and set up an illusory formation that can affect us? How long did he take? In an instant, the 3 of them were shocked. It was true that they were laymen in the inscription technique. However, as the saying went, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Even the second elder wouldn't be able to inscribe and set up an inscription formation that can affect us in such a short period of time. One of the Zheng clan's disciples gulped. That young man's attainment in the inscription technique seems to be higher than the second elder's. I presume such an inscription master should be a friend of the second elder. Soon, the Zheng clan's disciples no longer doubted the purple-clad young man's identity. However, they were still surprised. How could there be such a young inscription master? Maybe he's a demon. But after thinking about it, they felt relieved. Duan Lingtian used a dozen mid-grade primal stones to inscribe and set up an illusory formation. After confusing the Zheng clan's disciples at the entrance, he entered the Zheng clan's mansion. Along the way, Duan Lingtian managed to find out the whereabouts of the Zheng family's second elder from the servants and maids he met. Although the servants and maids thought Duan Lingtian was a stranger, they thought Duan Lingtian was the Zheng clan's guest when they saw Duan Lingtian walking freely in the Zheng clan's mansion. Duan Lingtian followed the path and arrived at the mansion where the second elder lived. It was a mansion within a mansion. The door was wide open and a slovenly old man holding a wine gourd leaned against the door. When Duan Lingtian approached, the slovenly old man put down the wine gourd in his hand and locked his eyes on Duan Lingtian. 7th level void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. His spiritual energy immediately detected the old man's cultivation base. Duan Lingtian did not dislike the slovenly old man holding the wine gourd. He still remembered. When he first met Zhang Shouyong in the ancient city of Everlast, Zhang Shouyong was also slovenly and held a wine gourd in his hand. The slovenly old man gave Duan Lingtian a sense of familiarity. Who are you? Why are you here? The slovenly old man asked when he saw Duan Lingtian arriving at the mansion he was guarding. His voice was calm but filled with killing intent. I'm looking for Zheng Yu. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Zheng Yu. Chapter 1055. You don't welcome me? Duan Lingtian grinned and continued to walk toward the slovenly old man who was standing at the entrance of the mansion within the mansion. With every step he took, the purple robe on his body fluttered. It was like balls of purple flames that were constantly rising and emitting waves of terrifying aura. When the slovenly old man saw Duan Lingtian ignoring his words, his face turned grave. He picked up the wine gourd and poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth. He did not swallow it but merely kept it in his mouth. All of a sudden, "Go back!" A voice transmission pierced Duan Lingtian's eardrums, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to jolt. At the same time when Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, the slovenly old man made his move. Whoosh! He opened his mouth and spat out the wine that he had swallowed earlier. The wine shot out from his mouth like a sharp arrow that was swift like the wind. The wine that seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow had raging and skyrocketing flames on its way, and it flashed directly towards Duan Lingtian, transforming into a flaming arrow that shot out menacingly. It was as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the heaven and earth energy stirred as the heaven and earth phenomenon solidified. 1,800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons appeared out of thin air and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. 7th level Void Transformation Stage. 7th level Advance Fire Concept. The former was equivalent to 1,000 ancient horned dragon strength. The latter was equivalent to 800 ancient horned dragon strength. Of course, the slovenly old man still held back even after he had exerted the strength of 1,000 ancient horned dragons. After all, it was impossible for a 7th level void transformation stage martial artist like him to have only comprehended one concept. However, in his opinion, the strength that he had exerted now was enough to easily deal with the arrogant kid. However, the slovenly old man soon realized he was wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. How's this possible? The slovenly old man who originally thought he would be able to see Duan Lingtian being pierced by the flaming arrow looked at the scene before him in a daze. He was dumbstruck. As he muttered to himself, his tone was filled with disbelief. In the distance, the attack he unleashed was instantly defeated. The 1,800 silhouettes of ancient horned dragons vanished along with it. A moment ago, Duan Lingtian acted as if he did not see the arrow of wine that was shot out of the scruffy old man's mouth. He continued to walk towards the scruffy old man. Just as the flaming arrow was about to pierce through his chest, he finally made a move. Whoosh! He raised his hand at lightning speed and pointed his finger at the sharp arrow that contained the strength of 1,800 ancient horned dragons. The condensed energy shot out from the tip of his finger and easily destroyed the sharp arrow that was condensed from wine. Boom! With a loud sound, Duan Lingtian used a finger to neutralize the sloppy old man's attack. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian attacked at lightning speed. Even the power of heaven and earth could not react in time, let alone condense the heaven and earth phenomenon. Duan Lingtian was so fast that even the slovenly old man could not see it clearly. Due to this reason, the slovenly old man found it unbelievable. Who exactly are you? The slovenly old man suddenly straightened his back and took a step forward. He looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. Why are you looking for my master? I'm a nameless person. I want to borrow something from him to read. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly. As soon as his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian stomped his foot and instantly transformed into a hurricane. He disappeared before the slovenly old man's eyes at lightning speed, causing the slovenly old man's expression to change drastically. At the same time, he hurriedly chased after Duan Lingtian into the mansion behind him. In the spacious mansion within a mansion, the front courtyard was lush with flowers and plants. There was a pavilion in the middle. A gray-clad old man stood there with a frown on his face as though he was thinking about something. Huh! Suddenly, the gray-clad old man seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and looked out of the pavilion. A figure had appeared out of nowhere. It was a purple figure. The gray-clad old man was shocked and he saw the purple-clad young man before him. The purple-clad young man's speed was so fast that he only reacted when the purple-clad young man was in front of him. This undoubtedly showed that the purple-clad young man's strength was unfathomable. Moreover, the purple-clad young man had undoubtedly passed the test of his old brother who had followed him for many years to be able to barge into his mansion. His old brother's strength was not much weaker than his. "Are you a demon?" the gray-clad old man asked. "Do I look like a demon to you?" The purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian who had barged in. After hearing the gray-clad old man's words, he asked with a strange look in his eyes. When the gray-clad old man heard this, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he squinted his eyes and asked in surprise, "Could it be that you're not a demon?" The purple-clad young man before him looked to be about 25 years old. If he was not a demon but a human martial artist, then his actual age would not be more than 30 years old. After living for so long, he still had a discerning eye. However, he could not help but feel that it was unbelievable for someone who was not more than 30 years old to have such strength. After all, even Su Qing, the strongest person among the younger generation in the second-rate force in the Northern District of the Northern District, North Nether Sect, did not have such strength when he was 37 years old. This was also the reason why he thought the other party was a demon. Based on the strength displayed by the other party and his young appearance, it was hard not to suspect that he was not a human but a demon. "It doesn't matter if I'm a demon or not. The reason I'm here is to borrow something from you." Duan Ling Tian did not answer the gray-clad old man's question. He was the second elder of the Zheng clan, Zheng Yu. Instead, he went straight to the point and stated his intention. "Master." At this moment, the disheveled old man had also arrived. He stood in front of Zheng Yu as though he was willing to be his shield. "May I know what you want to borrow from me?" Zheng Yu asked with narrowed eyes. His expression was calm, and he did not panic at all. "I heard that you obtained a map that covers the Ruoshui River not long ago. I came here precisely to borrow that map from you to look through it, and I'll return it to you after looking through it for the time of 20 breaths." Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush and said bluntly. Both the disheveled old man and Zheng Yu were stunned and they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. It did not cross their minds that Duan Ling Tian had only come to borrow a map. "So you're here for the map." After a while, Zheng Yu was the first to regain his senses. He shook his head and smiled. "This is just a small matter to me. It's not worth mentioning. However, since you want to borrow the map from me, regardless of whether it's a small matter or not, you owe me a favor." "May I know? If I lend you the map, how will you repay the favor?" Zheng Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian with interest and asked teasingly. Naturally, although he said that, he did not think that way. He only wanted to see how this ridiculously young powerhouse in front of him would respond to him. To him, lending the map in his hand to the other party for 20 breaths of time was as easy as lifting a finger, and it wasn't a big deal. However, since the other party had barged into his residence, he had to make things difficult for the other party. "Favor?" Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when he heard Zheng Yu's words. He seemed to be prepared as he said nonchalantly, "I've heard that you're quite accomplished in the inscription Dao. How about this? Lend me the map for 20 breaths of time, and I'll solve a difficult problem in the inscription Dao for you." Duan Ling Tian's words were spoken in an extremely casual and carefree manner. However, when Zheng Yu heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. "Humph. You think you're worthy to talk about the inscription Dao in front of my master? In the entire northern desert, only the 2 inscription masters from North Nether Sect and Anika Sect are qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as my master in the inscription Dao. You're showing off your slight skill in front of an expert and you talk about the inscription Dao in front of my master. What a joke." The disheveled old man sneered before Zheng Yu could speak. In the entire northern desert, there are only 2 inscription masters who can be mentioned in the same breath as him? Duan Lingtian smiled disdainfully when he heard the disheveled old man's words. You're just a frog in a well. A frog in a well. Duan Lingtian's words angered the disheveled old man so much that his face turned red. His origin energy that had merged with the fire concept was stirred, but he did not make a move. He did not dare to make a move. He had seen Duan Lingtian's strength before. He knew Duan Lingtian could easily defeat him. He reckoned only the Grand Elder who had entered the 9th level Void Transformation stage and comprehended the 9th level Void Transformation concept could deal with him in the Zheng clan. You seem to be very confident in your attainment in the inscription Dao. If that's the case, I'd like to ask for your guidance. Zheng Yu was completely convinced by the strength of the purple-clad young man before him. However, the purple-clad young man's words that questioned his attainment in the inscription Dao made him feel embarrassed. He had devoted his life to studying the inscription Dao, and he was confident that he had accomplished a lot. At the very least, he had never seen anyone who could subdue him in the Dao of inscriptions. Due to this reason, he was very confident in his attainment in the inscription Dao. Yet today, someone questioned his attainments in the Dao of inscriptions, and it caused him to be unable to sit still any longer. Ask for guidance? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Zheng Yu's words. What? You were so full of yourself earlier, and now you don't dare to ask my master for guidance? The disheveled old man seized the opportunity to mock Duan Lingtian. Even Zheng Yu had a hint of disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious he had the same thought as the disheveled old man. When did I say I don't dare? Duan Lingtian glanced at the disheveled old man expressionlessly before he looked at Zheng Yu and said calmly, I'll borrow the map in your hand to read for 20 breaths. In return, I'll answer a difficult question you've encountered in the inscription Dao. As for giving you guidance, that's impossible. I'm a person who will never make a loss in a transaction. Duan Lingtian finished in one breath. Chapter 1056. Duan Lingtian's words were very clear. I can answer one of your questions on the Dao of inscription, but I can't give you any more pointers. I don't do business at a loss. At this moment, Zheng Yu finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant when he shook his head. It was not that he did not dare to, but he felt that he would be at a disadvantage if he gave him pointers. Everyone knows how to boast. The slovenly old man sneered. He thought Duan Lingtian was just boasting. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. He looked at Zheng Yu and said calmly, all right, you can ask me a question that you've encountered on the Dao of inscription. I'll answer it for you. When Zheng Yu saw the confidence on Duan Lingtian's face, he could not help but feel a little shaken. Could it be that this young man is really an unfathomable inscription master? Did he make a mistake? When he recalled that he had encountered a question on the Dao of inscription that had troubled him for many years, his eyes lit up. He asked bluntly, I wonder if you know anything about the round shield formation? The round shield formation. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and said slowly, the round shield formation belongs to the defensive type of inscription formation. Those with spiritual energy above the void transformation stage can inscribe and set it up. This inscription formation is not difficult at all. The round shield formation was indeed not difficult for Duan Lingtian, who had merged with the memories of the 2 lifetimes of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Moreover, when he was setting up the defensive inscription formation for the ice coffin that Feng Tian Wu was in a deep slumber, he did not even bother to use the round shield formation. Instead, he used another defensive inscription formation that was even better. Not difficult at all? When Duan Lingtian explained the round shield formation in a methodical manner, Zheng Yu knew that Duan Lingtian's attainment in the Dao of inscription was high. When he heard Duan Lingtian's last sentence, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. In fact, he was currently stumped by the round shield formation. To be more precise, he was stumped by one of the many inscription formations that formed the round shield formation. What? You're the best inscription master in the northern desert. Don't tell me that you can't even set up a round shield formation? Duan Lingtian took a deep look at Zheng Yu and asked mockingly. I don't have a good grasp of one of the inscription formations. Zheng Yu smiled awkwardly. Is it the array of the earth? Duan Lingtian asked again. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the sloppy old man's expression did not change. However, Zheng Yu's expression changed and he asked in shock, You? How did you know? At this moment, he faintly realized that the attainments of the purple-clad young man before him in the Tao of inscriptions might really be extraordinary. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. I'm sure it won't be difficult for you to inscribe the earth formation. However, you'll have to pay attention to the technique to perfectly integrate it into the round shield formation. If you can't control it well, it'll be impossible for you to perfectly integrate the earth formation into the round shield formation. The earth formation is the core of the round shield formation. If you can't even solve this problem, it'll be impossible for you to set up the round shield formation. Duan Lingtian finished in one breath. Please enlighten me, master. Zheng Yu's expression changed when Duan Lingtian was halfway through his sentence. He stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, waiting for Duan Lingtian to enlighten him. At this moment, he was completely convinced. He knew that this frighteningly young man in front of him was truly capable, and was not deliberately mystifying. How's this possible? The sloppy old man standing at the side narrowed his eyes in shock. He looked at the purple-clad young man before him in disbelief. He did not expect this at all. This young man who was far more powerful than him would have such a high attainment in the Tao of inscriptions as well. His master was already convinced. I'll only say this once. Remember it well. It was not difficult for the formation of earth to perfectly merge with the formation of round shield. As long as you use your spiritual energy. Duan Lingtian told Zheng Yu the solution one by one. As for whether Zheng Yu could understand, it was not something he could control. Zheng Yu fell into deep thought after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. Map. Duan Lingtian did not plan to wait for him. He immediately spoke to wake him up. Zheng Yu's expression darkened when he was awakened. He hated it when people disturbed him when he was thinking. However, when he regained his senses and saw the person who had awakened him, the gloominess on his face disappeared and was replaced with respect. Master, this is the map. Then, he hurriedly took out the map he had obtained some time ago and handed it to Duan Lingtian. After handing the map to Duan Lingtian, he frowned and fell into deep thought again. He kept thinking about what Duan Lingtian had said to him earlier. Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian opened up the map, and his face that was originally filled with joy, after he carefully looked at the map, his face sank slightly, and he frowned. Ruoshui River, there's only a corner? How can I tell? Duan Lingtian realized that although the map could pinpoint his location and the location of the Ruoshui River, there was only a small corner. It was difficult to see the entire Ruoshui River. Because of this, he could not pinpoint the location of the great treasure hidden by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life. A moment later, 10 breaths passed. Help me return it to him. Duan Lingtian tossed the map to the slovenly old man as though he was throwing trash. He was very disappointed. Unlike Duan Lingtian who tossed the map away like it was trash, when the slovenly old man received the map, it was as if he had obtained a precious treasure, and he was extremely careful. When he held the map firmly, he heard a short-lived whistling sound in his ears. Then, he realized that the purple-clothed young man from before had completely disappeared. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. He should be a demon, right? The slovenly old man thought to himself. In his opinion, the purple-clad young man looked to be around 25 years old, but his strength had already surpassed him. That was not all. The purple-clad young man's attainment in the inscription Tao had actually surpassed his master. It shocked him from the bottom of his heart. As the saying went, there was a specialization in every field. On the Cloud Continent, there were 4 types of people because of the different areas they focused on. The first type of people were those who focused on the martial Tao. They focused on improving their cultivation base and comprehending concept and profundity. They would try their best to possess a powerful strength before they died. They were the most common type of people. The second type of people were those who focused on the weapon refinement Tao. They were called weapon craftsmen. They focused on weapon refinement and worked hard to refine a higher-grade spirit weapon. The third type of people were those who focused on the medicine refinement Tao. They were called alchemists. They were similar to weapon craftsmen. The fourth type of people were called inscription masters. They focused on the inscription Tao. If the purple-clad young man was a human, his terrifying strength could already be considered heaven-defying. Not only that, but he also had such profound attainments in the Tao of inscriptions. In his opinion, it was impossible for a human martial artist to achieve such great achievements in 2 aspects at such a young age. Therefore, he could almost conclude that the purple-clad young man was a demon and not a human. After all, when a demon had just broken through to the void transformation stage and transformed into a demon, he could choose to transform into any appearance he wanted. Even a 100-year-old demon could transform into the appearance of an innocent child as long as it wanted to. Time passed by quietly. 2 hours later, Xingyu finally snapped out of his deep thoughts and muttered, I see, thank you, Big. Just when Xingyu snapped back to his senses and was about to thank the purple-clad young man who had helped him solve his problem, he realized the purple-clad young man had already disappeared. Where's that master? Xingyu immediately looked at the unkempt old man and asked anxiously. Master, that Big master left 2 hours ago. The unkempt old man said truthfully. Why didn't you ask him to stay? Xingyu said anxiously, that master's attainment in the inscription Tao is something I've never seen before. If I can ask him to stay in the Zheng family for a while, my attainment in the inscription Tao will definitely improve. Where did the master go? Xingyu looked at the unkempt old man and asked anxiously. I don't know. The unkempt old man did not expect his master to be so agitated. He was at a loss and could only reply with a wry smile on his face. Sigh. Xingyu stood on the spot. His face turned green and white. In the end, he sighed. I'm the one who ruined my own opportunity. If I didn't ask the master to do me a favor, he wouldn't have been so calculative with me. I really shot myself in the foot. When Xingyu reached the end of his sentence, he had a helpless expression on his face. Master, that master's attainment in the inscription Tao is really that high? The unkempt old man could not help but ask. He was not an inscription master, so he was not familiar with the inscription Tao. Due to this reason, he could not determine how high the purple-clad young man's attainment in the inscription Tao was. I admit that I'm not as good as him. What do you think? Xingyu said as he looked at the unkempt old man. What? The unkempt old man's eyes narrowed when he heard Xingyu's words. Although he knew his master had a high opinion of the purple-clad young man, he did not expect it to be so high. His master's attainment in the inscription Tao was not as good as the purple-clad young man's. Go and see if you can find the master. If you can find him, you must invite him back respectfully. If you can't find him, it means I'm not fated with the master. Xingyu instructed the unkempt old man before he sighed. Yes. The unkempt old man did not dare to delay and left in a hurry. With the master's guidance, I'm confident I'll be able to inscribe and set up the round shield formation. Chapter 1057. After Duan Lingtian left the Zheng clan, he left the city and met up with Xiaofan. Xiaofan was placed in a secluded cave in the mountains outside the city. He even placed the ice coffin where Feng Tianwu was sleeping in there. For the sake of their safety, he had specially set up a killing formation outside the cave. Young master. Xiaofan's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded and lifted his hand. An invisible energy surged out and led Xiaofan and the ice coffin out of the cave. They left the mountain and continued to head north. According to the map, I'm heading in the right direction. The Ruoshui River is over there. Duan Lingtian looked ahead and thought in his heart. Although the map he saw in the Zheng clan was not the map he wanted, it still marked the area from here to the Ruoshui River. It gave him a certain understanding of the surrounding area. After exiting the northern desert and continuing north, they still had to pass through 5 vast regions similar to the northern desert before they could reach the Ruoshui River. On the way, Duan Lingtian took out the strange stone platform he obtained from Emperor Wu's secret treasure. He obtained the strange stone platform from the second level of Qing Feng Palace. The reason he put it away was because there was a miraculous inscription formation inside, and it was able to combine the energy within the numerous origin stones before unleashing it. Its power would be raised to a terrifying level. If the origin energy within the bodies of a group of people is able to converge onto a single person through this inscription formation, then to what terrifying extent would that person's strength rise to? This was the reason why Duan Lingtian kept the stone platform. He wanted to study the inscription formation in it and see if it could fulfill his wish of joining forces with a group of 9th-level void transformation martial artists to kill a martial monarch powerhouse. As someone who had fused with the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu from 2 lifetimes, Duan Lingtian was equivalent to reincarnation Emperor Wu in certain aspects. Therefore, his attainments in the Tao of inscriptions were extremely profound. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to study the inscription formation on the stone platform. This inscription formation can easily gather the energy contained in the origin stones, but it can't do the same for the origin qi of humans or demonic beasts. After a few days of research, Duan Lingtian confirmed this and was immediately disappointed. Moreover, even primordial stones need to be completely gathered together in order to combine the power contained within them and display a powerful attack. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also noticed this. At this time, he also realized his idea of gathering multiple martial artists and combining their strengths through this inscription formation was very immature. As for the primordial stones, there is no way to gather their power on a human warrior. After all, human warriors are made of flesh and blood. It's impossible for them to withstand the process of combining the power of the inscription formation. If they're not careful, they'll be killed in the process of combining the power of the inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Therefore, unless I can create my own puppet and let the puppet combine the power contained in the origin stones through the inscription formation to display the strongest power. Otherwise, it's almost impossible for me to use this inscription formation. The moment this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, it was difficult for it to go away. Create a puppet. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. I have a rough understanding of the inscription formation in the stone platform now. As long as I have enough materials, I can inscribe and set it up on my own. Besides that, I'm entirely capable of using other inscription formations to create puppets, and then using this inscription formation to allow the puppets to possess extraordinary strength. However, the power contained in the mid-grade origin stones is limited. No matter how many there are, the increase in the puppet's strength will be extremely slow and limited. What I need to do now is to obtain a large amount of high-grade origin stones so that I can increase the puppet's strength by a large margin. Duan Lingtian's heart was suddenly enlightened. He had a new goal. The most important thing for this goal was to obtain a large amount of high-grade origin stones. This was the prerequisite. With the energy contained in the high-grade origin stones as the foundation, he would combine the energy of the high-grade origin stones through the inscription formation in the strange stone platform and display it through the puppet. At that time, as long as I have enough high-grade origin stones, the puppet will be able to display even more powerful strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. To him, creating a puppet was not difficult at all. He only needed to prepare some materials and inscribe and set up the inscription formation. All of these were recorded in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory. However, high-grade origin stones are too rare. Even the 3 old men's spatial rings did not have many high-grade origin stones. There were only slightly over 300 high-grade origin stones in total. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought of this. The 3 old men he mentioned were naturally the 3 martial monarch powerhouses from the 3 second-rate forces in the northern desert. The 3 martial monarch powerhouses who died in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Apart from Tong Shan's spatial ring which he had kept earlier, Bai Yuhai and Feng Tong's spatial rings were also in his possession through Li Xian. However, the total amount of origin stones in the hands of these 3 martial monarchs was only slightly more than 300 pieces. Duan Lingtian still remembered. Back then, when he was still in the Darkhan dynasty's Crimson Sky Kingdom, he worked hard for gold and silver. Later on, when he stood on the stage of the Darkhan dynasty, gold and silver were no longer of any use to him. Currently, his desire for high-grade origin stones was similar to his desire for gold and silver when he was still in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Right now, I need a large amount of high-grade origin stones and some materials. It's time for me to find a place to settle down. With my current strength, it's quite risky to cross the Ruoshui River and enter the central area of the Cloud Continent. Moreover, Xiongquan and I also need to improve our strength. Now, it's time for my Grade 1 weapons craftsman and alchemist identities to be put to good use. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he made up his mind. However, even if I'm looking for a place to settle down, should look for the most powerful force near the Ruoshui River. Only a powerful force can satisfy my needs. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer hesitated and brought Xiongquan and the ice coffin along as he sped up and headed north. The speed he was displaying now was much faster than before. Soon after, Duan Lingtian left the northern desert. When he left the northern desert, a figure flew out of the ancient desert city in the southern area of the northern desert. His speed was even faster than Duan Lingtian's. When the figure flew, he was dragging another person along with him. Jean, are you sure you want to go back? The old man looked at the middle-aged man beside him and asked solemnly. Uncle, my Dantian has been destroyed, and my cultivation base is gone. It's meaningless for me to stay in Skywolf Fort. I want to go back to my mother's side. The middle-aged man said solemnly. Since you've made up your mind, I won't force you. The old man was the leader of the 5 vice fort masters of Skywolf Fort, Luo Fu. As for the middle-aged man he was dragging along, he was his nephew, Luo Jin. Luo Jin had the same surname as Luo Fu because he took his mother's surname. Duan Lingtian, it's all because of you. You destroyed my cultivation base. Now, it doesn't matter if I go back or not. When I go back, I'll tear you into 1,000,000 pieces and burn your bones to ashes at all costs. Luo Jin roared in his heart. At the same time, a purple figure that he loathed appeared in his mind, causing his expression to turn ugly and causing him to grit his teeth even more. Not long after Luo Fu and Luo Jin left Skywolf Fort and the ancient desert city, whoosh. A gust of wind whistled in the air, and a figure shot into the ancient desert city like a bolt of green lightning and arrived in the sky above Skywolf Fort. Since it was high up in the sky, it did not attract the attention of the people in Skywolf Fort. Only 4 figures shot up into the sky and arrived in the sky above Skywolf Fort in just a blink of an eye. Presently, there was a demon wolf that was completely covered in azure fur standing in the sky above Skywolf Fort, and there was a crescent-shaped mark between the brows of this demon wolf. The crescent-shaped mark was green in color. Fort Master. The 4 people who appeared in the sky above Skywolf Fort were the other 4 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort other than Luo Fu. They bowed respectfully to the demon wolf that was covered in azure fur. If this scene was seen by outsiders, they would definitely turn pale with fright. The fort master of Skywolf Fort was not a human but a demon wolf? Yes. The demon wolf nodded. Then, with a shake of his body, he transformed into an old man dressed in green. The fort master of Skywolf Fort, Green Wolf. At this moment, there was still a trace of lingering fear on Green Wolf's face. It's a good thing the old ancestor came in time. Otherwise, I would have been ruined by those 2 young ladies. Thinking of the 2 young ladies he had served during this period of time, Green Wolf couldn't help but shudder. He didn't dare to recall the painful experience during this period of time. If it was possible, he hoped that this experience would disappear from his mind forever. Where's Luo Fu? Green Wolf frowned and asked in a deep voice as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. Fort Master, my master has sent his nephew home. Feng Wei, the last of the 5 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort, hurriedly said when he saw Green Wolf's unstable emotions. Green Wolf nodded nonchalantly and asked, "How's your harvest from Emperor Wu's secret treasure? Did you obtain any profundity fragments that I can use?" Chapter 1058. When they heard Qing Lang and saw the yearning that filled Qing Lang's eyes, Feng Wei and the other vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort lowered their heads as the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Qing Lang's face sank when he saw the bitterness that appeared on their faces. What? There's no profundity fragment that I can use? Fort Master. Under the indication of Ning Can's group of 3, Feng Wei summoned up the courage to look at Qing Lang and laughed bitterly. We didn't obtain anything from the secret treasure of Emperor Wu, let alone a profundity fragment. It isn't just that, all the 20 young experts that entered the secret treasure of Emperor Wu from Skywolf Fort have died there. Feng Wei finished speaking in a single breath, and then he looked at Qing Lang with a perturbed expression. Qing Lang stood there with a calm expression, yet killing intent was concealed within his expression. Especially his eyes, they had become extremely sharp now, and they seemed to be filled with coldness as if they were choosing to swallow someone up. Why is it like this? Qing Lang asked with a low voice. Fort Master, they died at the hands of the same person. Feng Wei laughed bitterly. At the same time, a violet-colored figure appeared in Feng Wei's mind. He'd met the owner of the violet-colored figure early on when the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Later on, the violet-colored figure had suppressed the 10 young experts and obtained the honor of being the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Practically at the instant Feng Wei finished speaking, an extremely formidable imposing aura suddenly gushed out from Qing Lang's body, and it caused the surrounding clouds and mist to shake. Who is it? Qing Lang's voice was icy cold and contained ghastly killing intent. Duan Lingtian. Feng Wei sighed. Duan Lingtian? When he heard Feng Wei, the coldness that covered Qing Lang's face vanished without a trace, and it was replaced by astonishment. The person that was ranked first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties held by our Skywolf Fort? He's the big brother Ling Tian that little grandaunt mentioned? As he finished speaking, the figure of a yellow-colored young woman appeared in Qing Lang's mind, and his body shuddered for no reason or rhyme. Yes. Feng Wei hurriedly nodded. You didn't do anything to that Duan Lingtian, did you? Right at this instant, Qing Lang's gaze became fierce as he swept Feng Wei, Ning Can, and the other 3 vice-fort masters of Skywolf Fort before he asked in a low voice. No. The 4 of them hurriedly shook their heads. That's good. Remember, when facing that Duan Ling Tian, don't take any chances. The methods of the person behind that little grandaunt are beyond your imagination. As Green Wolf spoke, his expression became extremely solemn. When his words entered into the ears of Feng Wei's group of 4, it caused them to be unable to refrain from looking at each other, and they were able to see fear in each other's eyes. After the martial competition of the 10 dynasties came to an end, should we tell the fort master about our pursuit of Duan Ling Tian? The 4 of them conversed privately via voice transmissions. I don't think we'd better tell him. Given Castle Lord's fear of Miss Xuanai, if he knows about it, we'll definitely suffer. That's right, I can't tell you. In next to no time, the 4 of them came to a consensus. On the other hand, Qing Lang, the fort master of Skywolf Fort, was kept in the dark as well. In the sky near the northern area of the northern desert, 3 figures flashed swiftly through the sky. The people in the lead were 2 young women, and an old woman in green clothes followed behind them. The old woman had an expressionless face, yet every single movement she made wasn't like the 2 young women that caused the clouds and mist all along the way to move. Everywhere she passed, it seemed as if even the airflow in the air wasn't affected by her. Qing knew, let me stay here for a period of time. I still haven't found Big Brother Ling Tian. The yellow-clothed young woman turned around to look at the old woman, and her mischievous eyes spun as she spoke pitifully. Young miss, then don't make it difficult for me. Master is extremely unhappy that you brought young Miss Shui away from home this time, and he asked me to bring both of you back at the first possible moment. When the old woman looked at the yellow-clothed young woman, her eyes were filled with tender love, yet as she finished speaking, she felt slightly helpless. The yellow-clothed young woman was none other than Han Xuanai. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Han Xuanai's little head drooped listlessly. Father is so annoying. Even when I came out to relax, he still cares. Humph. When I return, I won't speak to him for a month. No, I won't speak to him for 2 months. When Han Xuanai's mutterings entered the ears of the young woman and the old woman, they could not help but smile wryly at each other. Qing knew, have little gold, little black, and little white come out from that place? Soon after, Han Xuanai seemed to have recalled something. She lifted her head, and the gloominess from before was swept away. Her mischievous eyes turned to look at the old woman in green. There was a hint of anxiousness on her delicate face. Not yet. The old woman in green shook her head. Can they come out safely? Han Xuanai asked worriedly. Those 2 little pythons ought to be fine. Their bloodlines from before had already attained the level of a variant Saint Beast's descendant, and it isn't impossible for them to transform into variant Saint Beasts at that place. The old woman said. What about little gold? Han Xuanai's delicate face went slightly pale, and she asked with an anxious expression. It won't be in trouble, right? If something really happens to it, how should I explain it to Big Brother Ling Tian? It's hard to say. That little gold mouse is a jade-eyed heavenly mouse, a descendant of a saint beast. Its bloodline is relatively fixed, and it's much more difficult for it to transform into a saint beast compared to the 2 little pythons. The old woman shook her head, and her words revealed that she wasn't certain. What will happen if it can't transform? Han Xuanai asked. It'll be a dead end. As a demon that had once entered that place, the old woman knew the details of that place. It'll be a dead end. These 4 short words shocked Han Xuanai to the point her face went pale. Little gold, nothing must happen to you. After a long while, Han Xuanai took a deep breath and muttered. Young miss, it's time for us to depart, the old woman said calmly. The old woman said calmly. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared into thin air with the 2 girls without anyone seeing her do anything. It was as though they had never appeared before. In a place far away from the northern desert, there was an extremely luxurious and magnificent palace on an island suspended in mid-air. At this moment, there were two figures standing in the sky above the palace. The two figures were leaning against each other. It was a man and a woman. The man was dressed in green, and he was a young man. He stood there with a graceful bearing. The outline of his face was perfect as though it had been sculpted countless times. His sword-like eyebrows were straight, and he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Under his sword-like eyebrows, his seemingly calm eyes were staring into the distance. There seemed to be strands of green energy pulsating in them. His eyes suddenly sharpened, as if they could see through everything. The woman next to him was dressed in green. Her peerless appearance that could cause the downfall of a nation seemed to overshadow everything in the surroundings. When she stood next to him, they were a match made in heaven. "Brother Feng, you should bring Tian over as well. I'm worried about leaving him alone there." The woman's voice was like an orchid as she spoke softly. You finally brought this up. However, there's a reason why I left Tian over there. If it's for his own good, you should look on the bright side. The man said. "Brother Feng, I know you left Tian over there to train him. However, even if he's over here, can't he still train? Moreover, Tian is under our eyes here after all. I'm more at ease." The woman said again. Of course, I've thought about what you said. However, if I bring Tian over from there, it'll be more harm than good to him. As for the reason, I don't know how to describe it. When you see Tian again in the future, you'll naturally understand everything. The man said. But Tian is alone over there. What if something happens to him? The woman said worriedly. Don't worry. I've left 3 Dao talismans for him. They can save his life 3 times. The man comforted her. What if he uses up all the Dao talismans? Then, he can only rely on himself. Can't you send someone to protect him? You can protect him secretly. Those 3 Dao talismans are already the limit of my interference in his life. He'll have to rely on himself for the rest of his life. How can I, Duan Rufeng's son, be an ordinary person? What if something happens to him? We have to trust him. After leaving the northern desert, Duan Lingtian finally arrived at his destination after traveling north for a few months. It was an area adjacent to the Ruoshui River. This place was also known as the Northern Mountain Land. The Northern Mountain Land. The Northern Mountain Land. Back then, when Tian Wu, Uncle Feng, and I were on our way to the ancient desert city, the siblings that Uncle Feng saved seemed to be from the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the ice coffin hovering next to him. To be more precise, he was looking at the red-clad woman lying in the ice coffin. The Northern Mountains Lu clan? I wonder if the Lu clan is ranked high among the numerous forces in the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Lingtian was curious about this. This was Duan Lingtian's first time in the Northern Mountain Land. The reason he knew this place was called the Northern Mountain Land was because the Northern Mountain Land was marked on the map that he had borrowed from the Zheng clan previously. To the north of the Northern Mountain Land was the Ruoshui River. Although the Northern Mountain Land is marked on the map, there's no detailed description of the Northern Mountain Land. I'll have to go there myself if I want to understand the Northern Mountain Land. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Xiong Quan and the ice coffin that Feng Tianwu was lying in, Duan Lingtian began to search his surroundings in an attempt to find a city in the Northern Mountain Land. After spending half a day, he finally found a city. It was a small city in the south of the Northern Mountain Land. Although the city was small, there were many people going in and out of it. Xiong Quan, let's enter the city. Chapter 1059. Whoosh. After Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan entered the city, the ice coffin that followed them like a shadow quickly attracted the attention of many passers-by. The ice coffin was too eye-catching. Even so, not many people took a second look at the ice coffin. In this world where the strong were respected, one had to be careful no matter what one did. If one was not careful, one could be doomed eternally. Soon, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan entered a restaurant and found a seat by the window. Boom! Under Duan Lingtian's control, the ice coffin landed steadily on the table next door. In an instant, all the customers in the restaurant looked over. What a beautiful woman! Some of the sharp-eyed people quickly saw the woman in red lying in the ice coffin. Even with the ice coffin between, the woman in red's peerless beauty could not be hidden. She's full of vitality. Why is she lying in the ice coffin? Many people were puzzled. Maybe she's suffering from some incurable disease. Someone guessed. Regardless, the appearance of the ice coffin had become the most eye-catching scene in the restaurant, attracting the attention of all the patrons. Such a scene was not common. However, Duan Lingtian's action of bringing the ice coffin along and occupying another table was undoubtedly a little overbearing. "Sir, soon," the restaurant owner instructed the waiter to come over and look at Duan Lingtian. "I'll pay for 2 tables of wine when I settle the bill." Duan Lingtian interrupted the waiter. Naturally, he could guess what the waiter wanted to say. The waiter wanted to say that he had occupied another table and was affecting their business. Both the waiter and the restaurant owner were speechless. After ordering some dishes and asking the waiter to prepare them, Duan Lingtian leaned against the window and narrowed his eyes at the passers-by outside the restaurant. He had a calm expression on his face. At this moment, he finally calmed down a little. When he was outside, he would often encounter rampant bandits, so he did not dare to relax easily. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Young master, what's our next step?" Xiong Quan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. He had no idea what Duan Lingtian was planning. "When the waiter serves the dishes later, ask him which force is the strongest in the northern mountain land. After he confirms it, we'll pay that force a visit," Duan Lingtian said. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes landed on the ice coffin on the neighboring table. To be more precise, he was looking at the red-clad lady inside the ice coffin. The peerless beauty of the woman in red completely attracted his gaze, making it difficult for him to move his gaze away. At this moment, his eyes were filled with tenderness, as if they could melt everything. "Tianwu, I will definitely wake you up as soon as possible. Wait for me." Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yes. Although Xiong Quan did not know why his young master wanted to go to the most powerful force in the northern mountain land, he did not ask. He believed that his young master must have a plan for doing so. What he had to do was to follow the young master and handle the trivial matters for him. Soon after, the dishes were served one after another. "Waiter, I would like to ask. Which force is the strongest in the northern mountain land?" Xiong Quan asked the waiter according to Duan Lingtian's instructions. "Sir, this must be your first time in our northern mountain land, right?" the waiter asked as his eyes flashed. "That's right." Xiong Quan nodded. "Sir, the strongest forces in our northern mountain land are the 2 great clans. One of them is the O clan, and the other is the Lu clan." The waiter smiled as he answered Xiong Quan's question. 2 great clans. O clan? Lu clan? Before Xiong Quan returned to his senses, Duan Lingtian who was sitting at the side had already raised his eyebrows as he thought to himself, "It can't be that coincidental, right?" Duan Lingtian still remembered that when he, Feng Tianwu, and Feng Wudao left the Darming dynasty and headed to the ancient desert city, the pair of siblings that Feng Wudao saved seemed to be from the northern mountains Lu clan. The northern mountains Lu clan was one of the 2 strongest forces in the northern mountain land? Merely two clans were actually able to become the two strongest forces in the northern mountain land. How shocking! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he revealed an astonished expression. Of course, he knew very well in his heart that since these two clans were able to become the two strongest forces in the northern mountain land, they surely had some ability. Clans? Xiaofan was surprised when he heard the waiter's words. One had to know that the difference between a clan and a sect was not just a little bit. No matter what, a clan revolved around the direct descendants and passed down their bloodline. No matter how outstanding the other branch family disciples and disciples with another surname were, it was difficult for them to stand out. In the end, they would at most become elders or revered elders. It was utterly impossible for the branch family disciples and disciples with another surname to touch the position of patriarch. Because of this, it was extremely difficult for a clan to become truly strong. On the other hand, sects were not merely limited to passing down their bloodline. Those who were capable would rise in the sky. So long as one had the ability, one could even become the leader of a sect. Therefore, it greatly increased the enthusiasm of the sect disciples. This was especially true in the foreign lands where powerhouses were as common as trees in a forest. The difference between clans and sects was undoubtedly even more obvious. However, in the northern desert, the two clans were actually the strongest. Unbelievable. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Xiaofan, both of them were astonished by this. Dear guests, I heard that the two strongest forces in the northern mountain land are the two clans. Don't you find it strange? The waiter could not help but ask when he saw the astonishment on Duan Lingtian and Xiaofan's faces. It was obvious he could guess what both of them were thinking. Duan Lingtian and Xiaofan did not deny it and nodded in unison. Dear guests, you might not know this. Our northern mountain lands O clan and Lu clan are different from ordinary clans. It's said that these two clans have been passed down for 10,000 years. The waiter had a solemn expression on his face when he reached the end of his sentence. 10,000 years. One must admit that the waiter's words shocked Duan Lingtian and Xiaofan. A clan that had been passed down for 10,000 years? How strong was their foundation? It was difficult for them to imagine. There must be a reason why those two clans could be passed down for 10,000 years, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the waiter. He had a feeling that no matter if it was the Northern Mountains O clan or the Northern Mountains Lu clan, they were definitely not simple. You're wise, dear guest. The waiter smiled. There's indeed a reason why those two clans could be passed down for 10,000 years. It's because they're a weapons craftsman clan and an alchemist clan respectively. Weapons craftsman clan? Alchemist clan? The moment the waiter's words left his mouth, it made Duan Lingtian even more puzzled. What do you mean? It means more than 50% of the people in one of the clans are weapons craftsmen, and more than 50% of the people in the other clan are alchemists. The waiter continued to explain to Duan Lingtian. More than 50% of the people in one of the clans are weapons craftsmen. More than 50% of the people in the other clan are alchemists. As soon as the attendant finished speaking, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Xiaofan, they were both dumbstruck. On Cloud Continent, who did not know that a high innate talent in weapons craftsmanship and medicine refinement was required to become a weapons craftsman and alchemist? If one's innate talent was insufficient, it would be impossible to become a grade 9 weapons craftsman and alchemist. However, someone was telling them now. There was a clan where more than 50% of the people in it were weapons craftsmen. There was another clan where more than 50% of the people in it were alchemists. Yes. The waiter nodded. He was not surprised by Duan Lingtian and Xiaofan's surprise. He had seen too many people with similar expressions. Without exception, those people were either people who were coming to the northern mountain land for the first time or people who were learning about the two strongest forces in the northern mountain land for the first time. It's said that 10,000 years ago, the O clan and the Lu clan established themselves in the northern mountain land at almost the same time. The O clan's ancestor was a grade 1 weapons craftsman. On the other hand, the Lu clan's ancestor was a grade 1 alchemist. Ever since the O clan and the Lu clan established themselves, the two clans have focused on the Tao of weapons craftsmanship and Tao of medicine refinement respectively. Until today, the two clans have become the famous weapons craftsman clan and alchemist clan in the northern mountain land. The waiter continued. Grade 1 weapons craftsman. Grade 1 alchemist. Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked. It did not cross his mind that there would be grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists outside of the foreign land's central area. Moreover, they were from two clans. In the 10,000 years of history of the two clans, there were more than 10 grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists respectively. All of them had gone to the inner land on the other side of the Ruoshui River. They were once the revered elders and foreign advisors of the first-rate forces. They refined spirit weapons and pills for the first-rate forces. Because of this, they formed a lot of good karma. This is the main reason why the O clan and the Lu clan were able to survive for 10,000 years. When the first-rate forces accepted the grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists of the O clan and the Lu clan as their revered elders and foreign officials, they would publicly promise them that as long as the first-rate forces existed, they would not allow the O clan and the Lu clan to be annihilated. Due to this reason, although many forces have set their sights on the O clan and the Lu clan for the past 10,000 years, they did not dare to annihilate the O clan and the Lu clan. This allowed the two clans to develop until today and become a colossus in the northern mountain land. The waiter patiently explained the history of the O clan and the Lu clan to Duan Lingtian and Xiaofan. He also explained the reason why they could remain standing for 10,000 years. Even now, the first-rate forces in the inner land might be able to annihilate the O clan and the Lu clan, but they would not dare to do so. This was because as long as they dared to do so, they would be attacked by at least 3 first-rate forces. They might even be annihilated. The relationship between the O clan and the Lu clan is too terrifying. This is the wealth left behind by the ancestors of the two clans. Chapter 1060. The waiter's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears like thunder. Duan Lingtian could not help but fall into a daze. He did not expect this at all. To think that the O clan and the Lu clan of the northern mountain land actually had such an enormous background, such an enormous foundation, and such a huge network of connections. No wonder they could become one of the two most powerful forces in the northern mountain land. The O clan and Lu clan have existed for 10,000 years. Even those first-rate forces on the other side of the Ruoshui River, I'm afraid the number of people who can exist for 10,000 years can be counted on one hand. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Naturally, he also learned the reason why the O clan and Lu clan could exist for 10,000 years from the waiter. It was all thanks to the network of connections that their ancestors, grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists, had established on the other side of the Ruoshui River. That network of relationships had an extremely strong deterrent force. It allowed the O clan and the Lu clan to smoothly pass on for 10,000 years. The inner land referred to the central area of the Cloud Continent. There were many first-rate forces there. A first-rate force was extremely powerful. A second-rate force could not be compared to it. Moreover, if a first-rate force wanted to destroy a second-rate force, they only needed to send out a few of their most powerful martial monarch powerhouses to easily defeat the second-rate force. The second-rate force would not be able to retaliate at all in front of a first-rate force. It was already considered rare for a first-rate force to exist for 3,000 to 4,000 years. At the very least, during the two eras that Reincarnation Emperor Wu lived in, there had never been a first-rate force that had existed for more than 5,000 years. However, there are more than 10 Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists in the O clan and the Lu clan in the past 10,000 years. These Grade 1 weapons craftsmen and alchemists are more or less related to some of the first-rate forces that existed in the past 10,000 years. Due to this reason, when a first-rate force is destroyed, there will naturally be a second first-rate force to protect the O clan and Lu clan from being destroyed. It was easy for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. This was the main reason the O clan and Lu clan could exist for 10,000 years. The weapons craftsman clan and alchemists clan. What amazing clans! Duan Lingtian sighed to himself. At the same time, he recalled the pair of siblings that Feng Wudao had saved that day. Looks like they're from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Moreover, their status in the Northern Mountains Lu clan seems to be quite high. Duan Lingtian still remembered. Back then, the black-robed man who wanted to kill that pair of siblings called the elder brother, second young master, and the younger sister, seventh young lady. Between the O family and the Lu family, which one is closer to here? Duan Lingtian asked the waiter. His target this time was the strongest force in the Northern Mountain land. Since the O clan and the Lu clan were listed as the strongest forces in the Northern Mountain land, he had no choice but to choose one. In his opinion, whether it was the O clan or the Lu clan, it made no difference to him. Therefore, he preferred the one that was closer to his current location. To put it bluntly, he was too lazy to walk that far. Since there was no difference between the two clans, it did not matter which one he went to. If we're comparing the two clans, the Lu clan is closer. The Lu clan is located in the northeast outside the city. It's only 10,000 miles away from here. Although the waiter did not know why the young customer before him was asking about this, he still answered truthfully. Whether it was the Northern Mountains O clan or the Northern Mountains Lu clan. The locations of the two clans were not unfamiliar to the people in the Northern Mountain land. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he lifted his hand and took out a mid-grade origin stone before passing it to the waiter. This is your reward for introducing the O clan and the Lu clan to us. Thank you, sir. The waiter smiled widely as he looked at the mid-grade origin stone in his hand. He had wasted so much saliva to say so much just so he could tip the customer when he was happy. Sir, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I won't disturb your meal any longer. The waiter left after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. After the waiter left, Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan began to clean up the dishes on the table. In just 15 minutes, there was only a pile of empty cups, plates, and bowls left on the table. Let's go. After Duan Lingtian paid the bill, he called out to Xiong Quan and left the restaurant with the ice coffin. After leaving the city, Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan along and headed northeast. The Northern Mountains Lu clan. Duan Lingtian's destination this time was the Lu clan that was closest to his current location. It was the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It was also one of the two most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain land. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was also known as the Alchemist clan. Duan Lingtian only had one goal in mind when he went to the Northern Mountains Lu clan. He wanted to reveal his identity as a Grade 1 alchemist and become the Northern Mountains Lu clan's revered elder and interim advisor. From there, he would obtain a large amount of cultivation resources from the Northern Mountains Lu clan to help him and Xiong Quan improve their cultivation base and concepts. Although his current strength was not bad. However, if he was placed in the inner land on the other side of the Ruo Shui River, which was also the central area of Cloud Continent, he was nothing. With the Ruo Shui River as the boundary, there were two different worlds inside and outside. There were no first-rate forces outside of the Ruo Shui River. In the Ruo Shui River, not only were there first-rate forces, but there were also top forces such as the two great ancient clans and the forces controlled by Emperor Wu. That was the heaven of the powerhouses. At the same time, it was also hell for the weak. The great treasure left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life is in the inner land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to go to the inner land. Moreover, even if the reincarnation Emperor Wu did not leave behind the great treasure, he still had to go to the inner land. This was because he had to pass through the inner land if he wanted to reach the peak of Cloud Continent. If Duan Lingtian was on Earth in his previous life, it would take him 6 to 7 hours to travel 10,000 miles. However, for the current Duan Lingtian, it would only take him an hour to reach the inner land. In less than an hour, Duan Lingtian could already see a vast building complex on the plains in the distance. The buildings stood tall like beasts hibernating there. Suddenly, as though he had noticed something, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and looked at his surroundings. That's the Northern Mountains Lu clan? Why are there so many people? Xiong Quan glanced to the left and then to the right as he spoke with a face full of surprise. Duan Lingtian saw it as well. At this moment, there were people flying toward the vast building complex from all directions before landing on the west side of the building complex. There was no exception. If I can get into the top 30 in the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan, I'll be able to become a disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan with a different surname. I won't have to worry about materials to refine medicine in the future. A clear voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. I want to become a disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan with a different surname through the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It's not just for the materials. Then, another voice resonated in the air. The Northern Mountains Lu clan has as many high-grade alchemists as there are clouds in the sky. They even have a few grade 2 alchemists. If I can get their guidance, my achievements in the medicine refinement Dao will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, the Northern Mountains Lu clan's test is really harsh. The lowest requirement to participate is a grade 6 alchemist. Alchemists below grade 6 are not qualified to participate at all. The owner of the voice seemed to be complaining when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, two people who were talking to each other passed by Duan Lingtian. They were two middle-aged men. When they passed by Duan Lingtian, their eyes could not help but stop at the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. The ice coffin was just too eye-catching. Alchemist competition? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had a rough idea of what was going on. The Northern Mountains Lu clan seemed to be organizing an alchemist competition. As long as one was ranked in the top 30 in the alchemist competition, one would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a disciple with a different surname. The Northern Mountains Lu clan was an alchemist clan. More than half of the people in the clan were alchemists, and there was no lack of high-grade alchemists among them. To a low-grade alchemist, that place was like heaven. As long as one could enter that place, one would be able to interact with many alchemists and improve one's attainment in the medicine refinement Dao. If one had the chance to receive guidance from a high-grade alchemist, one would be able to improve by leaps and bounds. It seems like these people are here for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Other than some participants, there must be many people here to watch the show. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the people who came from all directions. There seems to be a woman lying inside. All of a sudden, a surprised voice sounded from behind Duan Lingtian. Then, Duan Lingtian saw three middle-aged men walking past him side by side. The voice came from one of them. However, after the three middle-aged men walked past Duan Lingtian, they did not leave. Instead, they went around the ice coffin and looked at it. What a beautiful woman! If I can get such a beautiful woman, I'm willing to lose 10 years of my life. Why is she lying in the ice coffin? The three middle-aged men pointed at the ice coffin and discussed among themselves. They acted as though there was no one else around them. They completely ignored Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. Scram! Xiong Quan's expression changed, and he was about to reprimand the three middle-aged men when a cold voice suddenly sounded. It was like a clap of thunder in the ears of the three middle-aged men. The three middle-aged men were so shocked that their bodies trembled. When they regained their senses, they turned around and looked at the source of the voice. "Boy, you're seeking death." Soon after, the three of them locked their eyes on Duan Lingtian and shouted in unison. Boom! Chapter 1061. The three middle-aged men were sent flying by the energy that swept out from Duan Lingtian's body. Barf! Barf! Subsequently, the three of them were injured by Duan Lingtian's energy. Their faces turned red as they spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After they caught their breath, they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Apart from anger, there was also fear and dread in their eyes. It did not cross their minds at all. This purple-clad young man who looked like he was only in his 20s actually possessed such terrifying strength. It only took a blink of an eye to send them flying and injure them. They did not even have time to react. They did not even have time to mobilize the heaven and earth energy in the air, let alone gather the heaven and earth phenomenon. They knew. This young man's strength was far beyond theirs. "I'll give all of you 3 breaths to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you'll die," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His voice was as cold as ice. The three middle-aged men's expressions changed drastically at once. They turned around and fled in panic. In just a blink of an eye, they landed in the buildings in front of them. It was the Northern Mountains Lu clan's residence. It was obvious they were here for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Whoosh! After the three of them left, Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. At that moment, he even had the urge to kill the three middle-aged men. It was the after-effect of the Devil Seal tablet. He had forcefully suppressed it at the critical moment. At this moment, the people who saw the scene earlier no longer dared to get close to Duan Lingtian, let alone look at Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin. "Xiong Quan, let's go over as well," Duan Lingtian called out to Xiong Quan. He brought the ice coffin with him and walked all the way to the buildings in front of them. They followed the crowd and entered the west side of the buildings before they landed in a vast field. The vast field was divided into 2 areas. One of the areas was close to a row of magnificent palace buildings. The other area was a field near the outer area. There were many people standing there. Most of the people, including Duan Lingtian and those who fell from the sky, were standing near the outer area of the field. Duan Lingtian saw it. In the area close to the palace building, tables were placed there, connected together. In addition, the same medicinal herbs were placed on every table. The alchemist competition should be held here. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to see this. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, Duan Lingtian turned his head slightly and looked into the distance. There, 3 middle-aged men were looking at him. Seeing him looking over, the 3 middle-aged men shifted their gazes away. However, the moment he looked over, he saw the anger and hatred in their eyes. The 3 middle-aged men were not unfamiliar to Duan Lingtian. They were the 3 people he had injured outside. Duan Lingtian only glanced at the 3 before retracting his gaze. 3 martial artists at the first and second level of the void transformation stage were of no threat to him. In the distance, after the 3 middle-aged men retracted their gazes from Duan Lingtian, they looked at each other and saw fear and dread in each other's eyes. "He's also here to participate in the alchemist competition?" One of them spoke slowly, and his slightly suppressed voice seemed to carry a slight trace of anger within it. "Should be." Another man nodded. "Then?" He's human? Not a demon? The last man frowned. Initially, after witnessing the purple-clad young man's strength, he thought he was a demon. This was because he was too young. A young man who looked like he was only in his 20s had a strength that far surpassed them. His cultivation base was suspected to be at the 4th level of the void transformation stage or above. Even the most outstanding young powerhouses in their northern mountain lands, O clan and Lu clan, who focused on martial Dao cultivation, did not have such terrifying innate talent. More than half of the people in the O clan and Lu clan focused on the weapons refinement Dao and the medicine refinement Dao. The remaining people could not become weapons refinement masters or alchemists due to their limited innate talent. They could only focus on martial Dao to raise their cultivation base and protect their respective clans. The O clan and Lu clan were weapons refinement clan and alchemist clan respectively. They had a heritage of 10,000 years. The cultivation resources they had accumulated were almost comparable to a first-rate force. Therefore, the disciples from the O clan and Lu clan who focused on martial Dao cultivation would not be weak under the nurturing of such a huge amount of cultivation resources. If he's really here to participate in the alchemist competition, then he should be a human. It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist. This is the iron law on Cloud Continent. The three middle-aged men looked at each other again. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Such a young man who possessed a cultivation base that far surpassed theirs had already shocked them. Now, they found out the young man was most likely an alchemist who came to participate in the alchemist competition just like them. For a moment, they could not help but feel shocked. Their emotions surged and could not calm down for a long time. Perhaps he's here to accompany the middle-aged man next to him. The three of them could not believe Duan Lingtian was here to participate in the alchemist competition no matter what. Soon after, one of them speculated. That's possible. The other two nodded as well. They hoped it was true as well. After all, their previous guesses were simply too inconceivable in their eyes. They all felt that it was practically impossible for such a thing to happen. Yao Liang, didn't you say one of the referees for the alchemist competition organized by the Northern Mountains Lu clan is your uncle? Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men looked at the other middle-aged man in green clothes, and his eyes lit up. Why don't you inform your uncle and ask him to directly eliminate the alchemist that's with that fellow? When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the middle-aged man standing behind the purple-clad young man in the distance. A faint sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. The person he had his eyes on was, naturally, Xiaofan, who was next to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he only thought Duan Lingtian was here to accompany Xiaofan to participate in the alchemist competition. He thought Xiaofan was the alchemist. That's right, Yao Yang. As long as your uncle says the word, they'll immediately scram. The other middle-aged man looked at the green-clad middle-aged man with anticipation. Don't worry. When my uncle comes out later, I'll tell him. If that guy dares to hurt me, I'll make sure the person accompanying him won't even be qualified to participate in the preliminary round of the alchemist competition. The green-clad middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and said confidently. Then, the three of them laughed proudly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about the conspiracy of the three of them. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not care. I wonder if the Northern Mountains Lu clan has a grade 1 alchemist in this generation. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He was curious about this. Then, he saw a middle-aged man nearby from the corner of his eyes. He immediately looked at him with a smile. Brother, I have something to ask you. Please go ahead. The middle-aged man had long noticed Duan Lingtian. The ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian was too eye-catching. It was difficult for him not to notice it. I've just arrived at the Northern Mountain Land not too long ago. All I know is that the Lu clan is one of the two most powerful forces in the Northern Mountain Land. I also know that there were more than 10 grade 1 alchemists in the Lu clan's history. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and asked directly, I wonder if the Lu clan has a grade 1 alchemist in this generation? No. The middle-aged man thought Duan Lingtian was going to ask him something, but he did not expect it to be such a simple question. He immediately shook his head and said, there's no grade 1 alchemist in this generation in the Lu clan. Even the last grade 1 alchemist in the Lu clan has to be traced back to 900 years ago. I see. Duan Lingtian came to a realization and smiled at the middle-aged man. Thank you for your guidance, brother. You're welcome, brother. The middle-aged man replied with a smile. His eyes then landed on the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Lingtian. He asked curiously, brother, I wonder if the lady in the ice coffin is, she's my woman. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, Duan Lingtian had already looked at Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin and said gently. Almost at the same time, Duan Lingtian who was staring at Feng Tianwu's beautiful face did not notice that Feng Tianwu's right hand moved slightly as soon as he finished his sentence. Her movement was very light, and she regained her composure in just a blink of an eye. Apart from Duan Lingtian, even the others, including Xiaofan, did not notice this. Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin seemed to have heard Duan Lingtian's words. Brother, you're so lucky. At this moment, the middle-aged man also clearly saw Feng Tianwu's peerless appearance lying in the ice coffin, and he spoke with an envious expression. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. I'm Huang Chun. How should I address you, brother? The middle-aged man asked. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied. Good name. Huang Chun was not stingy with his compliments. He then looked at Xiaofan and asked, how should I address you? I'm Xiaofan. Xiaofan nodded at Huang Chun. Brother Lingtian and Brother Xiaofan are also here to participate in the alchemist competition? Huang Chun asked again. I'm not an alchemist. Xiaofan shook his head. In that case, Brother Xiaofan is here to accompany Brother Lingtian to participate in the alchemist competition. Brother Lingtian is really young and promising. He's already a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age. I'm sure his future is limitless. Huang Chun praised, Brother Lingtian, with your talent of becoming a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age, it's almost certain that you'll become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan this time. A grade 6 alchemist was the minimum requirement to participate in the alchemist competition. Therefore, Huang Chun guessed Duan Lingtian must be a grade 6 alchemist. He did not dare to think about whether he was a higher grade alchemist. The fact that Duan Lingtian could become a grade 6 alchemist at such a young age already shocked him from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 1062. Duan Lingtian only smiled faintly when he heard Huang Chun's words. Was it certain that he would become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? He did not come here to become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. He came to the Northern Mountains Lu clan to make him an interim advisor and revered elder. It was not hard to imagine. As long as he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, even the Northern Mountains Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouses would have to be respectful to him. However, I can still participate in the alchemist competition. When the competition starts, I'll reveal my grade 1 pill fire. It'll be interesting then. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face seemed to represent confidence in Huang Chun's eyes. He was confident that he would be able to rank in the top 30 in the alchemist competition and become a foreign disciple of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. If Huang Chun knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking right now, he would most likely faint from shock. The alchemist competition had yet to begin. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, stood in place and waited patiently. As time went by, the number of people who came decreased. In the end, they did not see anyone for a long time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, two soft sounds of wind blew in the air, startling everyone, including Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and the others looked in the direction of the sound of wind, they saw two old figures. They were two old men. One was dressed in green while the other was dressed in gray. The green-clad old man had a sturdy body and a determined face. He had a dignified look on his face, and he gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression. The gray-clad old man had a skinny body and a bony face. He had a gloomy expression on his face, giving off an extremely eerie feeling. Whoosh! 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 Following the appearance of the two old men, another 5 figures appeared behind them, following them like shadows. Among these people, there were old and middle-aged people. They stood behind the two old men expressionlessly. Their eyes were fixed in front of them, and they did not move at all. The Lu clan has come out. Someone shouted in a low voice, causing everyone, including Duan Lingtian, to come back to their senses and re-examine the 7 people in front of them. The 2 people in the lead are both at the 8th level of the void transformation stage. As for the other 5 people, the weakest is at the 4th level of the void transformation stage while the strongest is at the 6th level of the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian's mental power extended out and immediately detected the cultivation of the 7 people. In a second-rate force like the Northern Mountains Lu clan, the cultivation base of these 7 people could not be considered strong. However, Duan Lingtian knew that their cultivation did not need to be very strong. For them to appear right before the alchemist competition is about to begin. These 7 people must be from the Northern Mountains Lu clan who's hosting the alchemist competition. The people hosting the alchemist competition are undoubtedly all alchemists. Furthermore, their grades shouldn't be low. As a high-grade alchemist, being able to have this level of cultivation is already considered pretty good. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through the 7 members of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. Welcome to the Lu clan for participating in the alchemist competition. First of all, I'd like to represent the Lu clan to thank all of you for your enthusiasm. Secondly, the Lu clan will only recruit the top 30 people in the alchemist competition this time. If any of you are unfortunate enough to be eliminated, please don't be discouraged. The Lu clan will hold another alchemist competition 3 years later. The green-clad old man spoke in a loud voice that entered the ears of everyone present on the scene. I'm Lu So, an elder of the Lu clan. This person next to me is also an elder of the Lu clan. I'm sure all of you have heard of him before. He's Elder Lu Zhao, the green-clad old man continued. As he introduced himself, he also introduced the gray-clad old man next to him to the crowd. Elder Lu Zhao? Don't tell me he's the Lu clan's elder who can refine grade 3 pills with more than 70% purity? It should be him. I heard that one of the judges for today's alchemist competition is Elder Lu Zhao. Although Elder Lu Zhao is only a grade 3 alchemist, he can be considered as one of the top grade 3 alchemists because he's able to refine grade 3 medicinal pills with a purity of 70% and above. Many people whispered among themselves as they discussed the gray-clad old man who was also the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao. Elder Lu So is also a grade 3 alchemist in the Lu clan. He has also refined grade 3 pills with more than 70% purity. Although he's not as good as Elder Lu Zhao, he's not too far off. That's right, Elder Lu So is also very powerful. If I can get his guidance, my progress in the medicine refinement Dao will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Moreover, I heard that Elder Lu So is very kind and doesn't put on airs. This is something that Elder Lu So can't compare to. Many people began to whisper among themselves again. At the same time, Lu Zhao's face turned slightly gloomy. However, he did not flare up in the end. As for Lu So, one could not tell if he was happy or angry on the surface. However, there was a hint of joy in the depth of his eyes. No matter who it was, everyone liked to be praised instead of being insulted. Today, Lu So and I will be the chief judges for this alchemist competition. The 5 people behind us are all outstanding alchemists in our Lu clan. They'll be the judges and be responsible for inspecting your results in refining pills. Lu So continued to speak to the crowd. Huh. Duan Lingtian only heard half of Lu So's words before he stopped listening. Naturally, it was not that he did not want to listen. It was just that his attention was attracted by someone else. His gaze was originally on Lu So and the other 6 people from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. It was easy for him to see who was acting strangely. At this moment, he was attracted by Lu Zhao. He noticed that Lu Zhao was looking at a green-clad middle-aged man and nodding from time to time. It was as though he was communicating with the green-clad middle-aged man. In the end, a fierce gleam flashed in the depth of Lu Zhao's eyes. It was as though he was about to devour someone. Initially, Duan Lingtian felt that the green-clad middle-aged man's back was slightly familiar, but he did not think too much about it. However, at this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man suddenly turned to look at him. There was a hint of mockery and disdain in the depth of the green-clad middle-aged man's eyes. There was also a smile on his face as though he had succeeded in his scheme. So it's him. Now that Duan Lingtian saw the green-clad middle-aged man's face, he finally recognized him. No wonder I felt that he was slightly familiar. The green-clad middle-aged man was none other than one of the 3 middle-aged men he had taught a lesson outside the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Looks like he knows Lu Zhao. Not only do they know each other, but they seem to be very close as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. There was no need for him to guess what the green-clad middle-aged man and Lu Zhao were talking about. They were most likely discussing how to make things difficult for him. However, he did not care. If he was only a grade 6 alchemist, he might have fallen into their trap. However, the problem was that he was not a grade 6 alchemist. Everyone, be quiet. Soon after, Lu So's voice continued to sound. It suppressed the noise in the scene and caused the scene to fall silent. At this moment, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, had their eyes on Lu South. The alchemist competition is divided into 3 rounds, the preliminary round, the semi-finals, and the final round. Before the preliminary round, all of you will need to draw lots and get your lots. Then, we'll proceed with the preliminary round according to the order. Lu So said when he saw everyone looking at him. It's about to begin. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. The preliminary round was the beginning of the alchemist competition. Only by advancing in the preliminary round would one be able to enter the semi-finals. After the semi-finals, it would be the final round. Only the most outstanding 30 people would enter the final round. Those who entered the final round would be able to enter the Northern Mountains Lu clan and become a foreign disciple of the Lu clan. The final round would determine the exact ranking of the 30 people. Those who were ranked at the top would be rewarded handsomely. At the same time, they would become the target of the Lu clan's nurturing. I heard. Apart from the rewards, the top 3 people in the final round would also become the personal medicine boy of the Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist and receive pointers from the grade 2 alchemist. My goal is to be in the top 3 in the final round. As long as I can receive pointers from a grade 2 alchemist, I'll definitely be able to become a grade 4 alchemist in a short time. Those who are qualified to participate in the alchemist competition don't just want to become a foreign disciple of the Lu clan. Everyone hopes to be able to receive pointers from a high-grade alchemist in the Lu clan. Many people discussed among themselves. Their eyes were burning with desire. Many of them were grade 5 alchemists. Their biggest goal was to become the personal medicine boy of the Northern Mountains Lu clan's grade 2 alchemist. As the saying went, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. A personal medicine boy could follow the grade 2 alchemist and assist him. As long as he served the grade 2 alchemist well, he would be able to receive pointers from the grade 2 alchemist at any time. Let them draw the lots. Lu So looked at a middle-aged man behind him and said nonchalantly. Yes. After the middle-aged man responded respectfully, he prepared to fly out and take out the items needed to draw lots so that Duan Ling Tian and the others who came to participate in the alchemist competition could draw lots. Wait! At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the air, causing the middle-aged man to stop in his tracks. He did not have time to fly out. Elder Lu Zhao. The middle-aged man looked at the old man standing next to Lu South. He did not dare to act recklessly. Lu Zhao, do you have anything else to say? Lu So asked as he looked at Lu Zhao with a raised brow. Lu Zhao nodded faintly before he took a step forward. He glanced at the surroundings before he said with confidence, "Today is the day our Northern Mountains Lu clan is holding the alchemist competition to recruit outstanding disciples with different surnames. I personally welcome all of you here. However, when the Lu clan recruits foreign disciples, other than looking at their talent in the medicine refinement Dao, we also look at their character. As far as I know, some of you are ruthless and easily hurt others. Such people are not qualified to participate in the alchemist competition held by the Lu clan." Chapter 1063. Naturally, the purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian. As for the middle-aged man standing behind Duan Ling Tian, he was Xiong Quan. When Lu Zhao said those words and fixed his gaze on Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan, the others also shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan. Soon after, the people standing near Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan moved away from them as though they were afraid they would get into trouble. For a moment, the place where Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan were standing was empty. Apart from the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Ling Tian, only Huang Chun was standing there. However, Huang Chun did not look too good at the moment. He wanted to leave, but when he remembered that he was acquainted with Duan Ling Tian, it did not seem right for him to leave. While Huang Chun was still hesitating, Lu Zhao's gaze fell on him. He asked faintly, "Are you with them?" The moment Lu Zhao's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Huang Chun's face. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No. No. No. I don't know them. I don't know them." Huang Chun, who was in a panic, quickly moved away from Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan. It was as though he was avoiding the god of plague. Huang Chun's words clearly entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. However, Duan Ling Tian did not mind. Putting aside the fact that he had only met Huang Chun once, even if Huang Chun was his friend, Huang Chun still had the right to choose. He could not force him. He was very open-minded about this. At this moment, only Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan were left standing in the empty space. To be more precise, there were 3 of them. There was also Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin hovering next to Duan Ling Tian. "Both of you have poor character. Our Lu clan doesn't welcome you. Both of you are disqualified from participating in the alchemist competition today." Lu Zhao said nonchalantly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan. There was no room for doubt in his words. It was as though he was a judge who ruled over life and death. With just one sentence, he had sentenced Duan Ling Tian and Xiong Quan to death. Lu So, who was standing at the side, frowned slightly. Naturally, he could tell that Lu Zhao was intentionally suppressing the purple-clad young man and the people around him. As for the reason, he had seen Lu Zhao and the people who came to participate in the alchemist competition earlier. He seemed to have seen him somewhere. That's right. The last time he came to our Lu family, he's Lu Zhao's nephew. Soon after, Lu So finally remembered. He was almost certain that Lu Xiao was abusing his power for personal gain. Although he was dissatisfied, he had no intention of stopping him. No matter what. To him, the purple-clad young man and the person beside him were all outsiders. He did not know them at all. No matter what, Lu was for him was. He could not offer was Lu was senior, was he? For this reason. Bad character? Duanling Tian suddenly laughed. His laugh was bright and dazzling, causing everyone in the surroundings to think that he had gone mad. Keep smiling. You won't be able to smile for long. The three middle-aged men, including the green-clad middle-aged man, who were injured by Duanling Tian outside the northern mountains Lu clan, had a mocking smile on their faces when they looked at Duanling Tian. In their opinion, one of the two chief judges of the alchemist competition had already announced that the purple-clad young man was disqualified. This purple-clad young man was destined to get lost. Didn't you hear what I said? Lu Xiao asked in a deep voice when he saw Duanling Tian and Xiaofan did not do anything after hearing his words. He felt his dignity was being challenged. His eyes gleamed coldly. Elder Lu Xiao, this is against the rules. However, Lu Xiao did not receive any response from Duanling Tian and Xiaofan. Instead, he heard a righteous voice. Elder Lu So, what do you mean by this? Lu Xiao looked at Lu So next to him. His expression darkened. The person who questioned him was none other than Lu South. He had seen the change in Lu So's expression earlier. He knew Lu So did not intend to meddle in other people's business. He was still thinking that Lu So was tactful. Who knew Lu So would intervene in the blink of an eye? Although the development of the situation was a little sudden, Lu Xiao did not think too much about it. He only thought Lu So was not giving him any face by rebutting him in public. Elder Lu Xiao, you said their character is bad, but I wonder how bad it is. Could it be that you've met them before this? Or do you know them? Lu So seemed to have changed into a different person. He had initially thought Lu So was abusing his authority to avenge his nephew, but now, he seemed to have transformed into a selfless person. Lu Xiao was not the only one who was surprised by Lu So's sudden change. Even Duanling Tian could not help but feel surprised. When Lu Xiao announced that he was disqualified from the alchemist competition and asked him to leave the Lu clan, Duanling Tian had carefully observed Lu So's expression. At that time, Lu So was watching from the sidelines. Now that Lu So had suddenly changed, Duanling Tian could not react to it. Why does Lu So seem to have changed into a different person all of a sudden? What's the reason for this change? Duanling Tian could not figure it out. However, he felt there must be a reason. Lu So's action would undoubtedly offend Lu Xiao, an elder who had worked with him for many years in the northern mountains Lu clan. It would be fine if he knew Lu So and had a close relationship with him. However, the problem was he did not know Lu So at all. Everything Lu So was doing was for the sake of Duanling Tian whom he had never met before. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Duanling Tian agreed with this statement. I don't know them. Lu Xiao's eyes gleamed coldly when he heard Lu So's question. He said in a deep voice, however, someone knows them. They even personally witnessed how they were injured by him. The person you said was injured by him. You don't know where he is? Can you call him out and let them talk? Lu So raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, after all, who knows if they're trying to frame me? Elder Lu Xiao, what do you think? Humph. Lu Xiao snorted coldly and looked at the three middle-aged men, including the green-clad middle-aged man, and said nonchalantly, since Elder Lu So wants to know the ins and outs of this matter, all of you should tell him everything. Yes. Initially, the three middle-aged men thought the purple-clad young man who injured them would be kicked out very soon. However, they did not expect Lu So to interfere. When they heard Lu Xiao's summon, they did not dare to delay and responded in unison. Then, they looked at Lu South. Elder Lu So, he publicly injured the three of us outside the Lu clan. The three of us have never seen him before, let alone know who he is. The green-clad middle-aged man looked at Lu So and said righteously, if such a scum enters the Lu clan, he'll only bring shame to the Lu clan. He indiscriminately injured people near the Lu clan who came to participate in the alchemist competition. After today, he might become a disciple with a different surname from the Lu clan. Such a person has no right to enter the Lu clan. Also, the companion next to him is helping the tyrant. Once both of them enter the Lu clan, they'll be like two pieces of rat **T that spoils a pot of porridge. The other two middle-aged men followed up. Their words were filled with righteousness. At the same time, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. If that's the case, both of them really don't have the right to enter the Lu clan. Humph. The Lu clan is one of the top clans in our northern mountain land. How can we tolerate such a ruthless person? Scram! Scram! After hearing the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men's words, the surrounding people began to point at Duan Lingtian and Xiaofan. Their words were not polite at all. Duan Lingtian completely ignored this scene. From the beginning until the end, he had a calm expression on his face. It was as though the person in the center of the storm was not him but someone else. However, even if he could remain calm, it did not mean the others could remain calm as well. All of you are the guilty ones who complain first. Xiaofan, whose face was extremely red, suddenly shouted in the face of the surrounding people pointing at him. He pointed at the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men with a trembling hand. Young master did hurt all of you, but why didn't you tell the whole story? There are so many people here. Why did young master only hurt the three of you and not the others? As he spoke, Xiaofan was so agitated that his body began to tremble. He did not care what others said about him. However, he would definitely not allow others to say anything bad about his young master. Xiaofan's words caused the crowd to shift their focus from Duan Lingtian to the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men. That's right. Why did he only hurt the three of you? When I came here, I passed by him as well. However, he did not have any intention of attacking us. Could it be that the three of you were taught a lesson because you provoked him? Many people began to question the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men. Just as the green-clad middle-aged man and the other two middle-aged men were frowning and Lu Zhao's expression was still gloomy, humph. A cold snort suddenly reverberated in the air, suppressing the noise at the scene. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, a handsome young man dressed in brocade clothes flew out and arrived in front of Lu So and Lu Zhao in just a moment. He stood there proudly. Third young master. The moment the newcomer appeared, Lu So, Lu Zhao, and the other 5 Lu clan's disciples bowed at him. Perhaps, the newcomer's cultivation base and attainment in the medicine refinement Dao were not as good as theirs for the time being. However, the old man was a direct descendant of the Lu clan. His position in the Lu clan was so high that it was not something that the disciples from the branch families could compare to. This was the clan. The direct descendants were the most respected. I heard everything clearly when I was hiding in the dark earlier. Since Elder Lu Zhao thinks that they have no right to stay in our Lu clan, then just ask them to scram. The moment the Northern Mountains Lu clan's third young master appeared, he looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiaofan condescendingly as though he was looking at 2 ants that he could kill at any time. Third young master, you, Lu So's expression changed slightly. What? Elder Lu So, if you don't believe in Elder Lu Zhao's judgment, don't tell me you don't believe in mine. Chapter 1064. Duan Lingtian looked at the young man who suddenly appeared calmly. The third young master of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? The sudden appearance of the Lu clan's third young master and his current stance proved one thing. He was on Lu Zhao's side. However, even then, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. Third brother, you're really impressive. When Lu So heard the Lu clan's third young master's words and was at a loss for words, a loud voice resonated and attracted the attention of everyone present. In the distance, a young man flew over and arrived next to Lu So in just a moment. Second young master. The moment the young man appeared, Lu So and the other 5 Lu clan's disciples hurriedly bowed. When Lu Zhao saw the young man, he frowned slightly and bowed slightly in the end. It's the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai. I can't believe that not only the Lu clan's third young master, but even the Lu clan's second young master is here for the alchemist competition. I heard that the Lu clan's second young master is one of the 2 heirs to the next clan leader. The only person who can compete with the Lu clan's first young master for the position of the next clan leader is probably the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song. That's right. As for the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, although he's not bad, he's still lacking compared to the Lu clan's first young master and second young master. However, I heard that he's the younger brother of the Lu clan's first young master. Many people whispered among themselves. These people had a certain level of understanding of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. I see. With Duan Lingtian's excellent hearing, it was only natural that he heard the whispers. He seemed to have understood something at once. Second brother, don't tell me you're trying to protect them? They're despicable and have no right to enter our Lu clan. Lu Huai said in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly when he saw Lu Bai. However, Lu Bai ignored him as though he did not hear him at all. He only looked at the purple-clad young man standing nearby. We meet again. Lu Bai said with a smile. Yes, we meet again. The purple-clad young man who was being stared at by Lu Bai was none other than Duan Lingtian. In the face of Lu Bai who took the initiative to greet him, Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. When Lu Bai first appeared, he recognized him. It was precisely the elder brother of the pair of siblings that he, Feng Tianwu, and Feng Wu Dao had encountered on the way to the ancient desert city when they left the Darming dynasty. He still remembered. At that time, it was Feng Wu Dao who saved the lives of that pair of brother and sister by chance. At that time, Duan Lingtian had heard from the siblings that they were from the Northern Mountains Lu clan. However, he had no idea what the Northern Mountains Lu clan was. It was only when he arrived at the Northern Mountain land that he finally understood the meaning of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. A clan that had existed for tens of thousands of years. An alchemist clan. There were more than 10 grade 1 alchemists in the history of the alchemy sect. Lu Bai. Lu Bai looked at Duan Lingtian and suddenly opened his mouth. It was obvious he was introducing himself. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian responded with a smile. At the same time, his gaze swept past Lu Bai and Lu So who were standing together. His heart jolted as he vaguely guessed something. Earlier, this elder Lu So didn't intend to meddle in my business. However, in just a blink of an eye, he seemed to want to protect me. I was wondering why he wanted to help me. Now, it seems like it was Lu Bai's idea. Lu Bai must have been hiding in the dark since the beginning and recognized me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, the fog that shrouded Duan Lingtian earlier completely disappeared. When the onlookers saw Duan Lingtian and Lu Bai greeting each other like old friends, their expressions more or less changed. He actually knows the Lu clan's second young master. The green-clad middle-aged man and his 2 companions had a change in expression. There was a hint of dread in their eyes. It did not cross their minds that the purple-clad young man whom they hated to the core actually knew Lu Bai, the second young master of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Moreover, the two of them seemed to have a close relationship. No wonder Lu So didn't hesitate to offend me and meddle in my business. As it turns out, he's a friend of the second young master. I think the second young master must have secretly hinted for Lu So to help him. Lu Xiao's face darkened. He could vaguely guess what was going on. At the same time, his eyes gleamed coldly. His cold gaze did not leave the purple-clad figure in the distance. Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the sinister gaze on him. He glanced at Lu Xiao indifferently for a moment before he ignored him. Grade 3 Alchemist. 8th level Void Transformation Stage. To be honest, whether it was the Medicine Refinement Dao or Martial Dao Cultivation, Duanling Tian did not take Lu Xiao seriously at all. Duanling Tian actually knows the Lu clan's second young master? Huang Chun stood at the side and looked at Duanling Tian, who was smiling at Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master. At the same time, his heart was filled with regret. He knew he had missed an opportunity to form a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master. If he did not avoid Duanling Tian like he was avoiding the plague, if he did not say that he did not know Duanling Tian, he would have been considered a friend by Duanling Tian. If he was a friend of Duanling Tian, it would be easy for him to form a relationship with the Lu clan's second young master through Duanling Tian. However, he had ruined everything with his own hands. I was wondering why second brother would protect them. So they're people you know, second brother. Lu Huai took a deep look at Lu Bai and said with slight surprise. Second brother, you really have a wide circle of friends. You actually know people from all walks of life. Lu Huai's tone was laced with sarcasm. He paused for a moment before he continued, however, according to the rules of our Lu clan, even if a person with a despicable character is a friend of second brother, he cannot enter the Lu clan. However, Lu Bai was still the same as before. He did not pay any attention to him. This made Lu Bai's expression turn even uglier. Why did you come to our Lu clan? Lu Bai asked in surprise as he looked at Duanling Tian. I came to your Lu clan to be a revered elder or an interim elder. Duanling Tian replied honestly with a smile on his face. Revered elder? Interim elder? The moment Duanling Tian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Even Lu Bai was taken aback for a moment. It was not easy to become a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan. If he was a martial artist, he would need to be at least at the martial monarch stage. Only a martial monarch powerhouse was qualified to become a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan. If he was an alchemist, he would need to be a grade 2 alchemist at the very least. A martial monarch powerhouse? A grade 2 alchemist or above? Lu Bai studied Duanling Tian for a while and secretly shook his head. He thought Duanling Tian was just joking. Ha ha ha. After a moment of silence, many people regained their senses and burst into laughter. For a moment, most of the people present looked at Duanling Tian as though they were looking at an idiot. If he didn't rely on his relationship with the Lu clan's second young master, I'm afraid it would be a problem for him to successfully advance in the alchemist competition and become a disciple with a different surname. That's right. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself in the mirror? He wants to become a revered elder or guardian of the Lu clan? Is he even worthy? I think he's bragging too much. However, I think he's just asking for a beating since he dares to brag in front of so many people. I think he's daydreaming. Many people mocked Duanling Tian. Without exception, they thought Duanling Tian was bragging and daydreaming. Trying to become a revered elder or guardian of the Northern Mountains Lu clan? Without a cultivation base at the martial monarch stage and a grade 2 alchemist or above, he could forget about it. This Duanling Tian is really crazy. When the green-clad middle-aged man and his two companions looked at Duanling Tian again, their faces were filled with mockery. They thought Duanling Tian was daydreaming. So, he's an idiot. Lu Xiao sneered. Huh. Second brother, is there something wrong with your friend's head? Lu Huai could not help but laugh out loud. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Slap. As soon as Lu Huai's words left his mouth, a loud and clear sound of a slap resonated in the air. Then, everyone saw that half of Lu Huai's face, the Lu clan's third young master, had a red palm print on it. Soon after, half of his face swelled up, making him look like half a pig's head. At the same time, everyone noticed that there was another figure standing in front of Lu Huai. It was a purple figure. Most of the people, including Lu Bai, were stunned when they saw the purple figure. You dare to hit me? Lu Huai held the swollen half of his face. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at the purple-clad young man standing in front of him. He wished he could kill him immediately. However, although he was extremely furious and wished he could cut the person in front of him into 1,000 pieces, he did not act rashly. The fact that the other party was able to slap him without him being able to react meant that the other party's strength was far superior to his. Third young master, you keep saying that I'm despicable. I wonder if you're despicable for insulting others with your words? After slapping Lu Huai, the person standing in front of him was naturally Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Huai calmly. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, in Lu Huai's eyes, this smile was like the smile of a devil. Lu Xiao, kill him. The killing intent in Lu Huai's eyes intensified when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Whoosh! Almost at the same time Lu Huai spoke, Lu Xiao, who had been accumulating his strength for a long time, shot out like a bolt of lightning toward Duan Lingtian. Die! Lu Xiao's originally gloomy face was filled with coldness. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. With a raise of his hand, a spirit saber appeared out of thin air and slashed toward Duan Lingtian's head. Buzz! Chapter 1065. Clang! Whoosh! An ear-piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated in the air, followed by the sound of a sword whistling in the air. Everyone present could hear the sound of metal clashing. As for the sound of a sword whistling in the air, less than half of the people present could hear it. So fast! Apart from Lu Xiao, Lu So, who was the most powerful person present, seemed to have seen something that shocked him. His eyes narrowed, and a look of shock appeared on his face. As for the others, they could not see what was happening at all. In their eyes, the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, shouted as the Lu clan's elder, Lu Xiao, made his move on Duan Lingtian, intending to kill Duan Lingtian. When Lu Xiao pounced on Duan Lingtian, they heard the sound of metal clashing. Then, they saw a stream of blood splattering in the air. It seemed to have condensed into dazzling red roses in the air. Boom! In the next moment, the sound of a body falling to the ground reverberated in the air. How's this possible? Many of the people present gasped as they looked at the lifeless body that fell to the ground. Their faces and eyes were filled with disbelief. Soon after, all of their gazes landed on the purple-clad figure standing there proudly. These gazes were mixed with a sense of shock and inexplicable bewilderment. He killed Elder Lu Xiao? How can he be so powerful? How old is he? He looks like he's only 25 years old at most. Could he be a demon? No. If he's a demon, why would he participate in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan? It's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, let alone a grade 6 alchemist or above. If he's a human martial artist, doesn't that mean that he possesses both a terrifying talent in the martial Tao and an enviable talent in alchemy? Soon after, the gazes that landed on the purple-clad figure were filled with shock. It was hard for them to imagine. There was actually such a monstrous existence in this world. Uncle! At this moment, a green figure pounced out and landed beside Lu Xiao's body. He cried out sorrowfully, and his voice was filled with desolation. "Uncle?" Duan Lingtian, who had become the center of attention, coldly glanced at the green-clothed middle-aged man beside Lu Xiao's corpse. "No wonder Lu Xiao saw me as a thorn in his side. It turns out that one of the 3 people I injured was his nephew." Now, Duan Lingtian understood everything. Other than Feng Tianwu, who was lying in the ice coffin, Xiong Quan was the only one who was not shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. The others were so shocked that they couldn't regain their senses for a long time. "He's actually so strong, to think that I was worried about his safety." When Lu Bai, the second young master of Lu clan, regained his senses, he stared blankly at the purple figure in the distance. At this moment, he only felt that the purple figure in front of him was so tall. Is he really someone from the far south? How could such a monstrous genius be born in such a small place? Lu Bai's face was filled with disbelief. It was not difficult for him to guess Duan Lingtian's origin due to their previous encounter. Where did second young master get to know this Duan Lingtian? What a monster! The corner of Lu Shou's mouth twitched violently. Earlier, Lu Xiao's attack on Duan Lingtian was as fast as lightning. He, who was unprepared, could not react at all. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by Lu Xiao. However, who would have thought that the outcome would be so dramatic? You, as Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Huai, the third young master of Lu clan, Lu Huai, who was standing near Duan Lingtian, had a horrified expression on his face. Just like the others. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's strength to be so terrifying that even Lu Xiao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage, was killed by him. From the moment Lu Xiao attacked to the moment he was killed, let alone the fact that Duan Lingtian's strength did not trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon, even Lu Xiao's strength did not have the time to trigger the heaven and earth phenomenon. Lu Xiao made the first move and gained the upper hand by striking first. He was killed as soon as he made his move. It all happened in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's movements were so fast that he did not even see it clearly from the beginning until the end. Lu Huai's face was flushed red as he looked at Duan Lingtian in horror. His legs were trembling when Duan Lingtian made his move. Whoosh! His hand shot out at lightning speed and grabbed Lu Huai's neck easily. He lifted Lu Huai's feet off the ground and hovered in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Lu Huai looked at each other with a cold gleam in their eyes. Killing intent rose from Duan Lingtian's body. It was obvious he wanted to kill Lu Huai. You want to kill me? Lu Huai, whose face was flushed red due to Duan Lingtian's choking, asked with difficulty. Fear that came from the bottom of his heart and soul could be seen in his eyes. You've already ordered someone to kill me. Don't tell me I can't kill you. Duan Lingtian's expression and tone were calm. However, the people present on the scene could hear the cold killing intent in his calm tone. It sent chills down their spines. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? He actually wants to kill the Lu clan's third young master. If he really kills the Lu clan's third young master, he won't be able to escape death no matter how strong his martial Dao or medicine refinement talent is. Killing the Lu clan's third young master is equivalent to slapping the Lu clan in the face. The Lu clan will definitely not let this go. At that time, even if the Lu clan's second young master pleads on his behalf, it'll be useless. He'll definitely die. The group of people who were watching by the side whispered among themselves. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Kill him. Kill him. On the other hand, the green-clad middle-aged man who was squatting beside Lu Xiao's body had just reached out to close Lu Xiao's eyes that were still wide open. However, his face was filled with rage and madness as he stared at Duan Lingtian. He knew it was impossible for him to avenge his uncle. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian had already offended the Lu clan by killing his uncle. However, with the Lu clan's second young master pleading on his behalf, the Lu clan would definitely not kill Duan Lingtian to avenge his uncle. After all, his uncle was only a collateral disciple of the Lu clan. Compared to the Lu clan's second young master, his life was as cheap as grass. However, if Duan Lingtian killed the Lu clan's third young master, then everything would be different. At that time, even with the Lu clan's second young master pleading on his behalf, the Lu clan would still kill Duan Lingtian at all costs. Duan Lingtian, don't kill him. Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, and Lu So, the Lu clan's elder, shouted in unison when they sensed the killing intent rising from Duan Lingtian. A hint of panic could be seen on their faces. As members of the Lu clan, it was only natural that they knew the consequences of killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Huh? Duan Lingtian frowned and turned around to look at Lu Bai. He had a good impression of Lu Bai. However, he could not let Lu Huai go just like that. Although he had already killed Lu Zhao who wanted to kill him, Lu Zhao was still under Lu Huai's orders. Lu Huai was the culprit. He would not let go of someone who wanted him dead. Duan Lingtian, calm down, calm down. Don't be rash. Lu Huai's death is not to be regretted, but there's no need for you to ruin your own life because of Lu Huai. Lu Bai's breathing quickened as he continued to persuade him. Ruin my own life? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. No matter what, Lu Huai is still a direct descendant of our Northern Mountains Lu clan. If you kill him, it's equivalent to slapping our Lu clan's face. Everyone in the Lu clan will kill you at all costs. Lu Bai hurriedly nodded and voiced his concerns. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian fell silent. His eyes gleamed as though he was thinking about something. At the same time, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to know what decision Duan Lingtian would make. Kill Lu Huai? Or not kill him? I wonder if this Duan Lingtian will really kill the Lu clan's third young master or not. Many people spoke softly, and their voices were filled with doubts. He knows that he'll definitely die if he kills the Lu clan's third young master. I don't think he'll dare to kill him. I think so too. Most of them felt that Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill Lu Huai. After all, if Lu Huai died, Duan Lingtian would not be able to live as well. If they were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, they would not dare to kill Lu Huai. In their opinion, their lives were more important than their lives. His life was more important than anything else. There was no need to throw away his life for a moment of anger. Cough cough. You don't dare to kill me. You don't dare to kill me. At this moment, Lu Huai, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, coughed twice. A smug expression appeared on his pale face as he stared at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Are you sure? I don't dare to kill you. Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be deep in thought, regained his senses when he heard Lu Huai's provocative words. He tightened his grip on Lu Huai's neck. Cough. Cough cough. You. What are you doing? Duan Lingtian tightened his grip, making it difficult for Lu Huai to breathe. Lu Huai's eyes narrowed as he struggled to break free. Duan Lingtian. No. Lu Bai's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Duan Lingtian, you better think this through. If you kill the third young master, you won't be able to survive. Lu So advised. Young master. At this moment, Xiaofan was more or less affected by the surrounding atmosphere. He looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly and advised, there's no need to put yourself in danger for him. The Northern Mountains Lu clan has a history of 10,000 years. Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Lu Bai, Lu So, and Xiaofan's advice. Instead, he muttered to himself and paused for a moment. Then, he turned around and looked at Liu Bai before he asked, "In the history of the Liu clan, has there ever been anyone who managed to survive after killing a direct descendant of the Liu clan?" Yes. Although Liu Bai did not know why Duan Lingtian asked this, he nodded his head anyway. Who are they? Chapter 1066. They're divided into two types of people. One of them is a martial monarch powerhouse that our Liu clan is helpless against. Liu Bai paused for a moment when he reached this part of the sentence. His expression turned solemn, and his tone was filled with helplessness. Martial monarch powerhouse. Moreover, it was a martial monarch powerhouse that the Liu clan was helpless against. Everyone present on the scene heard Liu Bai's words clearly. For a moment, everyone agreed with him. A martial monarch powerhouse that the Liu clan was helpless against was obviously stronger than the strongest martial monarch powerhouse in the Liu clan. The Liu clan could not do anything to such a person. He had killed a direct descendant of the Liu clan. Even if the Liu clan was furious, they could not exact revenge. Although the Liu clan had connections with some of the first-rate forces on the other side of the Ruoshui River, those first-rate forces would only make a move when the Liu clan was annihilated. If the Liu clan was not in danger of being annihilated, the first-rate forces would not make a move even if the clan leader died, let alone the death of a direct descendant of the Liu clan. They were protecting the Liu clan, not anyone in the Liu clan. What about the other type of people? Duan Lingtian continued to ask as his eyes gleamed. The other type of people are not martial monarch powerhouses, Liu Bai said slowly. Liu Bai opened his mouth slowly. After successfully attracting everyone's attention apart from the Liu clan's disciples, he continued to say, that group of people has almost reached the peak in the medicine refinement Dao. They're grade 1 alchemists. Grade 1 alchemists. The moment Liu Bai's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, even if a needle was thrown to the ground, the sound would be audible. So, they're grade 1 alchemists. The Northern Mountains Liu clan is an alchemist clan. A grade 1 alchemist is enough to earn the Liu clan's respect. Moreover, a grade 1 alchemist is very influential. This can be seen from the fact that the Liu clan has been around for 10,000 years. The reason the Liu clan has been around for 10,000 years is because of the dozen or so grade 1 alchemists in the Liu clan's history. After everyone came back to their senses, they all came to a sudden realization. When they whispered to each other, they deeply agreed with this. A grade 1 alchemist might not be as strong as a powerhouse in the Northern Mountains Liu clan. However, the influence of a grade 1 alchemist was enough to make the Liu clan fearful. Cough cough. Did you hear that? Only a martial emperor, a grade 1 alchemist, cough cough, can kill me, after killing me, come out unscathed, cough cough. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. At the same time, Liu Huai, who was lifted up by the neck by Duan Lingtian, became restless once again. He stared at Duan Lingtian with contempt, fearless. Only martial monarchs and grade 1 alchemists can come out unscathed after killing you? Duan Lingtian and Liu Huai looked at each other calmly. Both of his eyes flashed and a crazed look appeared on his face. No. When Liu Huai felt Duan Lingtian's grip tightening, his expression changed again. He struggled and screamed shrilly. Duan Lingtian. The expression of Liu Bai, who was watching from the side, changed greatly. He never thought that Duan Lingtian would actually dare to take such a risk when he knew that he would definitely die after killing Liu Huai. Crack. The crisp sound of a bone breaking suddenly reverberated in the air and entered everyone's ears. They could not help but shudder secretly. One of the 5 Lu clan's disciples who came out with Lu So and Lu Zhao hastily turned around and left. The other 4 people also had a look of disbelief on their faces. Their gazes, without exception, landed on that purple figure. The other people's eyes were also focused on the purple figure. The owner of the purple figure was none other than Duan Lingtian, who was dressed in purple. At this moment, Duan Lingtian exerted more force in his hand and broke Lu Huai's neck. His head fell to the side. Boom! Duan Lingtian lifted his hand and threw Lu Huai's body on the ground. His expression was calm as though he had done something insignificant. Crazy! Crazy! Many people's eyes narrowed. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. They thought Duan Lingtian had gone crazy. He really killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master? Is he not afraid of death? It's useless even if the Lu clan's 2nd young master pleads on his behalf for killing the Lu clan's 3rd young master. What's he thinking? I think he doesn't want to live anymore. The onlookers discussed among themselves. They found it difficult to understand Duan Lingtian's actions. He knew he would not be able to escape death after killing the Lu clan's 3rd young master, but he still killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master. Was he not digging his own grave? Duan Lingtian. Lu Bai's expression turned ugly. Lu Bai's expression was ugly. The thing he was most worried about had finally happened. Of course, the reason his expression turned ugly was not because of Lu Huai's death. Although he and Lu Huai were both direct descendants, there was no blood relationship between them. In fact, Lu Huai had secretly plotted against him in the past because he and Lu Song, the Lu clan's 1st young master, were competing for the next clan leader's position. To be honest, Lu Bai was happy that Lu Huai was dead. However, when he thought about how Duan Lingtian might lose his life because of this, his heart could not help but sink. Although this was his 2nd time meeting Duan Lingtian, he was saved by the powerhouse by Duan Lingtian's side during their first meeting. Due to this reason, out of gratitude, he did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, how could he face his benefactor who had saved his life? Young man, you're too competitive. Lu So sighed. He thought Duan Lingtian had lost his rationality and killed Lu Huai because of his competitive nature after being provoked by Lu Huai. A single slip would cause everlasting regret. In his opinion, this was the most appropriate way to describe Duan Lingtian right now. Whether it was Lu Bai or Lu So, none of them asked Duan Lingtian to flee. It was not that they wanted to see something happen to Duan Lingtian. It was just that they knew even if Duan Lingtian fled now, the Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouses would catch up to him. Unless Duan Lingtian was also a martial monarch powerhouse. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for him to flee now. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't be able to escape death today. What a waste for such a monstrous genius. That's right. Duan Lingtian is really monstrous. Not only is his cultivation base shocking, but he even killed Lu Zhao in just one blow. He's suspected to have entered the 9th level void transformation. Even his innate talent in medicine refinement Dao is shocking. Heaven is jealous of a genius. Heaven is jealous of a genius. Most of the people present on the scene felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. They shook their heads and sighed. They felt pity for Duan Lingtian, this monstrous genius, who was about to die. Uncle, did you see that? Duan Lingtian killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master. He killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master. The green-clad middle-aged man who was squatting next to Lu Zhao's body had a maniacal smile on his face. He lowered his head and kept whispering to the body next to him, "You have to watch carefully. Duan Lingtian will be executed by the Lu clan soon." At this moment, the green-clad middle-aged man's face was filled with joy. It was as though he could already see Duan Lingtian being killed by the Lu clan's powerhouses. Young master. Compared to the others who felt Duan Lingtian would definitely die, Xiongquan's thoughts were completely different. Initially, he was affected by the surrounding atmosphere. He was worried that his young master would kill the Lu clan's third young master on impulse and bring disaster upon himself. However, now that his young master had killed the Lu clan's third young master, his heart calmed down. He knew his young master well. He knew his young master would never do anything he was not confident in. He had a feeling his young master would definitely be able to overcome this crisis. He was looking forward to it. Who are you? Why did you kill my Lu clan's lineal disciple? At this moment, a loud and clear voice resonated from afar, attracting everyone's attention. A moment later, two old men appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The two old men walked side by side. One was fat while the other was skinny. The fat one was short while the skinny one was tall. The former looked like a ball while the latter looked like a bamboo pole. The two old men walked in the air and entered everyone's line of sight. They only stopped when they were not too far away from the crowd. They hovered in the air and immediately locked their eyes on the purple-clad young man. Soon after, another figure appeared. It was the Lu clan's disciple who had left earlier. He was the one who had informed the two old men. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui. When the two old men appeared, Lu So and the other four Lu clan's disciples bowed respectfully at them. Even Lu Bai, the Lu clan's second young master, took the initiative to nod at the two old men. However, the two old men did not respond to Lu Bai and the others. This was because their attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. When they inadvertently saw the body lying near Duan Lingtian, they could not help but feel enraged even though they were prepared for it. In their rage, their gazes turned extremely sharp as they stared at Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they did not seem to make any movements. They did not even seem to emit any energy from their bodies. However, the air around them began to stir. The sound of air exploding could be heard, rising and falling one after another, continuous and unending. Two martial monarchs. When the fat and thin old men appeared, the spiritual energy that Duan Lingtian extended out seemed to have merged with a ball of cotton. At this moment, he realized the two old men in front of him must be martial monarchs. As expected of the Northern Mountains Lu clan. Two martial monarchs have personally come just because one lineal disciple died. At this moment, Duan Lingtian deeply understood the meaning of the word clan. If it was a sect, it would be impossible for something like this to happen. Why did they kill your Lu clan's lineal disciple? Chapter 1067. To us, the process is not important. What's important is the outcome. Do you know the consequences of killing our Lu clan's lineal disciple? The two old men, one fat and one skinny, spoke almost at the same time. Their voices entered everyone's ears. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the two old men finished speaking, a majestic and vast aura surged out of their bodies and swept toward Duan Lingtian who they had their eyes on. However, Duan Lingtian did not move at all in the face of the aura from the two martial monarchs. He remained as still as a mountain in the midst of the storm. Huh! The two old men could not help but be stunned by the scene before them. When they regained their senses, astonishment was written all over their faces. Not bad, little fella. Unfortunately, you'll definitely die today for killing our Lu clan's lineal disciple. The old man who was short and fat like a ball, Lu clan's guardian elder Lu Yuan, narrowed his small eyes and took a step forward. A rolling energy rose from his body as though it was about to burst out at any moment. Elder Yuan, please have mercy. Just as Lu Yuan was about to make his move on Duan Lingtian, a voice suddenly rang in the air, causing Lu Yuan to withdraw his energy slightly. Then, his eyes landed on the figure that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Lu Bai? Lu Yuan could not help but frown when he saw the person who pleaded for Duan Lingtian. He did not expect the Lu clan's second young master would plead for mercy for the person who killed the Lu clan's third young master. Lu Bai, as the second young master of our Lu clan, you should know our Lu clan's rules. Stand down. The skinny old man who was as thin as a bamboo pole, Lu Gui, looked at Lu Bai with a grave expression and said coldly. Lu Bai was the Lu clan's second young master, a lineal disciple of the Lu clan. However, as the Lu clan's guardian elder and a martial monarch, his position in the Lu clan was not inferior to the clan leader of Lu clan. He did not care about a lineal disciple at all. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui. Lu Bai took a deep breath and stared at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. He said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, Lu Huai's death is purely his own fault. He can't blame anyone else. As for Duan Lingtian, he saved my life, and I can't watch my savior be executed by you. After Lu Bai finished speaking in one breath, he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui with a serious expression. His feet did not move an inch. Whoosh! Lu Bai's words caused an uproar. Duan Lingtian saved the life of the second young master of the Lu family? Many people were surprised. Young master saved second young master Lu's life? Xiaofan was also stunned. However, he had never heard his young master mention this before. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly. Among those present, other than Lu Bai, he was probably the only one who knew. He had never saved Lu Bai's life. The one who saved Lu Bai's life was Feng Wudao, not him. Naturally, he knew why Lu Bai would say this now. It was all because he wanted to protect his life from the two Lu family martial emperors. Duan Lingtian felt warmth in his heart when he heard Lu Bai's good intentions. Lu Bai, even if he saved your life, it doesn't change the fact that he killed a lineal disciple of the Lu family. He'll definitely die today. Lu Gui took a step forward and stood next to Lu Yuan. At the same time, an overbearing invisible energy surged out of his body and shrouded Lu Bai in an instant, pulling him away from Duan Lingtian. Elder Gui. Lu Bai's expression changed drastically. He realized that the invisible energy that shrouded him and pulled him away from Duan Lingtian was so overbearing that he could not break free from it. Since you've saved the second young master of the Lu clan, we'll give you 10 breaths of time to leave behind your last words. After 10 breaths, I'll send you on your way. Lu Yuan said slowly as his eyes flashed and locked onto Duan Lingtian. Young master. At this moment, Xiaofan, who was pulling the ice coffin in place of Duan Lingtian, had a change of expression. He took a step forward and tried to block Duan Lingtian like Lu Bai did earlier. Go back. However, as soon as he took a step forward, he heard a voice that sounded like thunder. It was a voice that he was extremely familiar with. Young master, Xiaofan looked at Duan Lingtian, who suddenly turned to look at him. His face was filled with anxiety. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Before Xiaofan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice that came out of nowhere. He could tell that it was his young master's voice. Although Xiaofan did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from, he trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. For a moment, he stood there obediently. He'll be fine. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lu So, who was standing nearby, shook his head and sighed. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian must have not realized the severity of the matter. Unless Duan Lingtian was one of the two special types of people, he would definitely die for killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan today. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would definitely die today. There was no suspense about this. Is this Duan Lingtian crazy? How dare he say he'll be fine? I think he's just pretending to be strong. He's just trying to comfort the people around him. I heard the people from the Lu clan call them Elder Yuan and Elder Gui. They must be two of the Lu clan's three great guardian elders, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. Two martial monarch powerhouses. Elder Yuan and Elder Gui came out personally. It's useless for the Lu clan's second young master to plead for mercy. This Duan Lingtian will definitely die. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves. They all thought Duan Lingtian was indulging in fantasy. At this moment, most of the people present on the scene were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. From the beginning until the end, they did not associate Duan Lingtian with the two types of people that the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, had mentioned earlier. Subconsciously, they thought it was impossible. Even Lu Bai himself subconsciously felt the same way. If Duan Lingtian dies, how am I going to explain to my benefactor when I meet him in the future? Lu Bai, who was bound by Lu Gui's energy, had a terrible expression on his face. However, although he was anxious about Duan Lingtian's current situation, there was nothing he could do to help. With his strength, there was no way he could break free from Lu Gui's energy. Lu Gui was a martial monarch powerhouse. She was not someone he could compare to. How arrogant of you! Lu Gui heard Duan Lingtian's words as well. His eyes gleamed coldly. If Lu Yuan had not said that he would give Duan Lingtian time to leave behind his last words, Lu Gui would have attacked Duan Lingtian already. Duan Lingtian had said that in front of him. It was obvious that he did not respect him at all. You have 5 breaths of time left, Lu Yuan said in a deep voice. At this moment, his expression was a little ugly. He did not expect the purple-clad young man in front of him to be so arrogant. If he had known earlier, he would not have given him the time to leave behind any last words. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As soon as Lu Yuan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian extended his right hand and turned it so that his palm was facing up and the back of his hand was facing down. What's he doing? Most of the people present on the scene looked at each other when they saw Duan Lingtian's action. They could not understand what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. You have 3 breaths of time left. Soon after, another 2 breaths of time had passed. Lu Yuan spoke again in a cold voice. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had already maintained this action for 2 breaths. Even Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders who were at the martial monarch stage, did not know what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Lu Yuan, leave him to me when the time is up, Lu Gui said indifferently. Lu Gui said nonchalantly. It was obvious he wanted to personally deal with Duan Lingtian. All right. Lu Yuan nodded, indicating that he had no objections. 2 breaths of time left. This Duan Lingtian can be considered to have lived his life in vain if he can be killed by a Lu clan's martial monarch powerhouse. Do you think there's something wrong with Duan Lingtian's head? He's already at death's door, but not only is he not leaving behind any last words, he's even posing in such a strange way. Don't tell me he thinks Lu clan's Elder Yuan and Elder Gui will let him go because of this? How naive. Duan Lingtian, a monstrous genius, a single slip that causes everlasting sorrow. He's going to die in the Lu clan today. God is jealous of his talent. I think he's just digging his own grave. He didn't have to kill the Lu clan's 3rd young master, but he still did. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves. Many of them felt that it would be a pity if Duan Lingtian died just like that. After all, not only did Duan Lingtian display a powerful innate talent in martial Dao, but his innate talent in medicine refinement seemed to be extraordinary as well. He could be considered as an all-around monstrous genius. However, Duan Lingtian, the monstrous genius, was facing a certain death because he had killed the Lu clan's lineal disciple. You have 1 more breath of time left, Lu Yuan spoke again. His voice was even colder now. His gaze was cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His voice was emotionless. Humph. Lu Gui snorted softly. His robe fluttered in the wind. Waves of energy were quietly brewing, rising, and accumulating in his body. He was ready to strike in a breath's time to kill the purple-clad young man standing on the ground in front of him. The martial monarch powerhouse was accumulating his energy. Everyone present held their breaths as they watched quietly. Young master. Xiaofan clenched his fists tightly. Although he believed in Duan Ling Tian, he could not help but break out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian due to the surrounding atmosphere. It seemed like Lu Gui would make his move in a breath's time. Duan Ling Tian, who had been quietly spreading out his hands with a calm expression, finally had a change in his expression. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was a smile that was difficult to detect, and nobody noticed it. Time's up. Finally, a breath's time was up. Everyone present on the scene was shocked. Everyone's eyes shifted to Lu Gui in unison. They wanted to see him make his move on Duan Ling Tian. However, they noticed that Lu Gui was hovering in the air without making any move. Chapter 1068. For a moment, everyone who was looking at Lu Gui followed her gaze to the other side. There was a purple-clad young man standing there. It was Duan Ling Tian. The person Lu Gui was about to kill. This, however, the people who followed Lu Gui's gaze to look at Duan Ling Tian were just like Lu Gui. They were dumbstruck. It was as though they had seen something that shocked them. What's wrong with them? Xiaofan, who was worried about Duan Ling Tian, glanced at Duan Ling Tian before looking at the others. He realized, including Lu Bai, the second young master of the Lu clan, other than him and Feng Tianwu who was lying in the ice coffin, everyone else looked at their young master in a daze. Could it be because of the flame that rose from young master's hand? Soon after, Xiaofan seemed to have realized something. He stared at the flame that rose from Duan Lingtian's hand. If there was anything different about his young master compared to before, it was just that there was a flame in his hand. Is that a pill fire? Xiaofan could vaguely guess. However, he could not tell what grade the pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand was. Duan Lingtian. He, Lu Bai, who was standing in the distance, felt the force restraining him disappear along with Lu Gui. However, he did not seem to notice it at all. He looked at Duan Ling Tian in a daze. To be more precise, he was looking at the flame that rose from Duan Ling Tian's hand. As the second young master of the Lu clan, an alchemist family, he could recognize the pill fire with just one glance. Purple pill fire with golden edges. Is that the violet gold pill fire? A grade 1 pill fire? Lu Bai's eyes narrowed. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. He did not expect this to happen even in his wildest dreams. Is that the violet gold pill fire? I think it's the violet gold pill fire. It's a grade 1 pill fire. An alchemist who can condense grade 1 pill fire is undoubtedly a grade 1 alchemist. This Duan Ling Tian is a grade 1 alchemist. How is this possible? As Lu Bai came back to his senses, a small portion of the people present also came back to their senses one by one. Discussions broke out among them, each and every one of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. At this moment, their gazes towards Duan Ling Tian were filled with shock and awe. He was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the Tao of medicine refinement. They were in awe of Duan Ling Tian's identity. Grade 1 alchemist. High up in the sky, the anger on the faces of the two old men, who were originally filled with rage and itching to kill Duan Ling Tian, had completely disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a solemn expression. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, they hurriedly flew down and landed in front of Duan Ling Tian, staring blankly at the wisp of flame in Duan Lingtian's hand. It really is the violet gold pill fire. Lu Yuan exclaimed in shock. His round, chubby face trembled. His little eyes widened as he exclaimed. Grade 1 pill fire. Is he really a grade 1 alchemist? At this moment, Lu Gui, who was staring blankly at the purple flame with golden edges in Duan Lingtian's hand, muttered to himself. What? Elder Yuan and Elder Gui are worried that I'm faking it and pretending to be a grade 1 alchemist? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he narrowed his eyes. Duan Lingtian's words were like two giant hammers that slammed heavily on Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's chests. Their bodies trembled as they came back to their senses. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui were the Lu clan's two great guardian elders. They were at the martial monarch stage. Now that they had confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity, the way they looked at Duan Lingtian was completely different. There was less disdain and more respect. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. As the guardian elders of the Lu clan, an alchemist family, they were influenced by the Lu clan's environment. They had a completely different feeling toward a grade 1 alchemist compared to ordinary people. In their eyes, a grade 1 alchemist was someone they had to look up to. They were not qualified to offend. Even if they were martial monarch powerhouses. On the Cloud Continent, any grade 1 alchemist had an extremely shocking influence. As long as a grade 1 alchemist was willing, they only needed to promise that they could customize a grade 1 spirit weapon for the person who killed them. That was enough to tempt many people who were stronger than them. At that time, they would definitely become the target of public criticism and even be annihilated. All in all, it was just one sentence. They could not afford to offend a grade 1 alchemist. Of course, they did not immediately admit defeat after Duan Lingtian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist. It was not because they were afraid of getting into trouble. They were more concerned about the Lu clan. The Lu clan was an alchemist family. If they offended a grade 1 alchemist, people would laugh their heads off and say that the Lu clan was as blind as a bat. If this grade 1 alchemist really wanted to make a fuss with the Lu clan, even if the Lu clan was protected by a first-rate force in the inner land and could survive, they would still be in chaos. Of course, they could choose to take the risk and kill this grade 1 alchemist who might not be as strong as them. However, they would have to face a crisis at any time. No matter how eccentric a grade 1 alchemist was, it was impossible for him not to have helped someone refine a grade 1 spirit weapon before. The network of connections developed by a grade 1 alchemist was enough to cause chaos in the Lu clan as well. Once that happened, the two of them would be dead for sure. Nobody knew the influence of a grade 1 alchemist better than the Lu clan. The Lu clan was able to survive for 10,000 years because of the dozens of grade 1 alchemists in history. What? You're not going to kill me? Duan Lingtian sneered. We dare not. We dare not. Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two martial monarch powerhouses who were standing in the air and looking down at Duan Lingtian as if he was an ant, were terrified when they faced Duan Lingtian. They were like mice that saw a cat. Duan Lingtian is actually a grade 1 alchemist. Oh my god, how old is he? Previously, he killed the Lu clan's elder, Lu Zhao, who was at the 8th level void transformation stage with just a single blow. For him to possess such strength at such a young age, his innate talent in the martial Dao can be considered as monstrous. The problem is, other than his talent in martial Dao, his talent in refining medicine is even more monstrous. He's already a grade 1 alchemist at such a young age. If I didn't know that it's almost impossible for a demon to become an alchemist, I wouldn't believe he's a human like us. At this moment, everyone regained their senses. Their hearts were filled with shock as they discussed among themselves. How's this possible? The green-clad middle-aged man standing next to Lu Zhao's body was stunned. Like his two companions, he could not believe what he had just seen. Duan Lingtian, is actually a grade 1 alchemist? If one were to ask who among the people present, it would be none other than Huang Chun. Huang Chun and Duan Lingtian could be considered as friends. They had a good time interacting with each other. However, due to his wrong decision, he had ruined his friendship with Duan Lingtian. A single mistake could cause everlasting regret. There was nothing more to it than this. At this moment, even if Huang Chun was filled with regret, it was too late. It was too late. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Grade 1 alchemist. Young master, is a grade 1 alchemist? Xiong Quan's eyes lit up. His face was filled with joy. No wonder young master said he would be fine. He's a grade 1 alchemist. A grade 1 alchemist was one of the two types of people who could get away with killing a direct descendant of the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the Lu clan's second young master, Lu Bai, walked towards Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. You're actually a grade 1 alchemist. You've really kept this a secret from me for a long time. Lu Bai's tone was filled with resentment when he spoke. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw Lu Bai. I don't think you asked me, right? If I knew you were a grade 1 alchemist, I wouldn't have to worry about you at all. Lu Bai smiled wryly. Earlier, his heart was in his mouth. He was worried that he would not be able to answer to his savior. After all, Duan Lingtian was with the person who saved his life. It was obvious the relationship between the two of them was not simple. That's right. I still remember. You told me earlier that the reason you came to our Lu clan this time is because you want to be a revered elder or an external elder in our Lu clan? Suddenly, Lu Bai seemed to have recalled something. He stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes as though he was looking at a peerless treasure. Revered elder? Interim elder? The moment Lu Bai's words left his mouth, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, who were standing not far away from Duan Lingtian, heard Lu Bai's words. Their eyes lit up immediately, and their faces were filled with joy. They immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. If this young man before them could become a revered elder or an interim elder of their Lu clan, it would undoubtedly be a blessing to the Lu clan. This was a grade 1 alchemist. In the history of the Lu clan, the last grade 1 alchemist could be traced back to almost 1,000 years ago. In the past few hundred years, there had never been a grade 1 alchemist. Now that I heard the Lu clan's second young master's words, I remember. Duan Lingtian said he wanted to be a revered elder or an interim elder in the Lu clan. He did say that. I heard it too. However, at that time, I thought he was just bragging. Me too. I thought he was just bragging. After all, to be a revered elder or an interim elder of the Lu clan, one has to be a martial monarch powerhouse or a grade 2 alchemist or above. At that time, I didn't think he was qualified at all. Who would have thought that not only was he a grade 2 alchemist or above, but he was also a grade 1 alchemist? After being reminded by Lu Bai, many people recalled that Duan Lingtian had indeed said that. Master. Chapter 1069. Initially. When Duan Lingtian said he came to the Lu clan to become a revered elder or an interim advisor, Lu So, like the others, thought Duan Lingtian was bragging. When Duan Lingtian ignored his and the Lu clan's second young master's advice and resolutely killed the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, the first thought that rose in Lu So's mind was undoubtedly, Duan Lingtian is doomed. When the two Lu clan's guardian elders appeared and targeted Duan Lingtian for the death of the Lu clan's third young master, Lu Huai, and the second young master, Lu Bai, failed to plead for mercy, Lu So did not think Duan Lingtian would survive. However, the development of the situation was completely out of his expectations. When their Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Gui, was about to make his move to kill Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian condensed a wisp of pill fire in the nick of time. Violet gold pill fire. Grade 1 pill fire. He forcefully revealed his noble identity as a Grade 1 alchemist and completely turned the situation around. Not only did he survive, but he also gained the respect of everyone present. Grade 1 alchemist. Just this title alone was equivalent to a death exemption card in front of a second-rate force like the Lu clan. Now, this terrifyingly young Grade 1 alchemist had the intention to join the Lu clan and become their Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor. How could he not be excited and excited? Once this Grade 1 alchemist joined the Lu clan, he might be able to ask some questions about medicine refinement since he was on the second young master's side. Perhaps, he might be able to make a breakthrough and become a Grade 2 alchemist with the guidance of this Grade 1 alchemist. There were many Grade 3 alchemists in the Lu clan, but there were only a handful of Grade 2 alchemists. Once he became a Grade 2 alchemist, it would mean that he would soar to the sky. Lu So looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly, waiting for his response. Now, while he was feeling nervous, he kept praying. He could only hope that this first-grade medicine refinement master would not have any negative opinion of the Lu clan because of the unpleasant incident just now, and dispel the idea of becoming a guest elder of the Lu clan. Right now, Lu So wasn't the only one feeling uneasy. Everyone in the Lu clan, including Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two Lu clan's guardian elders, felt a little uneasy. Duan Lingtian, Lu Bai stared at Duan Lingtian with a face full of anticipation. After what happened earlier, I wonder if Master Duan Lingtian is still willing to join the Lu clan and become their interim advisor or revered elder. Everyone present looked at Duan Lingtian one after another. They were also filled with curiosity. Of course, most people's eyes were filled with anticipation and hope. These people were very confident in their attainments in the medicine refinement Dao. They felt that they would definitely be able to pass the alchemist competition and join the Lu clan. Now, they subconsciously considered themselves as disciples of the Lu family with a different surname. In their opinion, if this first-grade medicine refinement master really became a guest elder of the Lu clan, perhaps they would have the opportunity to ask him some questions about the medicine refinement Dao in the future. Perhaps I should reconsider. Just now, those two wanted to take my life. After Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Bai, he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui again. His eyes narrowed subconsciously, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Lu Bai's expression changed when he heard this. Elder Yuan, Elder Gui. I hope the two of you will apologize to Duan Lingtian. If the Lu clan loses a first-grade medicine refinement master because of your rudeness, you'll be the sinners of the Lu clan. Lu Bai looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Gui immediately and shouted at them, disregarding the situation. Currently, he had completely disregarded Lu Yuan and Lu Gui's high status in the Lu clan. All he knew was that he had to make Duan Lingtian stay and become a guest elder of the Lu clan. If it was any other time, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui would definitely be displeased if Lu Bai shouted at them in public. However, they were not displeased at all today. Moreover, as soon as Lu Bai finished speaking, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui had already bowed to Duan Lingtian tacitly and said in unison, "Please forgive us, Master. If Master is willing to join our Lu clan, both of us will definitely do our best to fulfill your orders. Even if Master wants to punish us, we won't say a word." A first-grade medicine refinement master was too important to the Lu clan. Due to this reason, Lu Yuan and Lu Gui, the two Lu clan's guardian elders who were at the martial monarch stage, were willing to bow and apologize to Duan Lingtian, a first-grade medicine refinement master. It seems like the Lu clan's 10,000 years of history and strength is not entirely because of the protection from the first-rate forces in the inner land. It's really rare for the Lu clan to go this far for the sake of the Lu clan. That's right. As Lu clan's guardian elders and martial monarch powerhouses, they're willing to bow and scrape in order to get a first-grade medicine refinement master for the Lu clan. Not many forces martial monarch powerhouses can do this. The people present on the scene whispered among themselves as they praised the Lu clan's courage. At the same time, they stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. They wanted to know if Lu Yuan and Lu Gui would be willing to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's revered elder or interim advisor since they were so sincere. Suddenly, the air in the distance stirred. Following that, a loud voice resonated in the air. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, together with guardian elder Lu Ji, and a group of elders, greets Master Duan. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a strong and handsome middle-aged man in a green robe and an old man in a red robe walked side by side. They brought more than 10 old men and middle-aged men with them. In just a blink of an eye, they landed on the ground and stood next to Lu Yuan and Lu Gui. They looked at Duan Ling Tian in awe. It's the clan leader of Lu clan. There's another guardian elder from Lu clan as well. Oh my God! The patriarch of the Lu clan and the 3 guardian elders had all arrived. It's rare to see such a scene. All of this is because of Master Duan Ling Tian. A first-grade medicine refinement master means a lot to the Lu clan. The Lu clan will definitely fight for him at all costs. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they began to discuss among themselves. Their words pushed Duan Ling Tian's status as a first-grade medicine refinement master to a whole new level. Clan leader Lu, elder Lu Ji. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed as he greeted Lu Rui and Lu Ji. Then, he looked at the group of Lu clan's elders behind them and nodded slightly as a form of greeting. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the arrival of the group of Lu clan's senior officials. As soon as he revealed his grade 1 pill fire, he noticed the Lu clan's man who had called Lu Yuan and Lu Ji over had left quietly. It was obvious that the group of senior officials led by the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was also called over by him. Master Duan is really a rare genius. Not only is his martial Dao cultivation base extraordinary, but he has also achieved great things in the medicine refinement Dao. He's already a grade 1 medicine refinement master. How admirable, Lu Rui praised. His words came from the bottom of his heart without any falsehood. Such a young man with extraordinary martial Dao cultivation base and a grade 1 medicine refinement master. Even though he was the clan leader of Lu clan, he could not help but feel shocked. Master Duan, please forgive the Lu clan's juniors for offending you. If Master Duan doesn't mind, please come to our Lu clan's estate for a chat. We'll definitely treat Master Duan as a VIP and offer you an apology gift. Lu Ji added. The moment Lu Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent. Everyone present knew the ins and outs of today's matter clearly. Duan Ling Tian had first killed a Lu clan's elder and then killed the Lu clan's 3rd young master. It was fine if it was the former, but the latter was a noble lineal disciple of the Lu clan. He was not someone who could be killed just like that. Even if Duan Ling Tian was in the right today, it was still not enough. It was precisely because of this that the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders had arrived and wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian without asking for the reason. However, after Duan Ling Tian revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, there was an earth-shattering change in all of this. First, the 2 Lu clan's guardian elders apologized sincerely. Then, the clan leader of Lu clan and another guardian elder led the group of Lu clan's elders to the scene. Guardian elder Lu Ji was the representative to apologize to Duan Ling Tian. Based on their words, they even wanted to treat Duan Ling Tian, the person who had killed their Lu clan's lineal disciple, as a VIP and offer him an apology gift. Everyone present felt like they could not keep up with the development of the situation. When they finally regained their senses, they were enlightened. They knew all this was because Duan Ling Tian had revealed his identity after he had condensed a grade 1 pill fire. Grade 1 medicine refinement master. Clan leader, Elder Ji. At this moment, the Lu clan's 2nd young master, Lu Bai, walked up to Lu Rui and Lu Ji and whispered something. When he spoke, Lu Rui and Lu Ji's eyes lit up. They were pleasantly surprised. It seems like the Lu clan's second young master has told the clan leader that Master Duan intends to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's foreign elder or revered elder. That must be it. Many people speculated secretly. What happened next proved that they had guessed correctly. Master Duan, if you're willing to join our Lu clan, we're willing to make you the first foreign elder. In the future, if Master Duan needs anything, the Lu clan will do our best to help you. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, cupped his hands and bowed to Duan Lingtian as he said sincerely. Master Duan, please join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's foreign elder. Then, the Lu clan's guardian elder, Lu Ji, led the group of Lu clan's elders and bowed respectfully. They invited Duan Lingtian to become the Lu clan's foreign elder with the highest position. At this moment, Lu Bai, Lu So, Lu Yuan, and Lu Gui bowed and said, Master Duan, please join the Lu clan. Everyone from the Lu clan bowed and sincerely invited Duan Lingtian to join the Lu clan. The scene fell into a dead silence again. For the people present. Chapter 1070. A young man who looked like he was in his 20s made the high-ranking officials of the Lu clan, one of the two most powerful forces in the northern mountain land, bow to him. They only wanted to invite him to join the Lu clan and become the Lu clan's first interim advisor. Faced with the sincere invitation from the Lu clan's senior officials, Duan Lingtian remained calm. His expression would not change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. It was as though he was not the one who was invited. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still thinking about the words that the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, said earlier. If Master Duan needs anything in the future, the Lu clan will do our best to help you. Was this not the reason he came to the Lu clan? Since the clan leader of Lu clan and the elders are so sincere, and Lu Bai is my friend, it would be unreasonable for me to reject them. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally opened his mouth slowly. Initially, he was just going with the flow, but now, he was doing Lu Bai a favor. He agreed. As expected. The moment his words left his mouth, the Lu clan's high-ranking officials turned to look at Lu Bai, making him the center of attention. Lu Bai, you're very good. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, nodded slightly as he looked at Lu Bai. There was a hint of admiration in his eyes. For a moment, Lu Bai could not help but feel a little terrified. Although he was the second young master of the Lu clan, he was only ranked second among the direct descendants of the Lu clan. In terms of relationship, the clan leader of Lu clan was only his uncle. The direct descendants of Lu clan were ranked according to their age. Up until now, they were already ranked in the 20s. Lu Bai was ranked second, the second young master of Lu clan. The next successor to the clan leader of Lu clan would be chosen from the 20 of them. Up until now, the people who had the highest chance of inheriting the Lu clan's business were none other than Lu Bai, the second young master of Lu clan, and the first young master of Lu clan, Lu Song. Now that Lu Bai was praised by the clan leader of Lu clan, it meant he was one step closer to becoming the next clan leader. When the second young master was very young, I could already tell he was not as simple as he seemed. He was a talented general. It seems like I was right. This time, he can be considered to have won over a great benefactor for our Lu clan. With the relationship between second young master and Master Duan, if he were to inherit the position of patriarch in the future, why would our Lu family worry about not prospering? You're right. At this moment, many of the Lu clan's elders began to flatter Lu Bai. The elder who was originally on Lu Bai's side took advantage of the opportunity and bluntly said that Lu Bai would bring benefits to the Lu clan if he became the next clan leader. As for the elders who stood on the side of the Lu clan's first young master, Lu Song, they looked at each other and smiled wryly. If it was any other time, when they heard these sworn enemies flatter the second young master Lu Bai like this, they would definitely mock and ridicule him. But now, they didn't dare to do so. Who knew if that great master Duan would flick his sleeves and leave because of their lack of tact? After all, he was a friend of the second young master, Lu Bai, and they seemed to have a good relationship. They did not want to become the sinner of the Lu family, so they could only shut their mouths obediently. At the same time, some of them broke out in cold sweat as they thought about whether they should abandon their old master and pledge their allegiance to the second young master, Lu Bai. After all, the current second young master, Lu Bai, had become a grade 1 alchemist. His status in the Lu clan was destined to rise. Even the clan leader and the 3 guardian elders with the highest position in the Lu clan would pay more attention to him since he was in a weaker position in the past. When he heard the Lu clan's elders who were neutral in the past and did not stand on his side and Lu Song's side flattering him, it was obvious that they were going to pledge their allegiance. Lu Bai could not help but smile wryly to himself. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's words would be more useful than his 10 years of operation. He had only managed to get some of the Lu clan's elders to side with him after 10 years of operation. Lu Bai felt relieved when he thought about it again. Duan Lingtian was a grade 1 alchemist after all. To the Lu clan, he was a high and mighty existence that could not be disrespected. One could imagine. If he was a grade 1 alchemist, he would not have to compete with Lu Song anymore. Even if he wanted the current clan leader to step down and become the clan leader immediately, no one in the Lu clan would have any objections, let alone the fact that he did not have to fight with Lu Song. In the Lu clan, no matter who it was, once they broke through and became a grade 1 alchemist, their status in the Lu clan would be above everyone else. If he said 1, no one in the Lu clan would dare to say 2. This included the clan leader and the other martial monarch powerhouses in the Lu clan. The Lu clan had been passed down for 10,000 years. The earliest rule passed down from their ancestors was this: a grade 1 alchemist, regardless of whether he was a direct descendant or a collateral descendant, had a high status that was above everyone in the Lu clan. The descendants were not allowed to disobey. Perhaps it was because of this that the Lu clan's members reacted like a mouse that saw a cat when they saw a grade 1 alchemist. But I think I killed the third young master of the Lu clan earlier. I don't think I'll be punished after I become the Lu clan's interim elder, right? Duan Lingtian's words came out of nowhere when the Lu clan's members were still excited. It was as though he had poured a bucket of cold water on the Lu clan's members who were taking a hot bath. This caused them to tremble all over, and with a start, they came back to their senses. Of course not. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, was the first to snap back to reality. He shook his head and expressed his opinion. That kid, Lu Huai, has always been a troublemaker. I think if he didn't take the initiative to offend you, Elder Duan, you wouldn't have killed him. Lu Ji, the Lu clan's guardian elder, who was standing next to Lu Rui, chimed in. Lu Ji had already addressed Duan Lingtian as Elder Duan. From the moment Duan Lingtian agreed to become the Lu clan's interim elder, he was already an elder of the Lu clan with a high status. It was just as Lu Rui, the clan leader of Lu clan, had said. He was the Lu clan's first interim elder. In terms of status, even Lu Rui had to be respectful to him and did not dare to slight him. With his current status in the Lu clan, to a certain extent, he was above everyone else. That's right. That kid, Lu Huai, didn't look like a good person in the past. Elder Duan, you did the right thing by killing him. You've gotten rid of a scourge for our Lu clan. Another guardian elder, Lu Yuan, chimed in. That's right, Elder Duan. We can't thank you enough for getting rid of the scourge for the Lu clan. How could we possibly punish you? Previously, Guardian Elder Lu Gui, who was still clamoring about personally attacking Duan Lingtian and killing him to avenge Lu Huai, had a completely different expression now. The speed at which he changed his expression stunned everyone present. However, no one dared to say a single word of gossip. What a joke! They were not like Duan Lingtian, who was a grade 1 alchemist. If they dared to gossip about the Lu clan's guardian elder, he might not be able to make a move on them due to his reputation. However, he would definitely not let them go once he had the chance. If the Cloud Continent is compared to the starry sky and the people on the Cloud Continent are compared to the stars in the starry sky, young master is undoubtedly the brightest star. Xiaofan stood in the distance with a big smile on his face. He was proud to be able to follow such a young master. However, when he thought about it again, he could not help but feel a little discouraged when he thought about his insignificant strength. With his current strength, he could not help the young master at all. He could only drag him down. Hopefully, I'll be able to elevate my strength by relying on the Lu clan this time. According to young master, other than using spirit fruits to elevate my cultivation base, I can also elevate the sword concept that I've comprehended with the profound assimilation formation. At this moment, Xiaofan recalled what Duan Lingtian had said to him not long ago. This Lu clan must have spirit fruits and that profound assimilation formation or something, right? Xiaofan was a little anxious when he thought about this. That's good then. Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed that the Lu clan's senior officials would not punish him after he revealed his identity as a grade 1 alchemist, he was still secretly pleased when he heard what they said. He did not expect this at all. He did not expect his identity as a grade 1 alchemist to be so useful. Of course, this is also because the Lu clan is an alchemist clan. If it was other clans like the Lu clan, they might not be so polite to me. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Elder Duan, you must be tired from the journey. Please go into the mansion to rest. Lu Rui greeted Duan Lingtian enthusiastically before he looked at Lu Bai. Let Lu Bai bring you there. There's no hurry. I still want to watch the alchemist competition. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although it was impossible for him to participate in the alchemist competition organized by the Lu clan, he was still very interested in watching from the side. This was the first time he had ever seen an alchemist competition in his life. He was curious and looking forward to it. He was curious about how the winner of the alchemist competition would be decided. He was also curious about the level of the alchemists from the foreign lands. He was looking forward to seeing the group of alchemists present. It was his first time seeing so many alchemists. Since you're so interested, Elder Duan, will accompany you. Lu Rui smiled at Duan Lingtian. The Lu clan's senior officials nodded one by one. They did not have any objections, and they did not dare to have any objections. Clan leader, elders, I'm just looking around. All of you should go back and rest first. Duan Lingtian could not take it when he saw the clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Rui, leading the group of senior officials being so enthusiastic. Elder Duan, the reason why we want to stay is because we want to see you evaluate the level of these little fellows. I think since you're here, you'll be the main judge of the alchemist competition. Lu Ji smiled at Duan Lingtian. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the smile on his face seemed like the smile of an old fox. That's right, Elder Duan. We want to see you evaluate these little fellows. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.